работает. Wow.
Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with that. Oh, he goes down to the knife and then doesn't go.
Welcome back, everybody. This is day 4 of the Hunt Premier League North America, the very first time that we are going to be having an awesome tournament in North America. We've had so many European tournaments, lots of CIS tournaments in the past, but North America is here, and it's here to stay, baby, with 2 more events coming later in the year. My name is Kirk, joined by fellow caster and very known face around here, Blue ESQ. How are you?
Doing great, man. Hope you're doing good, Kirk. Hope everyone in Hunt's doing well. What's up, chatter?
Yeah, what's up, everybody? We have some awesome games today. If you're an Aspect fan, you better keep your eyes open because they're going to be played on stream twice today. When I was casted on day 1, I didn't get to see them at all on stream. In fact, they only played once off stream. But yeah, so if you're a huge Aspect fan, make sure that you're tuning in today. We have a lot of actually other surprising games too. Hpl going up against Aspect, of course, in that first game. And then we have... we'll just show the schedule right now. We have it ready for you, ready to go. So as we move over to this, we're going to see who exactly is going to be playing on stream by those green dots on to the right of the 2 teams. So check that out, Blue.
Yeah, over here, folks, you see, got a lot of very important games for the day. Going to be having Hpl and Aspect in our first broadcast game. And Hpl could push very, very hard on Aspect in the standings, but we'll get to that in a bit. Then we're going to have Eclipse and Master X off screen. For our second game, we're going to have Unknown versus Zenith, another big game for Unknown and Zenith. Hpl versus New Dawn is that second game that's off screen. And then for our final games of the day, we'll be watching me, you, Chat, Kurt, Connor in the background. We're all going to be watching Master X versus Aspect. And that is one of the most critical games for the standings right now, folks. So you do not want to miss any of these games, but especially that one. And finally, the last game of the day, again, off stream, is going to be Eclipse versus Vanguard.
Sounds awesome to me. And this is the 4th day, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware. There is one more day left to go before the final NA Hpl Season 1 day is premiered. And, of course, if anyone is new here, the way it works is that it is not a tournament-style bracket per se, but the way we do it here is every single game is a best of 2. And then... if one team wins one and then the other team also wins one, then it's considered a draw, and they each get 1 point. If one team wins 2 of the best of 2s, then they will get 3 points on the board. And there's also a lot of other small stats like round differential and stuff like that to, differentiate the teams that are similarly placed on that leaderboard. And speaking of the leaderboard, we actually have that,
yes.
If I'm not mistaken, the scoreboard coming up next right now. Unknown, who have been not only not unknown in the league, but a lot of familiar faces that have been around the community for a long time on that team are currently in that first place position. But of course, there's still some other teams that haven't played as many of those matches as Unknown has.
Yeah, that's what's very interesting. Unknown going to be pulling just barely ahead by 1 point, folks. And as you heard Kirk talking about all the different round differentials, all the wins, all the draws, right now you see Unknown in first place, but if you notice to the left side, folks, they played 5 games. So Aspect and Master X both have a few more games to go than Unknown and can really push up the standings. Now, MX is in a weird position. Their fate is kind of in Unknown's hands right now, where If Unknown wins the rest of their games, I don't believe Master X can catch up to them. But what MX can do is pull Aspect down very, very hard in the standings. And I think those two teams that are going to be battling later on today, it's going to be so critical for both of them. Unfortunately, on the bottom end of the standings, Kirk, you see Zenith and New Dawn down there. And even if they win out the rest of their games, there's really not too much room for latitude up and down the ladder. But
Yeah.
Eclipse, Vanguard, and Aquila still have a lot of movement available. So I think the top of the standing is kind of tight right now, Kirk. But I think the rest of the middle of the pack can still move up and down very, very much.
You know what? This kind of feels similar to when last time we were casting together on one of the last days of the UHPL, where we saw a lot of different teams that were kind of in positions where they were kind of stuck and they couldn't go up any further no matter how many games they won. And then of course Sicario was on the top, that was just untouchable because they didn't lose a single game and nobody could catch up to them. So when we look at the scoreboard here, it kind of seems a little bit similar on that bottom part, to where it's just kind of giving me a little bit of you know what's the word? Reminiscing on old memories.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, nostalgia. Even though it was not that long ago, but I'm a nostalgic guy. Come on. All right, so yeah, New Dawn all the way at the bottom place, picking up with Zenith there. Very similar in the score line, unfortunately for them. But of course, they can still put on some great entertainment for us. It's not like they're here to just kind of sit down there and not do anything. So they're still gonna play their hearts out because, of course, the fans are still in the audience, right? And if any fans in the audience right now, make sure you throw all of your special emotes or whatever you got going on to support your team, because today's going to be an awesome one.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? Yeah, one last thing, and before we swap over to the head-to-head, folks, if you look at Eclipse is in this unique position where they haven't played all their games, and their round differential is only -4. So, if they have really good games the next few days or the next 2 days of games, they could really, really move up the standings. But that being said, folks, let's actually look at the first game of the day and see what's going down in the first head-to-head. Mr. Aquila Tequila versus Aspect on the right side. Kirk, over on the left side, we're going to be having for Aquila, Shelby, Trevi, House, Yuki's, and Notech with substitutes of VJ and Nova. Now, what's going on that Aspect side, Mr. Kirk?
So Aspect, of course, we have the leader, the IGL himself, deceased, previously known as Oberst Tom, well in the community. Zachrix coming in, as well as Apollo C, Head Eyes, Yorp is I think it's spelled Yorp. Yorp. And then yeah. Yeah, anyway. And then someone with a similar name to you, there, Blue, in that substitute spot. And then Zanika also in that substitute spot. So I know for the Aquila side, I know Nova is usually in place of House. It is pretty common for that sub to come in. But I think that this game today is probably going to be one of my favorites, and it's awesome that we have it up first just to kind of set the tone of today's pace, where it's just going to be explosive, right? Aquila, we saw yesterday, I don't know if you were watching, Blue, but record-breaking kill count on Fort against Eclipse.
Really?
It was Trevi FPS, of course, coming in with the 32 bomb, taking Scratch Killa's place as the overtime kill leader. So, yeah, so Trevi grabbed 32 kills within 24 rounds against Eclipse on Fort. The previous one was Vanguard Gaming Scratch Killa, 30 kills, 23 rounds against Aquila. So Trevi kind of took that energy, harvested it within himself, and then unleashed it onto the Eclipse members that may or may not deserved it. We don't really know how Aquila sees Eclipse in their eyes, but I know that everybody's friends around here, so they were all just probably having fun anyway. But yeah, this is really exciting too, because Bay 5 is a map that Aquila, when I saw them previously on day one, it was like I feel like they were a completely different team when they went to other maps. Bay 5, it seemed like where they were the most comfortable. I could tell that they all played a role, and they were all super organized. There wasn't anyone on their team that was like a give gun, me shoot type of thing, right? Everybody had their own role, and they stuck to it.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about the first two maps we're going to be getting into, folks. Bay 5 and then Fort. Very tight CQB-based maps. A lot of latitude through the maps. Both maps have the middle ground, which is actually not in Skybridge or Bowl. You really can't traverse through the middle of the maps on those. So these are much more fight-oriented. A heavy strategy, of course, but a lot of the time on these maps, these are brutal fights like Kirk was talking about. So hopefully we're gonna get a bloodbath between Hpl and Aspect in our first game of the game, folks. Let's go, baby. Let's get some cheers. Let's see some Aspects in chat. Let's see some Hpl. Now, Deceased holding this right hand. Puts down one. Bomb going down on A. First kill of the game. Shelby dropping, running back and forth. Tom again with another kill. Actually, Zachris with the crossfire from behind. Tom taking out another one. Head Eyes with the fourth kill. 5-1. And just like that, door is slammed on the first round. No tequila for Hpl. 0 kills and a clean first round for Aspect.
All right. This happens sometimes, of course. That first round, you still got to grab your footing. You're still a little bit tired. Coffee hasn't kicked in yet, whatever, right? And that's exactly how it went on day one, where nobody on the Hpl side really kind of super locked in until that maybe 3-4 round mark.
Yeah, it's always interesting to find your footing. You got to see quite how the other team's going to play it out. Ober's Tom, Deceased, playing a very common angle, waited for that push on the site, hit both clean shots. It looked like a little bit of chaos on site, so hopefully very quickly Hpl is a little bit tighter moving into this next round. Nova actually going to be playing, by the way, folks. We did see House on that starting lineup. Nova's going to be playing, and that's a good thing, I think, for the Hpl. No knock on House, but Nova's definitely been one of the most clutch players in this tournament so far. Very keen on his 1v2, 1v3s, good reads of the situation, and overall is very, very strong player. Let's see if he can follow up with this nade here.
So check out Trevi, commonly off by himself, is where he seems to shine the most in positions where he can stop flanks. But when two members of the Aspect side, including the leader himself, Deceased, is in the way, Trevi is going to have a hard time trying to get past that one. But Apollo finally goes down for the first member of Aspect to fall within this game here today. 2 rounds in, and the only person to fall was Apollo.
Yeah, and Apollo falls after slamming 2 home with that Assault Class HK, the Apollo Classic. He's always on that thing, very consistent. And I would say one of the scariest players on that parkour box is you see him a lot of the time playing outside of B. And Apollo's a very, very difficult player to deal with. Very cheeky, very sneaky, willing to take his time sometimes. And like you said, 2-0 in a very convincing way. So Hpl gonna have to wake up right now because AP, being arguably the strongest team right now, according to the leaderboard in this tournament, is really putting the pedal to the metal here, Kirk.
Yeah, I agree. They are quite literally a team that probably is unmatched at the current moment. Unknown, you could argue for it, but AP has come with their own style to it.
Nova, TK Shelby there, Kirk. What happened?
I don't know. I think Hpl is a lot more comfortable on defense, and they're still a little bit tired right now. They need to just lock in.
Good kill from Nova, though. That was a great kill. Get the bomb down. Take control of Alley. Zakra's going to be rotating around. Trevi with another kill on Apollo, as you pointed out. You see Trevi on the map all the way in some sneaky spot. Nova with another kill on the Tom. Okay. Whew. Deep breath, Hpl fans. Everything's fine. Surely Zakrix in Europe don't clutch us out. Oh, I spoke too soon. Zach with a great read on Nova. You're up with another kill on the Trevi. 2v2 situation, 25 seconds. Lots of time on the board to retake here. Oh, no, but No Tech with a great read. Look at that Pixel Peak takes out one. Now the crossfire on Zacharis, and Zacharis is pretty much all but going to be Munster cheese from the sides. And just like that, sliced up, and Hpl pick up their first round.
You expected Yuki's to actually stand up there and shoot him in the back, but I think he was just trying to play the safest way possible and just hide. There's not much time left on the clock. Let that bomb go off, whatever. But No Tech cleaning the last bit of that roundup right there, who has previously been so good on super tight angles and in clutch situations. He's been a monster so far, especially on Bay 5.
Yeah, a lot of these members have had their moments to shine, but these let's call them S-tier games, between the best teams in the league right now, it's always so tight. So every round counts, every kill counts, and we'll see how clutch you are when the other player on the other side is just as keen, just as good as you. Trevi once again sneaking through. No Tech and the boys on A site, putting down smokes, trying to take control. Head Eyes with that cheeky lean behind Rat. Shelby with the opening kill on the Tom. Head Eyes does manage to take out Nova. He's going to takes out one, but finally gets traded with Zakrix there to trade him. Now 4 players dropping right there. Trevi on the flank towards that parkour position near the connector. Good kill here, Kirk, but on an island, no bomb. He does have lots of time, but he's got a lot of moving to do for the next minute, rather.
Did you see how many bodies dropped there to the point where the scoreboard couldn't even keep up with it?
Yeah, I was getting confused calling trade, kill. Like there were just so many people floppering back and forth. But at the end of the day, Head Eyes and Zach just popped off on A, killing 4, take control of the bomb. Now Trevi getting hyper aggressive here. This is where Trevi tends to shine. He doesn't mind giving up audio on his movement. He likes to abuse the movement in the sense of he wants to play around his prowess and his fragging skills. And he's not afraid to take an ugly, dirty duel. A nice 50-50 here, Kirk. Oh,
And
man.
just a millisecond, he just showed a pixel of his shoulder, and just Zachrix had his head.
Yeah, Zachrix just completely locked in. 7 kills already on that A site. 3-1, but a very convincing 3-1. You know, Hpl took that 3rd round pretty strongly, Kirk, but I think overall, Aspect are just on a roll.
You know, I've said it 100 times before, and I'll say it again. I can never give you a decent prediction on my end until about that halfway mark into the game, because I feel like just things change. And not even the halfway mark to where, you know, sides have swapped, but like maybe 5 rounds in or so.
Yeah, because there's a certain kind of pacing. You know, these two teams could both be good, but maybe their style catches them off guard. Zachrix with a nice opening pick on the Trevi coming through. I believe he was pushing through that sandwich, but Zachrix read him, caught him. That's a big, big kill. All 4 members on the attacking side. All 3 members. Head Eyes takes that one, but does get traded immediately by Yuki's. Oh, man, what a great read from Tom, and back-to-back frags. Last player on attack, going to be in that wrap position, but Yuki's is not in a good spot. Now they know where he is. Yuki's good kill on the Tom, but is it going to be enough? Another kill on the Zachrix. He's getting shot from behind.
Time to get down.
He did it, Kirk.
You know, I was getting some flashbacks to yesterday where Yuki's put up a huge clutch in the 1v2 situation against Eclipse in that same game that Trevi broke the record on Fort against Eclipse, where the last round of the game was up to Yuki's, and he was able to, you know, eliminate both of the remaining members while they were defusing the bomb on Fort within just a second or two. It was unbelievable, and it was a huge way to end that game. It was really exciting. So Yuki's a big ups for that one yesterday. I'm sure everybody remembers. It was quite legendary. But yeah, I was kind of thinking that maybe, you know, he might do it again here. Trades out currently 1 for 1. Second one falls to the team of Aspect, and Hpl looking pretty good right now for one of the first times this game where 2 members, but the really dangerous ones. Apollo actually falls just as well. Deceased. Previously, Tom is well aware that he is in a pickle of a situation. And with 25 round mags in a spear, you get to place those pretty accurately before you're just going to get rushed by about 3 different people.
Yeah, I mean, the spear does have that stopping power, though. As long as Tom's hitting his shots, players will fold fairly quickly. Could probably kill 2 before he's got to really worry about ammo. But look at this quad or triple crossfire. I mean, really such a smart play by Hpl. They know Tom is capable of literally killing all of them in the 1v1, so they're not giving it to him. I mean, I really love this defense. Nova, see, even Nova, dude, respecting Tom. Tom just gets Swiss cheese from 3 sides. Absolute flawless bomb defense there, Kirk. I mean, really, really fantastic. No ego from anyone. Even Nova, when he saw Tom, he backed up and took another weird pixel on that right hand. I mean, really just a fantastic defense there.
I think that was the perfect way you explained that. I really don't think they could have done anything better there.
Yeah, and the triple crossfire. That's where Tom, like you said, Tom could, with that spear, go crazy. But when they're not giving it to him and he's got to fight 2 or 3 people, it's basically impossible. Really great job from Hpl. I mean, I like the signs of life. They still are on attack. They are better on defense, like you said. So if they can squeeze another round out, we got a game. Oh, big opening kill onto Nova from Europe, though.
Yeah, Nova, one of those really surprising players that kind of came in here and started destroying everybody out of nowhere. Trevi struggling a little bit as well this game, who has had such a good previous track record. And then Europe also putting down No Tech, and Shelby falls soon after by Zachrix. I think that might have been a team ace.
Yeah, very clean round from Aspect. 6-2 going into the half is looking very scary, Kirk. I know it's traditionally a defensive sided map, but both these teams are very aggressive teams. So they kind of thrive on that attack side from what I've seen. Especially with Trevi. I mean, you see how sneaky he is. He's pushed up Sandwich. He's pushed up behind them. But unfortunately, you know, Apollo and Zachrix, I believe, have been really shutting down that latitude that Trevi normally has.
Yeah, and it would make a lot more sense, right, that would work better on day one, to where none of these teams really have time to VOD review these tournaments, right? And say Aspect could have just been, doing their due diligence to VOD review, and, they have Trevi locked down. They expect it, right? But speaking, Trevi just shuts me up and puts Zachrix down in his place. No tech falls shortly after, and Europe just putting a little bit of pressure on that mid area. Try to get Trevi off of his teammates. And Disguise, Tom, what are you gotta be looking for that one. He's a hoppy boy.
I'm laughing. Head Ice manages to trade out Trevi. I'm laughing because oh Yuki's. Oh, I'm laughing because Trevi is playing in the position of a defensive player. Apollo, nice kill to Shelby. Nova does manage to trade him out. Back-to-back clean kills from Nova. There's Nova coming in with those clutch kills, managing to push that scoreline just a little bit closer to even. 5-3 going into the half, swapping sides right now, folks. And now the pressure's on Aspect. They are now in control of moving around, putting their strategies to use, using good utility, but they're looking clean so far, Kirk. I think Caleb really got to lock in their defense here.
Yeah, Aspect is probably one of the scariest teams to go up against now, and Aquila, if I had to place any of the teams to, give a prediction on if they could beat Aspect, I'd probably put them in there, but I'd say it would be something you'd really have to strive for. It's not something that's going to be easy for sure. So when I kind of have a look at these two teams and I kind of think, what is really separating them here? When I check and ask them, what makes their team different from the rest? Aquila, they say they have no IGL, but Aspects say that their team's different because they mesh really well together and they could do things that other teams cannot because of their amazing chemistry.
Right. Now, Bomb's already down. 3 members already gone from the defense. Only 1 member on the attacking side fallen so far. Shelby, Apollo with the clean kills, and Zachrix, Apollo. I feel like I keep saying these names. Zachrix with 12 kills, Apollo with 6, but a lot of these frags are impact frags, Kirk. It's not just like they're killing people. I mean, almost every one of Zachrix's kills have been something very critical to the team's defense on the defensive side, and now on the attacking side, multiple opening frags, kills Apollo. I mean, kills Trevi in that second to last position for Aquila. I mean, just great job from Aspect. They're looking really clean.
6-3 currently up for Aspect. 3 more rounds to go. They want to shut this one down. But look at this. Look how aggressive this is. How do they just get away with this? And through the window of the top fuel roof, the nade just comes down. Nova does punish the Zachrix for getting a little aggressive, but
the movement,
more of them just come back and forth, and all of a sudden Aspect are up. I can't even talk quick enough to keep up with these kills right now. It's 2 against 1 for Aspect right now. Head Eyes and Apollo C. And Yuki's the last one alive, who has previously yesterday clutched up in the 1v2 situation. Can he do it again? Is it Yuki's?
I think Yuki's made just like 1 footstep audio, and it gave Head Eyes the information. Head Eyes rotates past that red container. Is Apollo? Yuki's knows that Apollo loves to do this. What a great read from Yuki's. And then Apollo, the timing on his movement, I think he knew that Yuki's was smart enough to read him, but great job from both players reading back and forth. Unfortunately, Yuki's is the one that needs to get the kill. Apollo just needs to waste time here. Apollo's very scary in this situation.
Yeah.
Super patient. And look, Yuki's
so
is reading
pressure.
it.
He knows. Oh, he's actually insane. The knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, Apollo really Apollo really showing. Oh man.
Wait, okay.
And then wins the hip fire.
All right, like fair enough, Apollo. Like don't get me wrong, great, but the knowledge from Yuki's is actually unbelievable. I think they scrim each other all the time. Like there's no chance, right?
Well, it's Apollo, I mean, he knew Apollo shot at him from that position, and Apollo had to rotate through cut. But the fact that he was aware enough in the timing, like you said, like the knowledge of the specific timing of when to peek back at Apollo. I mean, they were both cooking right there, Kirk. Unfortunately, Yuki's loses that hit fire, but great job from, in terms of the cracked wisdom flowing.
Yeah, for sure. Cracked in a new face. Not new if you actually watched one of the LAN events. Yuki's from downtown, the Hellfire missile on top of the Aspect side of Zachrix and Deceased, two of the most dangerous members on that team right now. And that's going to put them back in their tracks, heading all the way back to the spawn with their bomb, because they do not want to go anywhere near that area any longer. Predator missile was indeed inbound. Whew. But yeah, new faces yesterday. Mr. Bepic for the first time. Huge shout out to him. Awesome cast. I know you were watching Blue for a little bit there. He was around for one of the LAN events that.
Oh yeah, no, I remember Mr. Bepic and good old Months.
Months. I wasn't around at that time, so I don't remember that one. But yeah,
He was. Those are the two Lancasters. No Tech picking up a nice kill onto Apollo. 3 members down. Europe and Europe with 2. Shelby, good job backing up there. Puts pressure. Actually plays his life super well. Is waiting for his teammates to show up. Good defense from from Shelby. Don't take the fight. Just back off. Wait for your team. They're holding the cross. Nova here on this good position. Nova's very dangerous in this. This is where Nova seems to fly, but no Tech.
You need Shelby right now. You absolutely need Shelby.
Yeah, no Tech, I guess, with no info, takes out his teammate, but poof, that's a tough. Oh man, Nova with a great left peek. Nice.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's how we do it. All right.
Great
that
crossfire.
Is amazing. No Tech is one of those players that's so calm and cool that even when he messes up, it doesn't mess with his mental state. He can still focus in and realize that he needs to do a little bit of extra work to make up for that mistake that he made.
Yeah, I mean, just very calm, cool, collected. Great job from the team. Unfortunate blunder, but you know what? That opening nade, they managed to capitalize all the way through the round. So good round from Hpl. Still in the game, 7-4. Still on defense. Plenty of game left. Shelby having a little bit of trouble finding his footing. Only 2 kills, and Shelby is one of those players that could drop 20, 30 kills. So, ooh.
Oh, there it is yet again. Yuki's for the 3rd grenade kill in 2 rounds. On the defense side, of course, only 1 V40 is available, so that is going to eliminate any more frag grenade threats onto Aspect, who, you know, seem to be in a difficult position as it is anyway.
Yeah, 2 members already dropping. And this is the kind of pacing we want from Hpl. I mean, really, hats off to Yuki's for these great use of utility. And we see the smoke. I believe the way that smoke is plumed is actually defensive smoke, too. So the nades are on point. The defensive smokes for delaying the round are on point. Hpl has the... Oh, Shelby, though, catches head eyes. Doesn't manage to kill him. That beefcake enforcer not able to take out his other beefcake friend. Shelby with 1 kill. Oh,
the
man.
Battle of the Vulcans.
Shelby never running out of ammo, still shooting, finally goes to reload. Oh, man. And a flawless round coming out of Hpl there. 2 very important rounds back-to-back of this one. That was a slam dunk. Almost a team ace there, and they slammed them right there.
This is an unreal game. Going back, it seems like these 2 teams are completely different teams whenever the side swap.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting is that both of these teams looking to thrive in these close quarter battles.
Yeah, I know Shelby is definitely having a little bit of a difficult time because previously when Shelby was holding down that A site on the very first day, it was unbelievable. It was like a 1-man army, a lone anchor. And Yuki's on that 4 grenade kill streak currently. Get this man a counter UAV.
It's exactly what Hpl need. In the fights themselves, Kirk, Aspect have looked like they have the edge, but the use of utility is completely mitigating that. I mean, they're really using the utility so damn well defensively. Looks like Aspect reading that there's a lot of players on A, going to be doing a full blitz rotation. 1 player still sitting by that Tetris position under slanted. Looks like he's going to be held at mid. Oh, shots ring out. Doesn't manage to actually pick it up. Good read, though. Apollo finishing out Nova, though. Finally even out the scoreboard. 4-4 bomb. About to be on site. No Tech with a great kill.
Remaining members of Aspect seem to flood in, and No Tech is sandwiched in between 2 of them, and with 2 HP left, he survives and backs out, waits for his team. No legs, almost no thorax or head, with 2 life bleeds. You gotta hit them stims right now, buddy. It's not looking good for you. Hit the doctor's office.
Yeah, things are not looking good, but he's still alive. He's still in it.
No way he gets away with another kill. Okay, head on. Finally puts him down. puts him out of his misery, and Yuki's and Shelby's also come in to clean up the rest of the mess. Head Eyes, the last one alive, putting in a little bit of work himself in that connector position. The sandwich comes in, isolates 1v1. Shelby goes down, but does he know the last one's right behind him? Yuki's is going to fall to Head Eyes, who has single-handedly held down connector in an unbelievable display of skill.
Yeah, and a big round from Head Eyes pushes himself to 12 kills, gets them to match point. Only 3 rounds left for Hpl Na before this map is gone. Now, I can't remember, Kirk. Do you know which team picked Bay 5? I would assume it's Hpl Na because Aspect started on defense, but I don't want to assume.
Yeah, it should be Hpl Na.
So it's, that's the scary thing, folks. This is Hpl Na's map. So if Aspect take this next round, we're going to Aspect's home turf. The psychotic jump from Europe, though. He does kill one before he's instantly traded out. Holy cow. No Tech looking so damn clean with that SR3M. Picks up 2 important kills. Bomb down. Head Eyes in the Beefcake battle out to by Harbor, but doesn't win. Shelby, the King Beefcake right now. Unkillable Crusader that he is.
And all of a sudden, everything goes quiet.
Bomb in the middle of the site, just waiting for someone to touch it. And he touches it. Apollo going for the plant. I like this. Now, they do have this weird triangular defense going on, folks. If you look at the top left, doesn't really matter. Yuki's takes out one. The triangle is working. Apollo with a rare whiff onto Shelby. Shelby just so beefy. Only 22 shots here, Kirk. If he gets in the triple duel, he's going to have a big problem. He's running out of ammo, and Yuki says it doesn't matter about the ammo. Again, Yuki's coming through for his team when it matters. 6th round going over, and wow, oh wow. Hpl Na, 2 more rounds. Just 2 more rounds, and you get the tequila, Hpl Na.
That was a really good display of skill, though, from Hpl Na there, where they both kind of push at the same time and, provide a distraction for each other. And, you can't narrow down a single target at once, so that was really good from Hpl Na. What I would love to see is if maybe production can give us an eye on Yuki's here and see exactly what kind of nade lineups he's throwing. But, yeah, we're going to see how he's been practicing these and, perhaps gain a little bit of knowledge for ourselves.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see how the use of utility controls so much of the game. Europe, though. Sauces up.
That actually looks pretty good. Oh.
Very close. Nova, super clean. Nova,
super
another
clean
one again. 4v2 situation, and I think they have info on Apollo. Apollo not being nearly as sneaky as he thinks he is. Europe looks like he's healing himself up. Bomb again down on the B site in a pretty brutal spot for them.
Seems like the prediction was kind of true, where Hpl Na just need a little bit of time to lock in on the first game, and then all of a sudden they'll start playing like one of the most organized teams that you've ever seen before. And Trevi doing what he does best, out by himself, watching flanks, relieves pressure from Connector. The double crossfire here, make that a triple one. It's going to be way too tough for Europe to be able to take down the defense of Hpl Na. Another win for them to make it 8-7, which it's so close. It's really close to overtime now. AP has been in this position where they've been comfortable long enough. They've had so much room to move, and now all of a sudden they can't breathe.
Yeah, and the pressure is much more on Aspect with back-to-back big games today. They need to get the points from today. If they get a draw here or they lose to Hpl Na, their dreams of first place may be gone. So they need to really close this game out here, and worst case in overtime. But if Hpl Na take the first map, woof, such a blow to Aspect's future standings. And Hpl Na not far behind in 4th place right now, folks. So this game is critical for both of these teams. And Hpl Na playing like they want to live another day. Apollo looks like he's pulling a Trevi move, goes up through mid. Funny enough, I think that's Trevi right in front of him. Is Trevi going to catch him, though? Trevi's getting pincered right now. Does he know it's from behind? Apollo gets killed from Yuki's, though. Great job. Oh, no, and Trevi takes out Deceased. 5v3. Oh, no, Trevi and Notech. The dreams of going into OT are here. And they did it. The flawless victory to push us into OT here, Kirk. And Hpl woke up, baby. They woke up.
We're live, ladies and gentlemen. It's so is Hpl. What is happening to Aspect? They are falling apart. They were so ahead in this game, and now they have so much pressure on them, knowing that, listen, we thought we could do it, and now like what's going on with us? And they're probably mentally confused. Like, what exactly happened? What did we do wrong to be put into this situation? We shouldn't be here right now. I think Hpl is going to be way more calm and cool here to be able to push an overtime win.
Oof. Yeah, Aspect looked really strong on the defense, but something you pointed out the first half, Hpl traditionally a defensive sided team. So I think Aspect, if they want to win this game quickly, they need to take both these defensive rounds. Hpl, though, have a pretty good idea of how they've been playing, and they've been responding well.
Nade almost landing straight away as those gates open, and Trevi taking his position fast in mid. Look how fast he is right now. Europe grabbing the first one on the no-tech, though. That's a huge one to get off the board. A lot of pressure alleviated there. Follows very short behind, and Zach is just looking for Trevi. He knows that he's going to be lurking somewhere. Those footsteps, you need to keep your ears open, and he did.
Yeah, and that was a really... That was a questionable misplay by Trevi there. He knew that he was there. Zach was pre-fired. Oh, Nova with the great pre-fire on the Tom in the corner. No one puts Baby in the corner except for apparently Nova. Nova takes out Zachrix, though, and the bomb's going down. The bomb is going down, and unfortunately, what a turn by Europe. Oh, Europe kills both of them. Don't go for the instant defuse, you crazy man.
Yuki's in the 1v2. 1v2, Yuki
takes it. Oh my, Europe with the hero play, Kirk. Oh my goodness, the flick around and then kills the planter. What a clutch from the boys, Had Eyes in Europe, to take the 9th round and push Aspect back into the lead.
Oh my word, what a game. I said this is going to be the most explosive game, if not one of, in the very first game of the day to set the pace for the rest of the day. We can only hope that the rest of the games will be just as exciting as this one.
Whew.
And we are going to be seeing Aspect play later on stream as well. Any Aspect fans in the chat, make sure you mark your calendars and stay with us for the rest of the day.
And I see all the unknown members in chat. They love this Aspect. They're preying on Aspect's downfall. They need Hpl to win this for them. That being said, though, all members alive on both teams. Time is ticking. No tech actually in that connector. They do know he's there. They have the info. I like this more passive defense. Ooh, Europe does take hits. Doesn't manage to trade any damage back, but the positioning on the defense is much better than the attackers. The attackers have taken over parkour. They've taken over connector, and they're outside the big red doors, but the bomb site is in total control of the defense. No one's dead. Utilities wasted.
Yeah.
Their time is ticking here, Kirk.
And there it is yet again, the battle of the mid lane, and Trevi falls this time. Of course, they are on attack where previously they were struggling a little bit. One person falls, and not a lot of people seem to change positions, but 1-for-1 goes out, and Apollo is stuck in this corner right now. He may be in a tough position once Nova crunches that space a little bit in connector.
Yeah, but Apollo just doing such a good job of playing cheeky and trying to catch Nova. He knows Nova's trying to play that little pixel right hand back and forth, and Apollo just reading it. Time is ticking here, though, Kirk. I mean, it looks like they're a little confused. What a great swing from Yuki's to take out Apollo. Yuki's does manage to get slammed by Europe. Europe coming through. So clutch, Europe with the back-to-back massive rounds for his team. That's going to be match point for Aspect once again. 10-8 in overtime, the first overtime, and Kirk, we got a game on our hands. Can they close it out, though? The story continues. Can they close out this next 2 attacking rounds?
It's just defense is really all it is. Like, both of these teams, they just shine on defense. They just, that's where they get their rounds in.
Yeah, it's interesting because they're both hyper aggressive, you know? Like, you look at the positioning that they both take so much space, and yet they are somewhat defensive oriented. It's just like a weird, it's cool, but it's almost strange to me how they're these like hyper aggressive, passive, defensive players. I don't know how to wrap my head around it.
You know, Hpl claims to be one of the most aggressive teams in NA, but they shine so much better on defense. I think maybe they got it mixed up perhaps. And you know what? Both of these teams are, playing exceptionally well. We can see how skilled they are, but they're both probably the two teams that practice the least out of all of them in the league.
Oh, great kill from Trevi there. Big opening kill onto Europe, who's been the star of the last 2 rounds. Nova with another clean kill on the Zachrix. Up 2 members. And just like that, we're in the same position. Deceased loses the fight to Shelby. That beefcake tanking those spear shots there. Paulo picks up the first kill, though, here, Kirk.
I mean, this is going just as we expect. Hpl winning on defense currently.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Deceased, normally one of these players that just run around in frags, he did so well the first few rounds, and then he really just has struggled to find his footing. And I think that's one of the main breaks in the armor, let's say. I don't want to use...
Yeah.
I don't want to get too deep into it, but
I know
he's a critical player. He's a critical player.
Bomb in a sort of difficult position. Trevi was in a really good spot, actually, to defend that, but Head Eyes is trying to grab a little bit more space, perhaps wait for a teammate before deciding to grab that bomb. Trevi puts him down for being a little bit too aggressive, and Apollo all stuck back in his spawn. Trevi, the lone wolf, he should know that there shouldn't be anybody near him. Usually plays alone.
Great kill, though, from Apollo. He killed him actually through the curtain there. What a great jump up from Nova, though.
Getting a little
Nova absolutely popping off here, Kirk. 19 kills, followed very closely by Yuki's with 18 kills. I mean, both these players just putting in so much work for their team when it matters.
Everyone's putting in equal work, I think, too. There's not really one that you can really say is, doing a majority of the work. Even Shelby with 8 kills. Just because, you're the lowest one on kills doesn't mean that you're anchoring sight and putting pressure on stopping the attack from coming on to where, it allows your teammates to catch them off guard. So I think it's all equal right here, and there's not really anybody that shines above another one.
Yeah, and it's good to see. 1 round before we're in double OT, folks. Apollo needs to make some magic happen. I think he's trying to play Trevi's game against him, and Trevi and him are just really egoing each other, just trying to take the duels, and Apollo with a massive kill. If Apollo calls for the rotation here, they are. What a great read. He knows that the defense is heavily stacked on this B side based on the initial rotation. All 4 members are on this B side still, folks. Apollo in total control, pushing up into the spawn. If you look at your top left, you see that little blue arrow in the blue area. He's about... Oh, Apollo is in the God spot. He needs to close this out here.
He
dies! He loses the first fight, Kirk. And they lose all positioning because of it. Oh, no. He went so deep into the defense that it was almost too much. He should have just controlled the site. Oh, no. And No Tech takes out a third.
Europe, though, not out of the fight just yet, with very minuscule amount of health left on the board. But Head Eyes, it's just a little bit too quick with that trigger finger, and he will fall to the hands of the AS Val, the power shredder machine that is that weapon. And Yuki's finishes the round out for a 10-10 scoreline so far. This is exactly what we predicted. Defense wins no matter what.
Man, and the fact that they lost that round, it was such a great play from Apollo. He took the over. He had total control of A, but, Kirk, I'm not a big fan of how deep he went in the sense of he went from controlling all of the A site and having all the info to just basically an isolated fight. And unfortunately, Nova just slammed him home. We didn't get to catch that on the air, but man, that was such a great positioning to take that round.
They know how each other play, I think. They've been VOD reviewing. They've been doing something to the point where they know each other. 1-for-1 currently going out. 20 kills on 2 of the members of Hpl right now. Crazy frags going on. Really early time for Bomb to be going down. He usually doesn't go down this far, and I think Hpl might be actually in a decent position to the point where now technically they're playing defense. Aspect does have man advantage. Deceased waiting for another teammate to back him up before they make a play. You'd expect always somebody to be in that rat corner. Europe grabbing one, and Nova get one for himself, just going back and forth, and it's all up to Yuki's yet again. The Clutch Master King himself stuck in that rat position. He's got the Mark 47 and only 30-round mag. Zacharys cleans it up. Device is deactivated, and wow, that is another defensive-sided win.
Yeah, and it seemed like, I don't know, Zacharys just walked up. I don't know who the second last player, maybe Nova, walked right up behind, maybe no audio or something, and real tough position there. They were up, but unfortunately, Aspect a good retake and a good clutch for the team. 11-10 once again. Aspect take another defensive round, as Kirk pointed out again. Now, if Aquila could throw a monkey wrench in this plan and get this round here, I think that's where, you know, the break in the armor is really going to shine through.
It's all up to that one time that we're going to see an attacking win. Whoever gets one win on attack, I feel like, is probably going to take it all. Similar strategy as the round before, but Head Eyes is ready for it this time, as well as Deceased coming in to support his teammate. Trevi from behind, though, picks up Head Eyes, who's trying to get a little sneaky.
And it's good. Tom showing signs of life, picked up 2 kills for the first time in a bunch of rounds. And that's again, you know, I'm looking to Tom. Again, as you said, it's not always about getting kills, but when you have such a powerful player that really has the ability to run around, just as you see Trevi doing, or Apollo, he's kind of the key that I see for Aspect right now. If he dials in just a little bit more, they should be able to close this game out. But again, Aquila playing so damn well. Look at how smart Nova is. With a great read, but Zacharys wins the fight. Trevi, the one-man rotational army, not enough to stop Apollo C. And once again, Kirk.
Unreal.
Once again.
What have we gotten ourselves into, ladies and gentlemen? What is the score, is what I would like to know, of the second game going on. The, should be Eclipse and Master X playing on the side. I would imagine that game might even be close to winning, so over on the second match, and we're still on the first one for the first game. Yeah, 9-6 for Master X on the first map. Game 2 commencing currently.
Yeah, and that's a big game for MX. MX needs to beat Eclipse in order to really push themselves way up in the standings. So that's a big first game.
Yuki's! What are you doing? He's not... Check him, PC.
Check PC. Show him most files. Apollo, though, almost evening things up. 2 kills. Bomb is getting planted. The planter's isolated, though. Zacharys wins that fight, though. Such a massive clutch from Zacharys to win that fight. Now the bomb is actually in a position to get planted on B here, Kirk. They might just stay. Not too sure quite yet what the read is. Oh, no.
They had sight.
Oh,
They had
no.
sight.
Oh, no.
This is not what you want to do.
Check your corners. Oh no, Kirk, such a good round, and then to not look left or right. You can't run in front of the bus in the street. Just look. There's a bus there. You can't miss him. His name's Trevi. All stops ahead.
and you know what? It wouldn't have mattered what happened anyway, because Aquila was on defense, and that means that they had to have won that round, right? Well, it doesn't matter. Like, Aquila could be one member on the board, aspect of a full team, and Aquila's still going to win. Whew. The shield is stronger than the axe on Bay 5. It seems to be the message that they're sending this game. Hyper aggressive into B site. Europe gets a good first pick. If I had to predict anything here, it's Nova that's going to clean up. He just barely gets away from the grenade. That's 1. That's 2. That's exactly what we expected out of him. He needs a teammate to back him up, and he needs it right now. Never mind. No, he doesn't. He's the one-man army. Nova yet again with the 3 kills, holding down Sight and Shelby all the way back around from Harbor, putting in even more support and taking the pressure from Nova. What is happening? The attack can't do anything on any side.
Is that... It must be so flustering for both of these teams. Apollo. Nice kill from Apollo. Nova, by the way, 25 kills right now.
It's possible.
Followed with Yuki's with 23. Apollo doing his damnedest to use his nice fancy footwork to rotate around the map, but unfortunately right here, time is ticking, Kirk. And Trevi in the spot to cut off the legs of Apollo. I mean,
All right.
these guys play way too similarly that Trevi is literally just waiting where Apollo would be waiting. I mean, I have never seen such a close parallel between play styles of pretty much any players. It's almost strange that they're like mirroring each other on both sides. That being said, though, folks, 12-12 MOOT time, baby.
All right.
Break the curse, Kirk.
What?
Change the script right freaking now.
What will get an attacking side win? I think that these teams have played enough rounds against each other that they can give sort of a prediction of where people are going to be hiding on site, defensive side. So I think if they can, keep those nades, don't just throw them right away, or never mind, just throw it and just get a kill, Trevi. That's all right. Just shut me up. We'll go with that. So I think I think if they can grab a nade and place it properly on site to relieve pressure from getting the bomb down, that's probably what's going to get an attacker sided win here.
Yeah, and this player that's on B for the defense is really not in a good position. Nova with a clean kill on the Tom. Bombs going down. And this might be the round that breaks the camel's back here, Kirk.
Look at Head Ice. Look at Head Ice. He's coming around the back. He's got two in his sights, and they finally fall to him. And just when we thought
they're in such a bad spot.
Yeah, this is tough. This is hard.
If Head Eyes plays this well, I mean, as soon as he swings to the side, he's being held, though. Oh, Zacharix there to pick up two. Trevi in the 1v1, 20 seconds. Can they possibly take it back? Zacharix.
Trevi just gave away his position. He's going to full push it.
No, but he's wasted enough time. Trevi wins the round. That's it. Trevi clutches it out. There's nothing Zacharix can do.
That's it. Wow.
Oh,
the first
wow.
attacking side win in so long. We finally see AQ bring it. 13-12. They only need one more round to close it out.
Oh,
sorry. No, they need two more.
They need two more,
Yeah.
but they've broken the curse of the last however many rounds in a row that could be the round. That's all that they need. Even if they lose this next round, 2 defensive rounds are totally possible for this team. Such a good retake by them. Zacharix took, I think with only 20 seconds left, if he got a little bit more aggressive, he might have been able to catch Trevi lacking. Unfortunately, that's where the pacing of these tight time situations really comes into play. And Trevi manages to survive the shots and win that round. Massive round. No, but taking some damage to the wall.
Oh, that's close.
Deceased. Big kill. Zacharix now deceased. Even scoreline. Shots ringing out back and forth. Yuki's puts Tom in the grave. And this just might be the end of the game here, Kirk. If they win this round, it's pretty much lights out based on what we've seen so far.
No chance. There's no way. No way this happens. Yuki's. He's so clean. I can't believe it. Apollo, you gotta watch that. That's a teammate that you need right now. These need to be perfect plays. And Trevi from the back line. Apollo and Europe fall to Trevi, and that is it. The curse has been broken. One more round win for Hpl is what's gonna end this game as the sides swap, and they are most comfortable on defense.
Oh my. Back-to-back attacking rounds taken. Folks, if you're just tuning in, we are in 1800th overtime. No, we're in third overtime right now, but no defensive rounds have really been lost until the last two you saw in, Kirk, 10, 15 rounds, literally. So, folks, it's the pressure's on Aspect. They're basically going to have to have a little miracle show up. Need some good utility. Need Trevi to get shut down. I mean, Trevi has just been running over this team in terms of spacing, Kirk. No one has shut him down. No Tech says, no Head Eyes. I Head Eyes you.
Oh my, it's getting juicy.
And we kind of see the movement of this team. They're trying to take space.
Oh, no. This is not what we need right now. No Tech has 3 kills on the board, and AP just TK'd.
No way.
I think No Tech's a little bit mad that maybe he took away his ace.
Man.
Not what
Who
we
would have
expected
thought
at
after
all.
such a strong start that Aquila, you're up in the 1v5, but has no chance against No Tech, and Aquila close out the first game of the day in overtime with a massive, massive blow to Aspect in the standings, and a massive boon for Aquila overall. Holy cow, what a game we got here, Kirk.
You know what? I gotta say, it's been an honor to cast this with you, Blue. What an insanity fest. 5 separate players from both teams having at least 20 kills on the board for them.
It's wild.
You know, rest of them not too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, just a wild overall game. Both teams popping off, but Aquila, someone in the chat had mentioned the nades, and I agree wholeheartedly. I give credit to Yuki's as the MVP of this game, which I would never give someone credit more than others. But man, those nades were so significant in changing the pacing of the game, and it happened over and over and over and over. I mean, really fantastic job from both teams, but Yuki's with the massive, massive nades, he pushed the pacing back that allowed the team the breathing room that caught up from 8-4, 8-5 to overtime. So overall, the team just played fantastic, and Aspect played well too, but they just couldn't close an attacking round.
And it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. That was only the first game of the first round of 2 separate games. We, of course, have Eclipse versus Master X going off stream, which Master X has picked up their first win against Eclipse. Second game is already currently underway, but as we take a little bit of time to set up the lobby for the next game, going on to Fort, we're going to see how these teams can differentiate from each other, because it's a completely different play style than Bay 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's another bloodbath map, and with how much space Aquila's been taking, that's what concerns me, Kirk, for Aquila is Trevi basically did whatever he wanted that entire game. I mean, the side angles, the flanks, the spacing through sandwich. When they planted the bomb, he would rotate towards the CT spawn, back around alley, and shoot them in the back. I mean, Trevi to me is like the player they need to shut down, because if he runs around Fort, which you can, there's so many paths to take. You can rotate through mid, 5 different rooms just from one middle room. I mean, there's just so much latitude that they have that, in my mind, Aspect need to shut down Trevi's running around. And Yuki's with that utility. I mean, on Fort, there's some great nades here, Kirk. So I'm a little concerned for Aspect going into the second game. I really am.
Yeah, I think the Aspect has, isn't a team that, you can take lightly, but of course we can see that with the triple overtime push. They have a lot of, experience, especially even before, this whole HPL thing kind of started. I remember Deceased previously, Oberst Tom, was a menace in the arena scene, the day that it dropped. I remember playing some arena by myself with me and my buddies, and all of a sudden I go up against him and his squad, and they were one of the only squads that we couldn't beat. They were insane. So the amount of time that they have, even just in general mechanics before arena even came out, they're so experienced. And I can't say that Aquila doesn't have that either. No Tech's been in the scene for so long, everybody knows that name. Trevi's been around just as long as well. They all have extremely good roles, and I think it's actually crazy how No Tech can hit these really tight angles with a weapon that doesn't necessarily have the best muzzle velocity, and a bullet that doesn't fly as fast as, some of the other weapons like your HKs and mutants, but he can still make those shots connect. And I think the penetration power of that 9x39 is really complements that tight angle holding.
Yeah, and that SR3, the unsilenced SR3M, funny enough, it seems to be so favored by so many players. And I think a lot of these players mitigate any muzzle velocity issues, because a lot of the time, Kirk, No Tech is, as you said, taking tight angles, but it's very close. He's not shooting across the map. I mean, he's like playing a connector holding B site. So I think, that issue with the velocity doesn't come into play there. And we see Nova popping off with that gun. I mean, pretty much everyone I see using that gun does well with it. So it seems like just an exceptional weapon to use right now. And they've done a great job with it.
Yeah.
I mean, No Tech, as you said, and Nova, both that game, many, many brutal kills with that 9x39 SP6, just slamming people home.
And one of the most brand new guns put into arena, of course, that SR3. And you kind of wonder, why do people pick up this SR3 over the Val or the VSS? We can kind of make it a good assumption on the VSS is because it's on the marksman class, right? Like, usually don't see a lot of people playing marksman. But when you kind of look at the Val versus the SR3, we do see a little bit of Val players. But I think maybe it's the option to not have it suppressed is what maybe gives a little bit over an edge and favor for these arena players, to where the shorter gun you have, the less you have to worry about hitting the wall in front of you when you're going tight around corners, or perhaps a little bit of ergo boost. We know the Val has a good amount of ergo as it is, but if you take the suppressor off of the SR3, it gains quite a lot of ergonomics. So it's really snappy, it's really easy to flick with, and it's a light weapon. So I think that's probably the verdict on why the SR3 is picked a little bit more. And it's really exciting to see, given that in the last few tournaments that we saw, it was around a 50-60% pick rate for that M4.
Right. And I think we've kind of switched into that, assault mutant meta, or the SR3M. Those seem to be like the mainstays of right now. We do see a few players like Hpl using that HK, but even Zachrix, who used to be an HK main, is now using the SR3M. So really just an exceptional weapon, like you said. Great ammo, the high ergo, the snappiness. It's fun to see different guns. The M4 was literally everywhere in every class. Now sometimes you see an enforcer with an MCX. Sometimes they got an M4. I mean, those 60-rounder sauce M4s though are very popular. I think on the enforcer class still, because there's just so many bullets. You saw Shelby, you saw I can't remember Europe, in these massive 1v3 situations, just relentlessly shooting bullets. And as we get into our second game here of the day, folks, shots are already ringing out towards that B site up the ramp. 2 down to Nova and NoTech with the SR3Ms, and Hpl with the HK. Oh, a little
like
Val action from Head Eyes.
Val, every single weapon that we named is on the board already. Hpl sneaking up, trying to get away and heal up a little bit, but Shelby was ready to cut him off. Head Eyes, though, all alone with a teammate out by cannons.
And I just realized I made a mistake there, Kirk. It's actually the HK sauce that we've been seeing a lot of, not the M4. So the M4 really is falling out of favor.
You know how popular those Vulcans are, right, on the Enforcer class? So, when you get into fights where it's an Enforcer versus an Enforcer, Vulcan Face Shield versus Vulcan Face Shield, you can think, right, what's going to win in that situation, an M4 or an HK? The only real advantage that the HK have is a higher fire rate. You can put bullets down range quicker, so maybe that's why they're opting in to, bring the HK over the M4 now.
Yeah, and a good plant coming out from Aspect in this first round. Great read from Head and Eyes. Great read. Head Eyes, back-to-back Head Eyes kills, and a strong start once again for Aspect.
That's kind of unbelievable that they're able to just push through cannons kind of uncontested like that. That's something that I see really commonly in the last EU HPL, where the defensive side never really had anybody on cannons. They never had anyone watching that area, so it gave the attacking side free reign to just push up there and, push back to that defensive side spawn and put a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, both teams, it's interesting how much space they're able to take. Head Eyes, once again. I think Deceased knows that player's under. Oh, kills him mid-air. Trevi going to take space and get shut down.
That was great comms inside of Aspect. Able to let Deceased know that there's somebody right under it. You need to peek that now and get this guy off. Nova, though, shooting through the smoke and grabs Head Eyes. Europe trades him right back, though. One of the members of Hpl are going to be flanking all the way back around, and if they're ready for him, they can easily get a double crossfire here. Zachrix, though, it seems to be the only one that needs to put himself on the board. Shelby, though, what is this position? This is actually possible.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of playing his angles, but unfortunately the triple crossfire just too strong. And I'm sitting here scratching my head, Kirk. I'm really confused, because where does this Aspect team show up on the beginning? Where did they go in the middle of the game last game? I don't understand, because right back to it, very, very convincing opening rounds on attack from Aspect. I mean, I know they were on defense last time, but the decisiveness and the swiftness and the way they win the rounds, it's just like, I wonder what's going on. Maybe they had a good chat after the game. Maybe they know what they need to focus on, but it's just, I'm seeing two teams within one here, Kirk. I mean, it's you see this wonderful Aspect, and then you see this, just unable to take a round Aspect, and I want to see Aspect full steam ahead against Hpl full steam ahead. Yuki's nice opening kill in this round. Deceased managed to trade him back right quick.
Not anybody to help Shelby currently.
And Europe might be able to catch him. Shelby tries to take the fight, but from downtown, Nova does take out Deceased, evening the scoreline, but bombs down, smokes plumed in kitchen. They're going to know he's rotating from that mark position.
This is a really
hears the
tough spot.
footsteps. Yeah, and he hears the footsteps of the player rotating. So right now there's Apollo between them. Apollo and Trevi.
Off angle.
Look at these two reading each other, man. It's so funny.
Who's
it's
gonna
so
win?
funny watching these two, bro. They're the same player. Like, I'm convinced these two are running off the same hive mind.
Trevi!
But Apollo wasted so much time there. It was a great job from Apollo, even without securing the kill. Zach closing out the round. They're the same person right now. It's really actually freaking me out. It's like this symbiotic relationship. One half of an amoeba against the other half. Like, I don't know what's going on here, Kirk.
I think that if you had to pick some pair of two players, they would be probably the rivals of they're each other's rivals. You know, your Gary Oak to your Ash Ketchum, if you will.
Oh man. It's fascinating to see. Yeah, it's fascinating to see because they both are trying to take space. Both are rotating the same way, and they always are fighting each other. Meaning it's just crazy. But let me stop yapping, chat. Lock it in. Tech head eyes on the head eyes. Big opening kill for the defense here. And again, Deceased though evens out the scoreline with a very disgusting kill. Europe again coming clean. Europe shots going back and forth. Trevi manages to kill one of the players in mid. Are they going to read that Yuki's is here and the other one's there? Great kill from Tom. He might call for the rotation. They're already rotating. Look at how quickly. This is where Aspect, they're so strong with their game sense. The bomb was rotating before I could even mention it. It's almost already onto the site at this point. Going to be planting in 2 to 3 seconds. Bada bing, bada boom. Plants down to see. Slams home again. Another player. 4 rounds in a row here, Kirk. 5 kills. You know, look at the scoreboard right now. 5, 5, 4, 4, 1. You know, and Apollo, even though not quite getting all the kills, put so much pressure in that second to last round of the third round and wasted 30 seconds of Trevi's time. So,
yeah,
Aspect's just full steam ahead here, Kirk.
It was a great play, I think, to leave Deceased in mid, right? They called out the rotate. They instantly did it, and that gave, a good assumption for the remaining member on Aquila to realize, hey, I got to get over to A site now. But they don't expect Deceased to be still sitting in mid. Apollo and Trevi, yet again, the battle of the rivals. Trevi runs away, realizing that he is in a low health disadvantage. Thorax low with a heavy bleed. They're about to fight. Deceased comes out on top. Head Eyes grabs another one. Yuki's in a tough spot with the grenade in his hands, and he actually gets away with it. Deceased finally falls. Palm is down, and Shelby is in a weird spot to defend it. Perfect timing to grab Apollo. Running up straight through mid, being way too quick to deal with, but Europe with the... Oh, they're so clean. Aspect is a whole different team this game. That was a good attack, but I think a huge play that I saw on A site was when Aspect, they go in and they actually kind of get a couple kills before they get the bomb down. A lot of teams opt in to just throw smokes at the 2 boxes and then just try to plant and hope they don't get shot through the smoke. That has been a strategy that I've seen for so long now, and I still can't wrap my head around as to why, it's still played, because audio is so strong, you can just get shot through the smoke. So it's really nice to see Aspect kind of change it up a little bit, get the kills you need to get so you can actually get the bomb down safely. Two members holding the A site while another one close by near the drop down area. That's Nova, long range with the 9x39 yet again. And here's that strat I was talking about, the smokes. But Deceased pushes up to make sure to defend the bomb carrier. That's a second one through the smoke. No, Shelby actually got a TK. That wasn't even Deceased. Trevi and Nova cleaning things up, and Deceased is in a difficult position because there's nobody there to back him up. Europe in a spot where and now all of a sudden he goes quiet. I thought he would go super aggressive on a Trevi there in the kitchen. Apollo and Trevi going for another fight.
Lots of pressure. Yep. Apollo in such a great position here. It's unfortunate Tom ended up dying there, but looks like the last two attackers are doing so damn good. Europe
Wow.
6-0 on attack on their map choice. It just makes you wonder what happened in the last game. You know, I don't mean to keep referencing the last game, but I'm like, I'm looking at two different teams.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I agree. No,
And
I
look
agree
at the other side of Keela, Kirk. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's I didn't even mean to do that, but they had what 26, 28 kills, 20 something kills. Like three other players had over 20 kills last game.
Mm-hmm.
It's
crazy. It's a whole different game. And you know what would be really exciting? Actually, I'll talk about that later because there's some action about to go on. We can see how aggressive these mid pushes are every single round. Apollo trying to grab as much space as possible, but is he going to check that corner? He does, but he isn't even the one to pick him up. Zachrix actually is the one that gets him. Grenade also very well placed. 5 members still up for Aspect. Another round win coming out shortly, as we can only assume.
And the 1v5 for Shelby here, Kirk. And just these kids, this is brutal. I mean, this is brutal. Apollo went to push up mid. 3 players on the B side were killed, including one of his teammates popping up in bedroom and killing the guy that's in mid. Their comms, their positioning, the crossfires. I mean, this team it's disgusting right now. I don't know what else to say. I mean, they're disgusting.
They were the ones that picked for it, right? So we can only assume that this is their map. That this is the one they practice the most, the one they have the most strats on, and the most, back pocket cards that they can just flip out at any time.
Yeah, it's just it's wild. You know, they were in control the last game, and Hpl just managed to hold them off long enough for a mistake to happen, and doesn't look like they're gonna let that happen on this half. And this game is so critical here, Kirk. I mean, they need to win this with as many rounds as possible. No tech with that opening kill on the Europe. Unfortunately, Nova in a great position. And just like that, maybe a first round going to be coming through. Apollo putting down lots of shots. Doesn't pick him up. Head Eyes with a nice kill on the Trevi. Bombs in a bad position, but Head and Eyes. Oh, and he lays down. It doesn't see him. Oh, you sneaky little garden snake, you.
I think he laid down the second that he pulled the bolt back on the valve, so he didn't get the audio cue to hear that.
Yeah, and then the optic, man, the optic being on top of him for a second until he moved a little more.
Yep, that's one of the only faults of a holographic sight, and I think it's a huge pickup for a lot of people. They really prefer the holo, but we saw in the last EU HPL that a lot of people actually prefer the MRS now, which is a site that has historically not seen a lot of play, especially in standard Tarkov. But the amount of visibility it gives you, it really kind of makes up for kind of how poopy the reticle can be sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, when you're consistently shooting with that, oh man, a little bit too dangerous, a little bit too wild there, but a great first half from Aspect. Now, Kirk, can they close this out though? Because I'm looking over at the standings on my second monitor, and I know that Unknown right now was licking their chops at that first game, the fact that they're going to draw. But Aspect drawing isn't the end of the story here if they could close this out quickly. But if they don't close this out quickly, Unknown right now was up in rounds.
Yeah.
And the fact that Aspect lost the first game, Unknown are actually going to be able to push themselves way up that leaderboard. And then MX, Aspect still has to fight MX later, so
yeah, it's going to be
so much riding
day
on today. Yeah, it's crazy.
Aspect, if they want to pull out around here, I think they need to play something like super unorthodox, something that AQ is not going to expect at all. Or they're just going to mow them all down.
Yeah, I mean, 2 big opening kills. Good trade out from Yuki on a deceased. This Yuki's doesn't realize one already snuck past. I'm not sure which defensive player it is, but he's already behind them. Europe, yep. And Zachrix in that kitchen position. Nova reads Zachrix, though, like a book. And unfortunately, Yuki slams Europe home, and just like that, another 1v3 situation for Head Eyes. Bomb should be planted for free. And Head Eye is going to need to play this absolutely flawlessly to win this round. With Trevi, Nova, and Yuki's all been popping off today, it's going to be a tough ask here, Kirk.
How can we go from triple OT to almost a complete shutdown in the second game?
Yeah, and
AQ, though, bringing it back.
That's, hey, one round at a time.
It's like the meme of you know, the guy. I don't know if it's a meme, but it's like the Roman or maybe you know, Greek statue of the guy like pushing the massive boulder up the mountain, and he's like just some little guy, and he's has it on his back. He's trying to get up the mountain with it, one
Oh,
small
is that
step at a time. It's like a famous.
a physicist? I know what you're talking about. I can't
Yeah.
remember who pushes rock.
I don't know why I
right
said
now.
meme, like as if that was a meme, you know.
Sisyphus.
2,000 years ago.
Sisyphus. That's Sisyphus, who's punished to basically for all eternity push the boulder up, and then you know it drops down the hill, and that's kind of what we're looking at.
It's sort of a metaphor to life where, you know, you work so hard to get where you go, and then once you finally make it, you realize that, you know, your whole life was revolved around, you know, working. And then once you have nothing left to do, you just kind of push the boulder down just because that's all you ever knew.
Nova in Europe. Or Nova takes out Europe, sorry. Head Eyes takes out No-Tech. Trevi takes out Apollo. Head Eyes with a big kill. Back to back. Bomb is down. They do know where Head Eyes is. He's going to have to make a miracle play here in order to win this round. Both the players... Ooh.
That was through the box.
Yeah, that was...
No way. Great read.
Trevi.
Doing some crazy stuff. Trevi has always been an exceptional player and has proved himself yesterday on this exact same map where he pushed the overtime kill record so far for this tournament. I guess we could probably say HPL NA history because, you know, there was technically an HPL like NA invitational type of thing a long time ago, but that was team fight. That was people still were trying to understand Arena, and it was a whole different game back then. We can claim that this is a brand new tournament, first ever seen.
Whew.
Grenade falls upon no one. Europe and Zachrix ready to help each other out at a moment's notice. However, the smoke is going to prove Zachrix a little bit of trouble in order helping his team. And Nova with a clean nade. There's usually somebody always behind that box, and Nova's very well aware of it.
Man, and there's just so much Apollo just doing some crazy stuff. Apollo.
No way!
He's not aware of Apollo. There is no way that just happened. And Yuki's TK'd. Apollo runs through the smoke, kills two of them. Then they get a TK. How did Aspect win this round? What just happened, Kirk? I am dumbfounded right now that, dude, Apollo... Dude, he's going to have to change his name to Apollo FPS because that's definitely something Trevi would have done. But I digress. Dude, like... I'm giggling and I don't. I'm stammering over here.
A couple of rounds ago, when Trevi killed him midair, it seemed like a little bit of low gravity for Apollo. See if these nades can line up. I know Cracked gave me a little bit of wisdom to let me know that these nades from spawn to box are still very much applicable even after the 0.5 second fuse timer reduction on the D40. Both of these teams are just so aggressive. They always just meet each other within the first 20 seconds, and you can probably make a decent assumption on who's going to win the round based off of that. There's so much action at the start that everything just slows down after, you know, the first 30 seconds.
Oof.
Okay. All right, Nova.
Mid-jump, Nova.
First it was Yuki's, now it's Nova.
Yeah, and it just shows the power of the utility, but I'm not a big fan of this defensive style from Aspect. Kirk, like they're just kind of doing these ego battles. Like they're not taking space. They're not really using the utility. They're not nading back. It's just an aim duel fight right now. Like and I think this is kind of the exact pattern we saw in the last game. They took control, they kicked butt, and now it's just like what happened. It's like they turned off a switch.
It was really because now everyone wins on attack instead of everyone wins on defense.
And every round that Hpl pushed them, by the way. I mean, I'm looking over at that scoreboard, and Unknown is moving up into first very, very convincingly right now.
That's actually a great question coming in from chat. Has anyone actually seen Apollo and Trevi in the same room before? That's a good question. We need to get that confirmed.
Wait. Hold on. No, we did. Unfortunately, I have to disprove the myth. They were both on land. Not in the same picture. Apollo's picture was a spaceman, so it could have been Trevi. Zach, nice opening kill though. No tech managed to take him out. He needs. Oh, his teammate blocked his vision. Yuki's has to win this fight. Oh man, Nova with the nade again. No, deceased. What is going on? And then Nova deceased, and now all that they aim, head eyes, aim.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
Things
Things
I
are
just
not
can
as
only
they
speak
seem.
in grunts right now because I'm just so confused. I'm back to a primitive beast.
Oh
My! And Nova, that was actually disgusting. I go by Nova. Nova, the Nade King right now, raining down supreme. Oh my! You know,
And
Kirk,
Primal
I think we
Instincts
lose
come
another
out.
round and we're going to OT.
You know, it's a crazy matchup when the Primal Instincts come out. We go back to our roots. You know, perhaps you know, Troglodyte ESQ and you know, Kirkabunga is what we're going to be referred to now on.
Oh man, it just. I'm confused. I love it though. I'm confused for them, but thank goodness I'm not in this game because I would be so confused.
Hands sweaty, mom spaghetti. No tech falls to Europe on that D1 position. There's always somebody there. You got to expect that. You can't just walk out.
And he saw him. Like he saw
Yeah.
his leg sticking out, but maybe he just kind of didn't render it into the time.
This is a completely different round. What's going on here? There's only one person dead, and there's still 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the clock. Usually there's only about 5 people left, you know, as a whole. Everything's slowed down. A different type of strategy has come out here. Keela opted in for a little bit of slow play information gathering before they make a final call, and it seems like that call will be the B site. Yuki's, though, all alone with that bomb. Slowly behind him, his teammates converge as a huge triple crossfires coming in now, set up for AP. Fourth one also coming in from Spawn as the entire team is on the rotate.
Yeah, big kill from Zach, but Nova and Trevi, 2 big kills. Zach again coming through when his team needs him the most. Head eyes, don't you darn peek that angle. You stay in your corner. Baby stays in his corner. Don't peek it. Time is ticking. Without a pick here, Trevi and Yuki's have to make a crazy play. Head eyes, if he wins this, that should be lights out. I don't think Trevi can win this if they play this smart here. He doesn't have enough time, but Zacharix coming in clutch with the big kill. 9-5, closing it on their map. We're not going to see another 13 stack overtime. And Zacharix, big kills to close this game out, Kirk. 9-5.
Huge win there. As we saw, both teams are going to be getting 1 single point each to throw themselves on the board. Hpl will go up to a total of 9 points, while Aspect are going to be grabbing 11, tying Unknown right now. But of course, we still have a game for Unknown to play today where, you know, they could just rocket themselves even higher up on that board. But Aspect, yet again, still have another game left to play also in the day where if they grab a second, you know, total win to push themselves up by 3 points, then they'll be up tying Unknown currently if they, you know, get a double win on their games today. So that being said, Master X is currently also won their first game. Hpl won their first game, so they were currently tied at that point. But if we take a look into the chat, we should be able to see the score of that second game for Eclipse and Master X. I don't know if it's still going on, but we'll get confirmation. Okay, so it is 2-0 for Master X. So that is actually going to rocket them a little bit above Hpl right now. So that is a good spot that they need to be in. And I think that Master X was the team that we saw. Yeah, it was. So the very first game of the very first day was Master X versus Hpl. And I hope that we can see that again later on, because that was an explosive game, almost as explosive as these 2 that we just saw.
Yeah, and this game was critical. I mean, I know Unknown out in chat, they have to be very happy with Hpl, because Hpl fighting for their own lives is kind of pushed Unknown. You know, if my mathin' is mathin', I'm pretty sure Unknown is our first team because they tied Aspect in points. but Unknown we're at a 45 round differential where Aspect we're at a 35. So right now, Aspect went down some rounds there. I mean, that was a heavy loss. I think maybe they only gained, actually, they won 9-5 and they lost by 3, by 2. So, only 2 or 3 rounds up versus Unknown sitting almost 10 rounds plus of them. So we got a tournament on our hands, folks. And unfortunately for Aspect, Kirk, they got MX later. This is one of the best teams in NA, right? This is not going to be an easy walk in the park. I mean, Aspect have to dial it in. And they have these two forms, Kirk. They looked unstoppable for most of the game. And then all of a sudden a switch turns on and it's just like people are taking silly fights. Too much, I think a little too much ego swinging where they're taking fights they shouldn't. And then at the same time, in the chaos, Apollo running through the smoke, kills 2, jumping over a box. Like, that being said, though, folks, we will be back. We're going to take about a 5-10 minute break. The man in the back will have the proper time on the screen. Go grab a snacky poo from me, from Kirk, from Hunt, from Battle State Games. Thank you all for being here. Hope you're enjoying yourselves, and we'll catch you in a few.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you got all the snacks and all the refreshments available by your side because what an insane first game. And if anything is going to prove, like those games before, is that the next ones are going to be just as exciting. We hope that is the case. Now, if anyone is wondering, if you want to see more North American HPL action, mark your calendars for September 6th for the second HPL NA2 and December 6th for the Season 3 NA HPL.
Yeah, that's quite future looking. We are ready for the future here, Kirk. But that being said, folks, focusing in on the next match of the day that you're going to be watching is actually going to be Unknown versus Zenith. Coming up in this next head to head, this is a big game for both of these teams here. Unknown has the ability to push themselves really, really far into the first place. And I know they're going to be locked in and dialed in after seeing Aspect take a draw in that last series. For Unknown, Barbaric, Undead, Strix, Cruisin', and iSleek with subs, Watchful, and Nuke. On the other side, Zenith going to be having Dark Vo, Razzie, Church Talk, Booperino, and Interno with Flixie and Ghost, ESQ, or EZQ on the bench there. And the map picks here, Kirk. Why don't you take us through those?
So Fort, of course, the map we just saw, it is one of the maps that, historically wasn't favored super well. I think because it was a lot newer at the time, now that these teams have had a lot more time to, get used to it and understand how it plays, it's definitely had a lot more picks within, the most recent tournament. But Skybridge coming up on that second spot, which is awesome to see because Skybridge, this will be the 8th time Skybridge has been played within the entire NA HPL tournament, but it is only the 2nd time that we are seeing it played on stream, being picked up by Zenith.
Yeah, that's actually a wild stat, and I think Skybridge is just one of those maps that it's hard to get comfy on. I mean, still to this day, definitely personally my least favorite map. Not a fan of it in the sense of the timings and the smokes. It's a peculiar map. Sometimes it's attack sided if they have really good attack nades. Sometimes it's defensive sided if they use really good attack or defensive nades. Sometimes the smoke is defensive sided. Sometimes the smoke is attacker sided. But there's just a lot of chaos on Skybridge. A lot of chaos. But Bay 5 is chaos too, and so does Fort. So what am I talking about? Who knows? Maybe I just don't like the map. But focusing on that first map here, Kirk, Fort, we saw how brutal the smokes and the utility could be. Presumably attack Zenith, since Uncle's picking Unknown is picking the Fort. Zenith more than likely going to be playing that defensive side first. So do you think Zenith's going to have an upper hand here going into defense first against Unknown, or Unknown just going to kind of steamroll through?
If Zenith are the ones that have the most experience on Skybridge, I think they might have a chance. But if we look at the scoreboard, we can really only assume that Unknown are more than comfortable going up against this team, regardless of the map. They are currently in the top spot and are no strangers to 2-0ing teams, and just brushing the dust off of their shoulder like it was nothing. Zenith, of course, had a little bit of bad luck going on, currently only in that 7th spot on the leaderboard. So this is really their time to shine. Of course, we need to get some awesome plays from Zenith so we can, kind of propel them for the future of arena tournaments. So we can make sure that, they're ready to go for the next time and potentially grab at least a number 4 spot. Because I think the way that the standings are right now is that it is impossible for Zenith to actually grab number 4 the way it is. But, of course, we have high hopes, and it is a 10,000 euro prize pool, of course, ladies and gentlemen. We want to make that clear. I don't think I said that in any time that I was here, so I was like, that's pretty important to talk about what the teams are actually fighting for. But yes, 10,000 euros currently on the line, with the top 4 teams grabbing a piece of that cake to take home for themselves. So everyone is fighting right now, and it's actually really exciting to see that 4th spot because there's so many teams that are really close to each other in there.
Right. And the Aquila game was so important for that today, where Aquila Aspect, that really mixed up the standings, because now MX has their fate in their hands. They could push Aspect down, and we could have Aspect go from 1st place all the way down to 3rd or 4th, depending on how things actually settle at the end of the day. And then we still have another day next week, folks. There's still a lot of gaming to go. Now, that being said, we should be getting into our first map of the series, Fort, soon. You know, Kirk, what's going through my mind is based, as you said, on the standings and how Unknown have looked overall in their fights. I think Unknown is going to be very scary, whether they start on defense or attack. I think they're very comfortable on this map.
Mhm.
A lot of their players are very good with the rotational game sense, and there's a lot of latitude on this map. So I'm a little concerned for Zenith. I know a lot of the times in our leagues, whether it's the European League or the North American League, the newer teams that have formed, have to go up against these longer standing titans, let's say. So I think Zenith has a really big ask on their hands to take this one from Unknown. I think Unknown's coming in very heavily favored.
Yeah, and we'll probably get a decent prediction on that by the channel points that are currently being betted on, which we can see in the chat right now. It's 150,000 points towards Unknown, while Zenith is only at 30K. So, of course, there's still Zenith fans in the chat. We still want to see you here, and if they can take down Unknown, that would be a huge achievement to put on their wall. A plaque, perhaps get it printed, say, yeah, we're one of the only ones that just destroyed Unknown. So we would love to see something like that. A huge upset is always something that the fans love to see, because it provides so much excitement. And back to those map picks, if anyone is interested, if we go off of all of the games that are being playing today, it is Day 5 currently with the highest amount of picks, which I don't think is anyone's surprise with a 39% pick rate for Bay 5. Fort currently close behind with a 29% pick rate. So previously that was one of the least picked maps, and now all of a sudden it's in that second spot. So once people get their footing and get their strategies down, it becomes a whole different map, and that's really exciting to see for the future. Once we get more maps in Arena, please, not Terminal, Air Pit, please, Air Pit. I love Air Pit. I want to see
No Air Pit. Don't.
I love Air Pit.
Kirk lost his cooking privileges, chat. You saw it here
No!
live on air. And with that being said, Kirk, we are in our first game of the series. Unknown looks like they're blitzing towards that A site already. And this is what I'm concerned about with Zenith. Can they handle this assault? Oh! Marino bops 2, and Sleek does manage to take him out. Ray, with a nice kill on the Undead, Cruisin does take out one more member. 3-2 and a great... Oh, my. Cruisin. Just does Cruisin things. Disgusting pixel peek, Kirk. It's... Even with 2 drop into a nade, they're still looking pretty mighty good. Looks like 2 MCXs on this team. I don't think we saw any MCXs in that last matchup. So it's interesting. It's really nice to see, the SR3Ms on some teams, MCX on others. I mean, this AP, this 300 blackout AP ammo, Kirk, it hits like a gosh darn truck. And Sleek with a disgusting turnaround might call for the rotation. Not sure if he actually has the ability. Yeah, he does. And with that, this is where Unknown is just so damn good, Kirk. They immediately even the numbers, then they take an extra, and now they're rotating so they don't even have to contest the plant. Internal looking a little like he's trying to go for info. Gonna maybe rotate around. Yep, he's rotated towards that cannon side, looking to stop the plant. Cruising, putting shots down, though. Sleek gonna be there to hold him. I like this from Internal, though. The aggressive peak, that's exactly what he needed to do. Big kill. Internal might be able to win this round. Sleek, though, definitely one of the most scary players in the clutch. As we saw last week, clutched out that 1v3, 1v4 in their last game on Bull. So, yeah, very, very scary stuff.
Both members having very similar weapons, both big bullets with high penetration, high fire rates, and I think Sleek might have the upper advantage here with that health.
Internal, though, doesn't actually move. Sleek could kill him if he pushes him.
So good. That's actually so insane.
Internal takes out Sleek with a massive clutch from Internal to take the first round. Wow.
That is big.
A little bit over aggression there. I think Unknown had the chance to take the bomb plant and Cruisin. Unfortunately, folks, the term 50-50, that's where it comes in. You're taking a coin flip of whether you win or lose. Unfortunately, Cruisin lost that, and that was enough that Internal just basically outmaneuvered Sleek there. And that's a hard thing to do. I mean, Sleek is a little demon when it comes to the outplays. Definitely one of the most clutch players, I think, in North America currently. And his records, he shows it. I mean, going back to his first tournament ever, back when Teamfight HPL was a thing, he clutched, I believe, one of the, a few critical rounds back to back to back, and it hasn't really changed. Sleek and Cruisin, though, picking up 2 kills here, Kirk.
A great start already, and Barbaric just rocketing his team even further on the board with another big nade kill. Started off pretty difficult last round. Now all of a sudden they are in control now. They have entire site control, internal just getting there now, but with bomb already down, it's going to be a big favor to ask for to clutch this one up with 5 members of Unknown still alive at the end of the round. It's just a whole different round. It was pretty heavily favored for Zenith last round, and all of a sudden it's Unknown this time. Couple fun facts for anybody at home if you're interested. Cruisin from the side of Unknown was previously on Master X before he left and joined the Unknown team. 3 of the other members from Unknown are actually from previously Team Aspect.
Yep, Barbaric, Undead, and Sleek. Going to be having Strix, a previous member of Eclipse/Mavericks, and then Cruisin, a former MX player, as Kirk said. So quite the amalgamation. Sleek with a kill does immediately get traded out by Ray. Undead, though, immediately trades out Ray. Shots back and forth, and Unknown looking very clean right now. Zenith's still in this game, though. I mean, we're only 2 rounds in. They won a big clutch. Nades have been good. Booperino tries to boop, but doesn't manage to bap away, and Strix sends Church back to Church. Internal does manage to trade out Cruisin, though. And believe that, folks. That's right. 3 proper uses of trade by Blue in 1 round. Unbelievable performance by the Blue team.
That is, we love to see some self-criticism.
Oh, no, I hated using trade wrong. Barb with another big kill onto Boop. 3v1 here, Kirk. Can Internal clutch it out again?
He did it before, but the Marksman class, too, is something we don't really see very often. No helmet, but a big gun with powerful rounds.
Undead in such a good position, though. He's right on. He's adjacent to that pixel. All he's got to do is lean a little bit. Barb. Man, you never want to see that big Vulcan staring down at you on a pixel. That's just not it. 20 seconds. Eternal looking like he's not really sure what to do. I mean, sometimes, folks, you just got to take a chance. And right now, he's not really isolating his fights. Good rotations, but unfortunately, just not really picking up any fights. Undead takes his position in Spiral, closed out the round pretty convincingly. 2-1 for Unknown.
Yeah, time not on his side there, but Eternal did everything he could. You know, maybe could have get a little bit more aggressive there to force a couple 1v1s, but in a 1v3 situation where, the attackers are on 3 separate places where they're all peeking you from different ones, it's nearly impossible to pull that off. But Eternal did it the round before. He did what he could for his team, and I'm sure they're not upset with him. Slake from downtown. Internal falls.
No clutch
Last 2
for
rounds,
you
the
this
last
time,
one
Eternal.
alive, yeah. And now all of a sudden he's the first one to go. Dark in a tough spot, forced to retreat. Not going down all the way as Barbaric assumes he did.
Yeah, and that BP, man, just shredded through that Vulcan. Just insta-floppered Barb.
Tied up on the player board right now. 1 falls for each.
Man,
A lot of that
Cruisin'.
defensive side seems to be really split up right now. Unknown.
Yeah, and you
finally
see
putting their foot down.
And you see the methodical takes here, Kirk. I mean, like, so many isolated fights by Unknown that they're just winning. Like you said, that the defense is just fragmented. It plays to Unknown's advantage because 1v1, I think Unknown has definitely one of the strongest overall skilled lineups in terms of just individual skill. So this is not a team that you want to be fighting isolated fights with. I mean, Strix, Cruisin', Barb, Sleek, and Undead all have the capability of slamming people back to back to back. So you really need a controlled defense. Zenith, they did pick up a round, but they're going to need to lock it in here. They're going to need to grab that seatbelt, pop it in, lock it in, baby. Still lots of games to go, but I'm getting concerned, Kirk. I mean, the game is kind of going how we predicted, but I want Zenith to show what they're capable of. I want to see the internal workings of the team really show off.
The defensive side of smokes are really what's going to help them defend the bomb sites here. I think every single time that a smoke has gone down, it's been a little bit, bad timing to the point where it will disperse fully by the time Unknown's ready to execute on site. So hold those smokes for a little bit, try to get a couple picks, and then put the smokes down so they have very little time to work with. Zenith one up, though. Not holding super passive angles. Buperino's going to get a little aggressive onto Barbaric. He's going to trade shots back and forth. Bomb does go down based off of those shots, and that's going to hide the bomb sound. It's going to be free plant and back off. Unknown does. Nobody has a direct line of sight on the bomb, though. Undead might have it, but if Church went the other way, he could have got it, but wrong side to pick, buddy. Undead got your head.
Oh man, I love this defense from Unknown. They're completely quote unquote passive and yet in total control with 3 different angles. No member drops up to 3 member phalanx, and I hats off to the defense post plant. I mean, no openings, no one exposed, Undead waiting for exactly like you said, Kirk. If he went to the left side, he would not have seen him, but the traditional pacing and what's predictable for most players, you're walking up to a bomb, you're going to look at it, move diagonal towards it. It's really just great defense, though, from Unknown.
Yeah, I do appreciate Unknown's, zero hesitation on their positioning after the bomb goes down. It's something I mentioned for Shoreline on Team Master X, where he gets that bomb down and then they instantly head to their positions. They have no confusion and there's no hesitation at all, and it really works out for them.
Buperino having kind of a quiet game so far compared to his other games. Finally getting some nice kills. He is the kill leader right now, but Buperino has been one of those players where he could pop the heck off. So really looking to him to put a dent in Unknown's aggression.
It's so strong, this defensive setup. Look at this. They really can't do anything here.
Ooh, great read. Great read from Undead, but unfortunately, Boop bops him off the planet. Bomb drops at D2. And just like that, Sleek might be able to grab it, though.
This is where smokes change the pace of the round.
Oh, and he grabs it. He grabs it.
Boop is very well aware of it, so they know they got to move. Dark, though, coming in from behind from that drop-down area. Grabs one. Barbaric trades him out, though, and it seems like they don't have much time, so they got to execute somewhere now.
Yeah, and Buperino, I think, doing a good job of taking space, but maybe a little too late. When the bomb was down, it made sense.
Oh!
Strix is gone, and Barb from downtown slaughters Buperino. 7 kills for Barb right now. Man,
you call it, though. So
yeah,
Barbaric's going to know where he's at.
And Internal, once again, looking to clutch it out for his team. Unfortunately for him, the bomb is actually planted this time, and he's up against Strix and Barb.
Utility still available. Oh! Air bursted, almost in front of him.
Unfortunately, time is ticking here, and I think this is where Internal's pacing is a little bit behind where it needs to be. It's good to clear angles, but with only 40 seconds, 20 seconds are gone, 30 seconds are gone.
No! No,
Ooh.
I think he crouched on accident.
No one saw that. Definitely didn't prone.
It happens to the best of us sometimes. We fat finger our key, whatever. My crouch key is right beside my prone key. Sometimes I hit it on accident too.
No, it happens, and it's tough because it's really hard to find your footing here, Kirk, against a team like Unknown. A thread you keep mentioning is these long-standing players, and every single member you see on Unknown has been on a top arena team since the game came out and since they started playing arena. So it's such a tough ask to learn to develop your game sense in the middle of a tournament match against players at this level. Scrimming is going to help, don't get me wrong, but these guys are demons. I mean, they really are disgusting right now. Bruisin does get traded out, but Sleek immediately, I mean, this is what I'm saying, Kirk, every time one of their players dies, it gets traded out. Internal, though, with 2 critical internal kills on Unknown. They need this round. They need to push back. Sleek and Strix still alive, though. Great read from Sleek. Oh, my goodness. That's why You know, Kirk, I don't play favorites when I'm casting. I'm very objective, but man, it's hard to just ignore that what's staring me in the face. This team is really, really strong. This is like how I would compare them to how Aspect looks right now, where when Aspect's locked in and Ray takes out Tricks, though.
Sleek is so ready for the rotate. He just knows exactly where he's going to go, and it's perfect. 40 seconds left on the clock, and more than enough time to get to that A site. And you know, Raiji knows this. He's going to instantly follow him, head through long, perhaps through mid, actually, through short. And Sleek, I don't think is actually going to get away with this.
No, he's got the plan if he moves right left, but he's going to have to fight him. Yeah, see, he rotates out. The timing is perfect. Timing is absolutely perfect by Sleek. And see, Sleek is not egoing the fight. I mean, he's waiting for them to make a mistake. But unfortunately, Ray, with the ego swing, slams Sleek. And just like that, a second most critical round comes through for Zenith here.
If Sleek didn't have his entire body exposed, that might have played differently. I think if he just stayed on that corner and just leaned a little bit, or just didn't even peek it at all, right? Just use that audio. It could have been an easy win, I think.
Yeah, I think Sleek was in an off angle, so he probably felt safe. He was like in this weird position. Ray just hit a disgusting shot. Really, really good job. And this mutant class, you know, last time I used it, I was not a fan. So did they, Kirk, during this last update, did they change something other than the ammo?
I don't know. I really don't.
Ooh, nice kill on the Strix right there. Big opening frag. 4 players on this B side, though, when everyone on Unknown is pushing A here, Kirk.
Yeah, it's going to alleviate a lot of pressure off that mid area. Now, seeing if they're going to have more members to send towards A to defend it. Church trying to be one of those, but falls to the hands of Sleek, and Dark follows just close behind. Barbaric goes down to the hands of Booperino, and Cruz and grabs Boop for a trade. And now all of a sudden, they back up. It's going to be a full rush towards that B site.
Yeah, and one of the players is, for this Unknown team, already has control of B, so it's just the lateral movement and rotations by this team is just so pristine. I mean, even one of the rounds that they lost, they were on site, and unfortunately, it's like, but the bomb timing gets caught by Internal.
You know, Internal may not be able to clutch every single situation, but he gets important kills where they matter.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of keeping Zenith afloat. I mean, he's definitely 2 of their wins are on the back of Internal. So, I mean, he really a great job.
He's so scared to fight the bomb, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, because I think he's trying to... Great crossfire coming out from Zenith, though, and Sleek is in a horrible position, butchered up, 20 seconds left. All they need to do is take the pacing here. Zenith doing a great crossfire job on defense. Going to be able, I think, to close this round out. I don't see how Sleek wins this if they don't ego him. He just, man, and Ray with the big kills when it matters again here, Kirk.
Dude, if Ray wasn't in mid, that was really good teamwork. You saw that as soon as that bomb started to be planted, Sleek just open fired on that angle, so he couldn't contest the bomb. Of course, Ray was in the middle and was able to contest it himself. They weren't aware of his position, but if he wasn't there, that would have been an awesome way to get that bomb down safely.
Yeah, and I think if Cruisin would have stuck it, Sleek put enough pressure. I'm not sure if it was a miscommunication or it was part of the plan. I really don't want to assume, but if Sleek's pre-fire there would have forced the player that's in that position in the B connector right there to reveal himself and at least move. So I think sticking the plant might have actually forced that info out, even though, again, like you said, they didn't know, but I'm not too sure what happened there, Kirk. Again, I don't want to assume too much, but
yeah,
nice job from Zenith either way. 3-5. They have good pacing now, going in on the back of a win. Pause, champ. I love attack rounds like this. There's just no info, but unfortunately for them, a player like Barb seizes that opportunity. He's already all the way down marked room, uncontested, cruising with the opening kill onto Ray. I really love the pixel peaks coming out of Unknown right now. They're pretty much all peaking like that, which is very interesting. Oh,
no way!
Undead runs out of ammo, takes out one, but he plays ring around the rosy. He isn't punished quite yet. There's someone next to him. Internal, shoot him! And he kills another!
Internal.
Undead
no.
just got away with. Undead just used 5 of his 9 cat lives, I'm pretty sure, because there's no way he's alive right now. And if he kills, he's going to kill him, isn't he? He's going to kill him. I knew. Oh.
Zenith may not have been too comfortable in that spot, because how many times do you ever see the attacking side get contested in Donut? Like, how many times are they forced to not push through it? That is such a, attacker side of the map that you would never assume that you would have any trouble getting past there. I think they might just not have had any idea what to do in that situation.
Yeah, it's just so tough. And that's the problem, is Unknown is doing such a good job of reading what Zenith's doing. I mean, that was their first attack round, literally, and immediately Unknown took over both Donut and they took over Marked Room. So Cruisin does take out one. Ray, the big trader of the day with Internal for this Zenith lineup. Church doesn't check his Connor, though. Might get shot down from Marked. Booperino takes out Strix after Strix floppers Ray. 3v3 situation. And Zenith in a great position to take this round here, Kirk. Bomb gets planted. Don't get too aggressive. Doesn't lay down the shots, but doesn't repeat. Good job, Church. Takes the space, puts pressure on Undead. Undead taking a few shots here, Kirk, but not too much damage.
Yeah, at that point, when you grab 2 kills, you gotta take sight like ASAP, right? And there's Barbara coming up from the back, hopefully trying to alleviate some pressure, and he actually falls, and then Booperino grabs another one, and so much pressure off of the end of Zenith, where they can just focus all their attention on Undead.
And Zenith picks up a 4th round. I mean, Zenith is actually really doing such a fantastic job, because the thing that I notice most with Undead is their quick reactions and response in terms of game sense. But Zenith are just holding it down. I mean, Internal and Ray doing a great job leading the team. Booperino, though, now the kill leader. And I love seeing this, man. I hope Zenith can keep capitalizing on these mistakes by Unknown, because the thing that Unknown is doing is being a little disrespectful in how much space they're taking. Look at Sleek. I mean, they're just running up mid. They're not even clearing, which is fine at times, but Cruising with the bomb from downtown. Unknown clearly feeling themselves here, Kirk. I mean, look at this aggression on defense. It's crazy.
Ray is currently being shot at by 2 separate angles and still somehow comes out with a kill to push even more pressure off of him, allowing him to get out of that corner. Internal has those smokes lined up, ready to go. One member currently on the A site with another one close by, out in kitchen there. Ready to start slaying. Ray a little bit too trigger happy, and unfortunately Church falls to the hands of his own teammate. Ray might have been a little bit scared because his health is so low currently. Smokes are up, and the bomb needs to go down before they disperse. Double peek coming in with Sleek grabbing 2. The last member remaining, Booperino, is personally my favorite name of anyone on any team. He falls to Undead. Unknown grab another round, 7-4, as they find the bomb and deactivate it. Unfortunately for Booperino, he wasn't able to clutch that up. Honestly, that is my Kirk's choice for a best name, Booperino. I like that.
Yeah, Booperino goes hard, and a little bit, again, the aggression a little bit too much. Maybe if he played a little bit more defensively, it's a possibility. Booperino has the talent, he has the shots, he has the mindset. But Kirk, this is a game of inches, and here, Unknown, you give them an inch and they take a mile out of it.
Yeah.
And Zenith, though, they did a great job. They got the bomb down, they got some good opening frags, but unfortunately just couldn't close it out. And I'm really so impressed with Zenith, though. I mean, for how the game started out, they look like a different team in the second half. Really, really much cleaner looking on this attack side.
Still opting in to hang out in that corner where it's like really difficult to keep yourself out of once you're stuck there. I mean, you need cover at some point, right? And there really isn't that much cover coming out of jungle there. 3 members though, ready to back him up at a moment's notice, and Frag unfortunately doesn't connect with anybody. But all of a sudden, at this point we would see at least a couple members fall so far, but this time everyone's still alive and there's a minute left on the clock.
And look at the mirroring of these two teams in their defensive position. 3 or 4 members all around holding different angles. Church with the opening kill on the streak. Big kill, big kill. Nice lay down from Booperino. Reading the Barb was going to swing that. Cruising on that back of sight. Does manage to take out one. Cruising might get swung from this right, but slams one. Does immediately get traded by Dark. Dark doesn't die to the shot from downtown. And he gets swung by Booperino, but Booperino gets struck out by Shrix. Bopped back to the lobby just like that. And Dark, oh man, that's, oh no, and he kills him through the box.
This is it. This is it, Dark. Get that bomb down.
Too much time there, Kirk. You're right. Too much time there. Undead able to push up the short. Too much time. Dark does not have the ability to win. He has to get that bomb down, and he's,
he wants to smoke
hey
up.
there.
Dark should have the audio, right? He should know.
No,
exactly
he doesn't go for the plant, though. He's taking too much time. Undead's going to kill him for free here now. He didn't actually match.
He can get away. He can get away. Oh, Undead with the pixel perfect timing. Dark falls at the very small amount of head that he left for Undead to take off, and he actually got it. Even if it was through the box, it was still crazy. That is just, it's tough sometimes, right? Because they don't have X-ray vision, right? They don't know exactly what's going on at all times like we do. And, you know, sometimes you can put blame on somebody when really, you know, they don't know any better.
Yeah, but pros don't fake there, Kirk. He got the smoke down. That was such a good smoke. If he commits to the plant there, he could have gotten away because Unknown, you saw him. I mean, Kirk, you know how Tarkov is. It's audio, audio. Plant the bomb, bait the audio. And once he knew he was pushing at him, he could have just taken the fight to try and, I mean, he saw Undead running at him. So Undead clearly could see him back, right?
Yeah.
But it's such a good try. I mean, again, a game of inches here, folks. Cruises through Ray. Cruises through internal. 2 members down on the match point round.
Yeah, huge pickup. And giving Unknown so much breathing room in this round. 1 is all it takes. Dark, though, not out of the fight yet. Putting down Cruisin'. And the one that just has the only kill in this round. It's all up to him to grab 4 more to keep Zenith in this game.
And things are looking dark for Dark. Lays down some fire, though. Barb pushes up, doesn't he?
That positioning and teamwork is unbelievable. You saw he turned away for like a second, and then all of a sudden 2 of them are ready to swing that door.
Yeah, it's just a tough game. Unknown coming out 9-4 in the first game of the series. Zenith, so many close rounds, a lot of clutch rounds coming out from the team, but unfortunately Unknown managed to close that game out. And I know Unknown are very, very happy right now, Kirk, because the standings, that's another +5 for them. They know they're tied with Aspect. They just got to continue down this path. Unfortunately, you know, Zenith coming into this game, Unknown, again, #1 in the leaderboard right now, one of our most dominant teams. It's just a tough game, and it's a mirror of what we saw in HPL EU, Kirk, I think, where even though these are all extremely talented players who are capable, I mean, we're talking about, you know, the 99 percentile versus like 99.99. So it's like, that's why when I reference a game of inches, I mean, such a good job, but unfortunately Unknown, just such a strong team right now.
Yeah, so far up on that leaderboard. Aspect, the only ones to be able to challenge them, as later on in the day, we are going to be seeing Aspect play yet again. Currently, there is the second game going on in the background of, you want to check the Twitch chat. We'll make sure that there is always a close, up-to-date score of what's going on. Hpl, the team that we just saw beforehand, are up against New Dawn currently right now, and Hpl are up 1-0 onto New Dawn.
Yeah, and that's big for Hpl too. I mean, as we keep referencing, folks, the top 4 standings are kind of up in the air right now with Aspect and Hpl having that draw earlier. There's a lot of movement on the bottom 4 and on the top 4 today here, Kirk. So I think it's a very awesome day. Games have been really good so far. And again, even this game, Zenith lost 9-4, 9-5. I can't remember the exact score. I believe 9-4, but they had so many rounds where they were so close to pushing it into the other direction. So I think it was a really overall great game. I mean, Zenith was just, it's a game of inches, and unfortunately Unknown just close out those close rounds just a little bit better right now.
Yeah, and with the second game coming up on Skybridge, we're going to be seeing how these players are going to adapt to that map, being it a lot more different than Fort. You know, I think a lot of the strategies that we saw from that last game on Fort was, different from the first game, where in the first game it was just kind of, just attrition and just straightforward, win your fights and then continue pushing forward. That
Right.
last game on Fort, we saw one area of the map being pushed and then fought over, while the rest of them would take their space, but they wouldn't get over aggressive and
Right.
start losing everybody instantly. So Skybridge is a map that it's really difficult to do that on, because if there's so many different long range, contested positions, to where you can't force something super close right away, right? Unless someone maybe wants to take VIP on the defensive side and fight close in there. But you got to get past those really long range angles before you can, have a close range fight.
Yeah, and that's where I think utility is going to be critical for Zenith. Presuming that because Zenith picked this map, Unknown is probably going to start with defense, because they're basically going to put the ball in Zenith's hands and say, look, you want to take us to your map? Fine. You have to beat us with utility, and you're going to have to beat us with positioning. And like you said, there's so many long angles. And with
Yeah.
how I think you point such a great point, Kirk, that you said that the first Fort game versus this one. I mean, the angles that were taken and the post plant positioning and just the overall crossfires and the patience. The pacing is what scares me right now. Like,
Mhm.
they are just taking space, but they're doing it methodically. There's this surgical clearing. So for Skybridge defense, Unknown is going to be, I mean, think about the angles they were holding on Fort. I'm sure they know Skybridge well. So it's going to be down to the critical utility coming out of Zenith. Because if they just take fights with how cheeky the angles were by all of the members of Unknown, I think it's going to be a big, tough ass to just take 50-50s and win this map. They have to shut down A site with those dual smokes on the headshot side, blocking one side, and E-Box on the other, or some kind of cheeky play with VIP, or the space has to be taken, though, Kirk, with this utility. It has to be taken with utility.
Yeah, Skybridge is going to be a tough one to really grab sort of a good plan from Unknown, which I think that it's not one of their more favorite maps. So being pushed a little bit outside of their comfort zone coming up, probably a lot of A site attacks is what we can only assume, because B is usually not that preferred for whatever reason it may be. A site is difficult to take sometimes, especially those crazy angles that you can get on like the 90 box, where you can climb up on top of it and get like a crazy little lean going on, or in the rat spot where you can kind of climb up on that little wood like pallet thing. Like people like to hang out up there, and there's a lot of different corners to check, and it's somewhat similar to Fort in the amount of corners and different places people can hide, but in terms of engagements, it's a lot more long range, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's a very long range map, and that's where Unknown may also, as you pointed out, be not very common. But there are some teams that do favor B, because it's just so, it's not a default side. So you do catch a lot of people off guard with those long angles, the weird kind of peaks from heaven down. But that ramp position, if it's used well, as well with U-turn in that red train, they're so difficult to take, Kirk. So I'm really hoping to see Unknown is really, I'm really hoping to see Zenith has really cooked up some awesome strategies, because I think that's where they can beat Unknown today.
Yeah, B site is actually one of those ones that is commonly only one defender is sent there to gather information, or then
Right.
flanked based off of the information gathered from the people at A. So it's possible for the attacker side to just use brute force to just shove their way onto B and get that plant down if they only send one member there for info, which is usually on that blue side train on the edge of the map by Xbox. They'll kind of claim that spot and use audio to call out. But, if the attackers realize that's what they're doing, just send all 5B. Just rush it, clear those corners, but get rid of that one guy, get the bomb down,
Right.
and, the rotate from A to B is really quick, right? Through jungle into con, it's so fast compared to Fort, where you got to run across the entire map almost and waste so much time. But it's so much more enclosed in Skybridge, which is really surprising considering of how many long range angles there are.
Yeah, and if you see a default of only one player on B, I'm sure they'll capitalize. But I'm predicting that Unknown is probably going to have like two players. One that's
Yeah.
kind of more than likely Strick's going to be on that B side, just that solo demon willing to hold down the site, and probably a friend or two at the beginning of the round. More than likely, like one friend that peeks down from that mid con towards B main and just holds, gets info, like you said, because a solo show on that map could become, or a solo show on B could become very brutal very quickly. But I don't think that Unknown's going to do that, but maybe, it's really interesting to see because, like you said, we haven't seen Skybridge. I can't remember the last time I actually watched a Skybridge game. It's fallen so into disfavor
Yeah.
with these close quarter maps that it should be interesting, pretty interesting how it's going to play out. And I really want to see Zenith show all they have here, Kirk, because I'm not taking sides here. Unknown, clearly the favorite team. I mean, number one right now in the standings versus Zenith all the way at 7th. But that being said, I mean, Zenith was so close in so many rounds that I really think a good strategical utilization of both their minds and the utility could really push Unknown, If it's just a 50-50 battle, though, Kirk, I'm scared. I really am.
Yeah. With Hpl and New Dawn playing on in the background, the games 5 and 6 at 2 p.m. EST coming up today will be Master X versus Aspect being played on stream, and then Eclipse Esports and Vanguard Gaming coming in for that last game that is being played off stream. Vanguard, not a team that we got to see today at all. However, they did have a lot of on-stream time within the first couple days. So the way that we set this tournament up is that we want to make sure every single team has equal amount of play time and on stream, and equal amount of representation. So it's set up in a certain way to where a lot of the teams may get, some of the teams may get a lot more time shown on stream at the start of the tournament, and then later on in the tournament you might be wondering, hey, I haven't seen these guys in a while, what's going on here? It's like, well, they had their time, and now it's time for another team to show what they can do on stream live at the Hunt Premier Twitch channel.
Yeah, and production, if we could just take a look at the standings from yesterday while we're waiting to get into this next game, it's very interesting to see here, folks, that there's so much movement. Today, Hpl pushing Aspect into a draw. Again, folks, just to be very clear, these are the standings from yesterday. These are not up to date, so please keep in mind this is as of yesterday. But today, Aspect going up against Hpl, going to be drawing, and an Aspect only pulled a few rounds up, where right now you see Unknown already played their 5th game, now in their 6th game with a 45 round differential, but they just got +5, I believe, in the last game, guaranteeing themselves at a minimum a draw. And there's so much here, Kirk, that MX to play in our last game of the last series on Hunt today on stream against Aspect. I mean, we have so much movement available here, Kirk. The whole standings, and as you said, the 4 in the money pot can all move up or down right now.
Yeah, top 4 teams grabbing a piece of the pie of the prize pool, 10,000 euros available for these teams to grab. And with 8-8-6, it's possible for all of these teams to fight over that 4th and 3rd slot. But some of these teams have played less games than other ones have. Vanguard actually being the one that has played more games. Well, actually, it currently is Hpl and Master X and Aspect are actually at 5 games right now, while Vanguard will be playing their 6th on the last one today. So if they can grab a 2-0 win and push themselves up to 9 points here, 9 points, it will put a little bit of pressure onto Hpl, making them want to force wins out, because if Hpl starts losing games after that, then Vanguard is going to be in a really strong spot to claim their 4th or 3rd place position.
Yeah, it's a really good point. If Vanguard closes out their games, picks up some dubs, it also comes down to points, like you said. So at the same time, MX, if Aspect 2-0s MX, they might push them down. If Vanguard wins a few games, they could push up quick. They have played 5 games, though, so keep that in mind, folks. Just so you know, we're about to be into game any second here, folks. Thank you all for being here on behalf of Hunt Premier, me, Kirk, our production team, Mr. Philbo himself, and Battle State Games. Thank you all for being here. We hope you're enjoying going into our 4th game of the day, and Barb slams home the first internal kill. Cruising nades one. Bada bing, bada boom. 3 players dead. Barb finally dropped. 4th member dropping for Zenith. Whew. Kirk, they're cooking.
First round are an explosive in the booth is Buperino, the last one remaining with 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock. What am I saying? 100 seconds? Imagine that. Yeah, Buperino doing everything he can to whittle down the members of Unknown here, but it is a big one to ask for. If anyone could do it, though, it seems like Buparino has found his footing, is on fire right now. Headset to be found in Undead. He's looking in the wrong direction.
Does his best, but unfortunately, Unknown close out the round. A little bit closer than they would have liked, considering it was 4-1, but first round, going over to Unknown. And no utility really used here, Kirk, minus Cruisen's nade. I mean, they just ran up and took fights. And that's the scary thing for sometimes on this defense. For the defense, they can push very, very aggressively on the A site.
SR25 coming in from internal. This is really crazy. You know, the only time we ever see marksmans is, of course, when they are using that VSS that internal was using last game. But the SR25 pick is really exciting to see. Not something that's super common. M61 rounds, though, are so good. You can just pop heads with them left, right, and center.
And nice nade coming out from Dark. Cruisin does balance it out. Cruisin taking a little bit more. Takes out 2. Buparino using that utility like we talked about. Bomb already unfortunately down, though. Buparino doesn't manage to secure. I think that's Undead. Taking a little bit of damage. Not too much, though. Is going to be able to secure the bomb, but 3 members here strong, alive. Looks like actually all 4 members going to be on A site for Unknown right now.
This is kind of what we were talking about earlier. B site being very open and easy to push as a brute force team. Thinking he can get away with that one. Sleek is ready for it. They're lined up.
Oh, no. He's so ready for that, Kirk. It's crazy.
And that's why you don't send the bomb in first, because look how difficult this is for Zenith to reclaim it.
Yeah, I mean, and the smoke wasn't properly plumed. I mean, if with Sleek hitting that shot, I believe he could just barely see the player there. Sleek from
another
downtown takes out Dark. Internal, the clutch man himself, gonna have to really
He's got the scope.
Summon his power. But this is where the SR25s, I mean, when you're fighting against something like the MCX, internals could basically got to hit a flawless shot. And you see how Sleek is doing his little crouch, lean, peek, unpeek, moving so cleanly. And it's so hard for an SR25 to win that fight.
Yep. M62 is now loaded into the gun. A couple shots bring off, and then 61 will take its place as the full auto spear will seem to be the winner of a semi-auto weapon up against it. That is, you know, one of the only reasons that people don't play marksman, and it's really sad that they just would rather have a full auto gun, and I don't blame them because it's just better in 90% of situations.
It's so hard to win that. You see how hyper aggressive all these players are playing right now. It's so hard to hit that perfect sniper shot every time because we're not talking long distances. There are very close fights going on right now. I mean, sure, the scope does give some advantage, but that back-to-back, you know, barrage of rounds versus the single fire, even if you're clicking well, Dark with a nice nade.
What?
Ray through the curtain. That was actually a crazy, crazy kill.
No.
Zenith gonna have to show most files. Buparino takes out Undead. Bombs getting planted. Sleek in the chaos takes out one. Strix takes out another. Oh,
there it is.
Sleek
From
can
the
do
back
it.
line,
Sleek takes out 3 back-to-back.
Can you grab the last one? There it is.
Oh, man. Slams Ray into the dirt, and you know that Unknown are feeling themselves. Sleeky with the cheeky, beaky kills. Strix takes out 1, Sleek with 4, and holy cow, Kirk, what a round. What a round.
You know when the players stop moving after the round's over and they're not shooting each other, they're hyped up in the Discord call. You know, they're like hyping each other up, like, hey, let's go!
Sleek.
Yeah, like they're going. I guarantee it. The hearts are pounded and they're super excited to be here. 3-0 up for Unknown on Zenith's map pick Skybridge as we head into this 4th round.
Oh, man, and such a tough blow there. Zenith really were in control. They needed that round, Kirk. That's a big blow to the momentum. 3 opening kills and you still lose. You know, you're talking about one locker room versus another. That locker room sounded quite grim right now, I think. Cruisin nades 1. Boop. Trades out Cruisin. Smokes actually from the defensive side going out. Looks like flashes as well from Undead. Still holding on to that HE nade. Looks like maybe saving it for the post plant. I love this defensive use
Really
of
good
smokes,
smoke.
though. Yeah. And
They're
look, now
both
the
set up.
attacker smoke's coming out.
Undead takes space though, but he actually Buperino hears him through the
Ooh.
smoke, but Strix tries to defend his teammate, but ends up taking him down anyway. One member up
Man.
currently for Unknown on that defensive side, and Buperino, yet again, the last one to live. He's got a couple kills under his belt already. A lot of the team has not, but 5 kills, it seems like where it's going to stop at, as Barbaric ends that round as another win for Unknown on Zenith's map pick.
You know, that's Kirk. That's where I was very concerned is we saw post plant and on defense, Unknown have these triple peaks from different angles. And that's all Skybridge is. It's multi peaks everywhere. 2, 3, 4 players peeking different angles, cross firing. And we saw in the chaos right there. I mean, how many players had each other's backs on Unknown? I mean, 3 or 4 players just shooting back and forth. And I think only one died of the lot. So it just... Zenith's really going to have to come up with something special here. 2 players internal, putting that scope to use, and Ray takes out one. There is a player inside of that U-turn. Can he stop the plan, or is Bomb going to get taken for free? Dark with a big kill on the Sleek. That cruising.
Oh, what? And the whole round comes to a stop.
And just like that, Bomb's picked up, but Dark is...
Undead takes that space off of the audio.
And he wins. He wins it. No one protects him. And they hear the flanker, Ray, making so much noise. Wait, actually, they don't. Cruising might actually get killed for free. Here he does. Ray with the great flank. Undead knows that he's got to win this next. What a disgusting kill from Undead. All right, Undead and Sleek both going to have to show their moth files after this. What is going on for Unknown?
Ray giving up his position. Undead is very well aware of it. The longer Undead waits for this, the less health he's going to have unless he wants to start healing up at any point. But with not much time, he's forced to chase.
Yeah, and Ray's doing a great job of reading Undead. I mean, Undead doing such a good job, but unfortunately, I don't like this from Ray, though.
Oh, no way. No way he gets away with it.
Oh, no, he doesn't check it. He doesn't check it.
You don't expect that. Ray is just, he's got something going on in that mind up there. You got to do something to, you know, make yourself a little bit different than everybody else. You got to put yourself in the most off angle possible, and Undead fell for the dirty trick.
Oh, man. All I could hear is Hot Sauce is saying, rats on top, baby. Rats on top. 'Cause, man, Unknown, you know that's such a blow after such a clean, disgusting kill. Stops the plant, flicks that guy off the planet, and then gets backshot to death. Oof.
I guarantee that you can picture Unknown or Undead's face in that situation after he died. You know exactly what he would like, what kind of face he would have made.
Oh, bro, they were probably hyping him up in the locker room, and then they're all like, oh.
It's like, who does that? That's what I would have said. Buperino, though, very small amount of health left.
Ooh.
Dark from downtown, taking out Barbaric. That spot, that's a huge amount of pressure to put on the attacking side from B all the way down at the back.
Strix, though, with 2 clean kills, taking the advantage for Unknown.
And what's going on here? Why is there so many defenders on B site? They switched it up. Now, Undead was actually the one to solo hold A, and it works out really well. Bomb's still stuck in that near spawn escalator, and Church ain't moving until he gets a teammate. Look at Undead. Look at Undead. He knows. Better check that. You better check that, Church. He gets away with his life somehow. Buperino swapping him out.
They're both so hurt here, Kirk.
Yeah, but everyone's ready. They're already rotated. They're already in position. There was just too much time taken for the attacking side to be able to push any further. The defense was so ready to get set up. It was way too late for an attacking push.
Oh, man. There's just scary stuff coming out of this Unknown team. Now, traditionally, this map is defensive-sided based on all the crazy angles you got to clear and how the defense can really aggress on A and take space. But, man, yeah,
I'm looking for the silver lining for Zenith. I wish I knew what the secret sauce was. You know, maybe we need some hot sauce mixed with cracked wisdom in here to get some final foundations for what they can do to pick up the next 2 rounds.
Oh, what?
No!
How does that happen?
Oh no!
How? I bet you it was one of those little rebar pieces that stick out of that hole. It might have just nicked it on the way up.
Man, F's in chat for that one. Holy cow.
Look at Barbaric already on the flank and past one of the flank watchers coming up through KFC currently. And if he goes quick enough, he'd be able to grab at least 2.
Great shot from Ray.
Ray's looking good, but Barbaric's still on the flank, and he puts down Dark for it. I think Ray is going to be a little bit tough situation, but if the bullets connect, then it will prove the opposite. Barbaric's still alive, though, on the flank. Who's going to win?
Oh!
That's Ray with the 3rd kill in this round, putting down Barbaric, who came all the way from B site to murk the rest of his team, but he still was nothing at the hands of Ray.
Yeah, Ray locked it in there, uses that Ray beam to just take out his enemies, and looking very clean, locked in, docked in a big, big round for Zenith. They could pick up a 3rd. We got a game on our hands.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, Observer, let's go to somebody. Okay, children, close your eyes. Avert your eyes.
Now the 4 or 5 man going towards A very quickly. I think the most success they had in terms of an initial take was definitely... Oh, man, Ray feeling himself with this SR here. Now the bomb should get planted for free. Never mind. I was going to say I don't see Undead with the nade because he already threw it and stopped the plant. Eternal does manage to kill Undead. Bomb's going to get planted. Zenith up, man, but oh no, Eternal just disrespecting the defense, not checking his counters on the left side, and just gets shot by Sleek to death for no reason. Oh man, Barb backs up, goes around through the old VIP and takes out Dark. Barb with a disgust. Oh, okay, that was Strix that killed it, but still Strix with a nasty double kill. I thought Barb hit that flick, and I was about to scream for him. 6-2 going into the half here, Kirk, and things are not looking good for the red team.
I love the nade from Undead, who, you know, you put yourself in a spot where you're so far back that an underhand will force the grenade to explode on top of the bomb carrier to the point where they have no time to react to it, right? If you back up, it's a position to where you get almost full reward with 0 risk at all. Someone's planting the bomb, you know he's there, you underhand and arc it over, but they can't even react because it explodes before it even hits the ground.
Oof.
9th round.
Yeah.
Gates open and they start flying.
Through. Exactly. Looks like the defensive nade already out. No one drops to it. Cruising. Barb with the opening kill with that. Ooh, BP.
He was really far pushed up. He got punished for it, rightfully so. Sandwich is where he was holding. Smoke's in a really good spot for the attacking side and Cruising. Has to get the bomb down, but with no one to defend him, he's going to hold off on that for a little bit. Nades were being thrown, and once he heard that explode, he knows he's good to go to plant that bomb.
Shots going out, back and forth. Dark, nice kill on the Cruising. Barb putting in work with that AK-12. Takes out another, and Sleek on his side from KFC towards site. Takes out the last member, closes it out. 7 rounds for Unk. Just like that.
Why do you call them Unk?
I don't mean to. I really don't.
No, I thought it was like, it's a joke because like...
Oh, no, I mean, I bust their balls, of course, but like,
older
because I
No, no. It just when their team name first came out, it was I saw Unk and I was like, "What's up, uncles?"
Oh yeah, that's yeah. That's what I'm
So I
saying. Like,
don't
people
mean
say,
to
oh,
do it. I genuinely don't. I'm friendly with all these players, so
yeah, yeah.
it's
Dude,
a
everyone's friends here.
Freudian slip, a little Freudian slip, honestly.
Yeah, I thought it was just a joke. You know, a lot of these players have been around for so long that maybe they're aging quite rapidly. That's kind of what happens when you know, play this game for a living. Sometimes, you know, the gray hairs start to come out a little bit
Barb
early.
is gonna kill me. That's all I could say. I'm gonna put myself in timeout.
Oh my. You don't really notice like that stuff though, because you know they play with such quick reaction time that it seems like they're still teenagers.
Yeah, it's what I think in FPS games, a lot of the professional players tend to go into their 30s or later. I mean, you
Yeah.
don't really. You can maintain a lot of your agility as long as you practice it. And these guys, definitely not unks at this point. You know, they got a way to go. Dark, though, with a nice kill on the Strix. They are up a member. Bombs planted. 40 seconds on the round. They can close this out. Cruising in that common B2 spot. 1 and B1 towards that hell. Cruising getting shot from up top, though. Dark didn't even see him. Dark looked at him and walked away, but it works out. Everything's okay. And a big third round for Zenith.
Yeah, huge. Maybe that's all they need to get that snowball rolling. Hopefully, we can see a little bit more of Zenith before we close off this match here today. In the background, make sure you keep up to date with the Aquila versus New Dawn game going on right now, which is actually over. Aquila has 2-0'd New Dawn, which is going to really solidify themselves on that scoreboard and put them in a way better spot than they were previously.
And they won 9-0. That's a crazy game from Aquila.
One kill comes out. Strix grabs second one to make it even. And as soon as he gets one, he pushes forward and grabs another one as fast as he can. Make sure to use all that timing and space that he can grab off the first kill. Ray in a really weird spot that somehow he gets away with that cruising kill. Sleek, though, right behind him to trade him back out. Once you're laid down, you can't do much about it. But Undead from the back end to just put so much pressure on that Zenith side, and Church, with about 30% of HP left, will fall to the remaining members of Unknown. They don't even need to get that bomb down. It's all about them kills that round. 1 round away from securing Skybridge is Unknown on Zenith's map pick.
Yeah, Zenith gonna need to unlock a miracle. Summon all the cracked sauce you can, because Unknown just looking so clean. I mean, the positioning, the pivots, the crossfires, the pressure on pivotal points when their team's either pushing or aggressing or rotating. Really, really phenomenal job coming out of Unknown today.
Bomb in the hands of Cruisin', the one who really sneaky with those nades sometimes. It can usually get a quick little pick early at the start. Barbaric holding this really tight angle. He's well aware that it's not pennable surface. There's that grenade, that sneaky one. Ray falling at the hands. Eternal grabs one, Sleek grabs another. 2 members up currently for Zenith. They have to go up against 4, and they are forced to be stuck back behind sight. The smokes are in a really good spot. Internal is the one with the SR-25, though, that long-range scope. Let's see if he can do it. Wait, he just shot him through the wall.
That's actually disgusting by Dark.
I didn't even know you could do that.
It's awesome seeing how that we've gotten so many experienced players that we get all these wall bangs, just like as I'm saying it, and you said it. These wall bangs are crazy, dude.
Sleek better watch out. Ammo conservation is huge here, especially with the MCX. Can disperse so many shots in a quick amount of time. Internal, though, is going to have nowhere to hide as Sleek closes that gap, and he actually gets away somehow. But Barbarics there, ready to clean it up. 3 versus 1, and the winning side of Unknown, 9-3 on Skybridge for our second game of this best of 2. Unknown takes a 2-0 lead, grabs 3 points on the board.
Grabs 3 points, wins +8, +9 rounds, and pushes himself even further into that first place positioning. As of earlier today, folks, Aspect, if they had won their first game, could have easily taken the first place positioning regardless of the round differential. But Hpl going absolutely crazy today, just pushing them so far that unfortunately Aspect took the tie, and now Unknown taking this win very, very convincingly, Kirk. I mean, they're plus 54 around rounds and in the first place in terms of wins to draw points. So Unknown taking it home. They want to win this tournament, Kirk, and really such an awesome job to remain resilient when Aspect kind of controlled their fate for a while. Now Unknown's in control.
Yeah, Unknown, one of the newest teams to come out into the fray for us all to watch. But I know that you are a little bit familiar with sort of, on a personal level with some of the players on Unknown. So I know that a lot of the roster comes from other teams that players have decided to leave and then join this roster. So is this sort of a team of, friends that kind of came together onto a new team, or is this a team that, whoever the leader of Unknown was at the time, went out and grabbed whatever best players they thought would fit for the team?
I think this is kind of like the Avengers. They kind of cherry picked the people that they thought would work well together. And, Barb, Sleek, and Undead have been together since Aspect, and before that 5-4, which led into Aspect, but I digress, and Cruisin was one of the most dominant players from Master X, and Strix was the most dominant player from Eclipse/Maverick. So it's really awesome to see, Kirk, because they took these players, and Sleek, Barb, Cruisin, and Strix had a very similar play style. So to me, I'm super impressed with this team because they have taken these players who were fundamentally the same in terms of the way they play and shifted them into roles where they all play around the team. I mean, we see in the crossfires where you pointed out specifically Fort on the first time we saw Hpl versus Aspect, and this time Unknown was more methodical, more timing based, more space taken, and less free trades given away. And I think that's where it's really awesome to see how this team has clearly put in work, Kirk, because they played so similarly. And that was my big concern with the team initially, was you have 4 players who were basically the same player. Like, how is this going to work? And they've made it work. I mean, they really have.
Yeah. And it's really nice to see that such a well-coordinated team that gets put together is not just super good in the strategies, but also in the, chemistry department with how they work together. This Avengers team, as you said, has been assembled, and it seems like they may have, it was destiny for them to come together at some point. They weren't going to go through their Tarkov Arena career without at least playing together at some point. So as that team commences together, they shut down on a huge 2-0 win from Fort and Skybridge and onto Zenith. So with that being said, the 2 next games coming up that we have all been waiting for. As the first game of the day, it was Aspect. Aspect is going to be going up against Master X, who we have not seen yet today, but has played off stream at one point. And then Eclipse and Vanguard will be playing off stream. So don't go away. Well, you can go away now if you want, because we're going to a little break, but go grab your snacks or use the bathroom or whatever you got to do, because we'll be right back for the remaining day 4 of NA HPL. everybody, welcome back to the HPL NA Season 1. My name is Kirk, joined with, of course, the Blue, the U, the ESQ. How are you today, sir?
I'm good. I'm good. Happy to be casting another great series today. A very important series, Mr. Kirk, dare I say.
Yeah, very important one coming up right now. We're going to see Master X versus Aspect coming up right now. The first map will, of course, be Bowl. The first time we saw that one today. The map that is known for crazy nade lineups and really, important placements of those utility nades that will ultimately change the pace of the round. But as we look at those two teams coming up right now, we do have a really impressive showing on the scoreboard to where the winner of this match is really going to be not this match, but I guess this best of two will put a huge lift in themselves to where they're a little bit ahead of that person that's right beside them, that other team. So the fourth day is a huge one and may even be a little bit more important than the fifth.
Yeah, and as we look at the lineups for Aspect versus Master X, looking at the overall teams, going to be having for MX, Exquisite CK, Shoreline, IFP, Jess, and Judicious with Bloodbag and as their substitute. Over for Aspect, going to be having Deceased, Zacharix, Apollo C, Head Eyes, and Europe with Blue and Zanny on the substitution place. Now, as you said, MX picking Bowl, and this is such a unique pick, but I'm looking over at the other side, and I'm very curious with Aspect after how the game went on Bay 5 today for them. Both of these games should be very, very interesting here, Kirk. Now, focusing in on Bull first, though, what are your thoughts, Kirk? What's going through your mind in terms of the utility, how these teams are going to play out? I mean, we're talking about MX versus Aspect, so there's going to be a lot of good use of utility and weaponry here.
Yeah, when I saw Master X play on day one, I believe when they played Bowl, it was a little bit difficult for them to set their footing down, but they did end up playing pretty well for themselves near the end of it. It was hard to really pick a team out after that halfway mark of which one was more dominant than the other. So I think Bowl is a map that every single team is comfortable on, and if if there is an overtime on these two maps, I would say that Bowl is definitely more likely to have that one. Aspect has already played really well on Bay 5, but actually lost in the end in a triple overtime to Aquila in that first round that we saw today, which was really exciting. But maybe AP has already, they already got their hands warm. Their gamer senses are tingling on Bay 5, and they're just ready to go for that map, as it is their pick.
Yeah, and they were ahead despite losing the map today. They were ahead, and pretty convincingly so. They're probably going to try and bring that energy once again to the attacking side and go crazy. But for Bull, I mean, MX going to end up on the attacking side. Aspect going to be defending, and a lot of pressure is going to be needed from MX. On A and on B, the utility usage can pretty much cut off all lines of sight. So similarly to Skybridge and all those smoking plumes that we saw everywhere, I think the way that the players play out this match is very contingent on the utility here.
Yeah. A huge also lineup for both of these teams who have seemed to, in my, kind of looking at these teams play over the last couple days, is that none of them have needed to sub out any players yet. So I think that both of them are super locked in with each other, and they're so comfortable with the callouts and the roles that each of them play that if any of them are forced to sub in a player, it might totally kind of screw up their plan here, because they've been mentally locked in to play a certain way, but the second that a new voice comes in, and it might sort of put a little bit of detriment into that plan that they have.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see because, you pointed out how Skybridge wasn't played much. I think Bowl has kind of fallen a little bit into disfavor in this NA tournament. So,
Surprisingly.
yeah. I mean, I think these teams are looking to battle Kirk. Fort and Bay 5, the most common maps they're like bloodbaths. A lot of running around, a lot of rotations. And again, they essentially, for me, I think the crux of it is the rotations through middle. both of those maps have a middle of the map and they have
True.
more rotational power. Bowl is you're going A or you're going B. You're smoking off generator and headshot, or you're smoking off
Yeah.
green tunnel and the right side of sight and planting the bomb. Like there's as much as there's different nades, the actual smoke plumes are very consistent for every team. I mean, because really, how else do you do it? Like, there's only
Yeah.
so many ways you can cut off the visibility on A. Maybe you smoke at that drop down and headshot, and you cut off even more than generator. But other than that, there's really no way to pivot the utility better. So it should be very interesting. And I think MX has a lot to prove. Um, they have quite a few newer players on the lineup, and Judicious was on MX Red before. Now he's on the main roster, so you have a lot of changes coming through, but they look just as strong as they did before. So this is not going to be a free game for either team.
No, this is, we expected that first game to be very, equal in terms of power, which did end up being going 1-1 on each side in a triple overtime. But this is also a game that we would expect for it to take a little while, because I have a feeling that they're going to be going back and forth. Two very evenly matched teams, in my opinion. Also, in terms of skill, when it comes to, the ranked leaderboard, two of the members of Master X have. They have Shoreline and Exquisite, two members that have claimed #1 spots on the arena ranked leaderboards in multiple different seasons. They are just ranked stompers, and that's the words that I got from Exquisite when asked about what sets his team apart. Like what makes them, what achievements do they have? And as I mentioned, also is that Deceased on the side of Aspect has been in the arena scene since the very beginning and has been very scary to play against. So the rest of those members on Aspect are going to be following in his lead, as he is the IGL and the leader of that team.
Yeah, and MX has been known for kind of stomping out the leaderboards, you said. And I think, looking beyond just the leaderboard, what it means to me is the consistency. These are players who are consistently practicing and consistently playing the game. So every meta, every weapon, every armor change, it really doesn't matter. They're playing the game, they know it in and out. And I think that's the strength of MX, is just the consistency overall. But Aspect looked very strong today. I mean, both games they had today, they came out with a very convincing lead. Unfortunately, they didn't take that Bay 5, but they were in control of most of that game until we went to overtime. So
Mm-hmm.
but on the flip side, MX, I mean, looked very strong in all their games they played so far. And I believe MX has tied Unknown already. So, #1 right now didn't take a dub over MX. And I think that's where both these teams in that, 2 to 4 slot right now really both need all the rounds they can. And if one team comes out on top, Kirk, I think they really push themselves up on the leaderboard in the standings and pushes the other team way, way down. But I'm thinking a draw here. I'm not going to predict quite yet. I need to see how they play out. But both these teams look so strong that I'm predicting a draw, because maybe
Mm-hmm.
the map picks are going to really come into play. And, I don't see like any blowouts coming, but I think both these teams are fighting for their prize pool life right now.
Yeah. And I think the question is not like if it's going to be a draw. I think a lot of people would assume that would probably go 1-1, but will it be a stomp in, one game for one team and then a stomp for the other one in the other game? It might just come down to map picks at that point. If we want to look at practices, how these teams do that, Master X is a team that practices every single day every single weekday for 2 hours minimum. And then every single amount of extra time that they have, they will put into that practice, where Aspect usually only does a scrims 3 times a week. So if we want to go off of just based off practice, we can say that Master X has a little bit more time in that regard.
Yeah, and that makes a big difference. I mean, we saw how Aspect controls the game, but in these longer endurance fights where it's not just about winning a few rounds. It really comes down to round by round, blow by blow, piece by piece, everyone moving as a cohesive unit. And I think that's where we saw Aspect lose it a little bit, where they were in total control and then they weren't. And then they were in total control and they weren't. And if I compare them to a team we saw today, Unknown, I mean, I think Unknown's consistency is where I would put them as the stronger team right now, because as you pointed out, they weren't giving away. They took a lot and they didn't give a lot away. Aspect took a lot, but at the same time, they had rounds where they just gave so much up when they were in control. So many ego fights and 50-50 swings where they have the advantage, they have the player advantage, they have the spacing. For example, the round where Apollo got that critical kill on A and took control of A, but he pushed so deep into spawn rather than just control the site. And I think that's where these lapses are critical in this S tier teams. You know, that's the kind of fundamental strategy, Kirk, that maybe it works against a lesser team, but a forward looking team that's predicting how this aggressive player is going to take space. You need to respect your opponents, you know. So I want to see Aspect give their opponents a little bit more respect this game, take a little bit more time with what they're doing, and just do what they were already doing. Be consistent, take the opening frags, but don't give it away once you have the advantage.
For sure. I think Master X will be able to read Aspect, I think, a lot easier than Aspect will be able to read Master X, because based off of every single game that we've seen on stream of Aspect, it has been a nothing but straight just ramming through the entire team. They do not stop for anything. They just push through, kill, push through, kill. And that is really easy to read. But the side of Master X, they have dedicated roles and they stick to them. They don't always push everything when they don't need to. So Aspect are going to have to, you know, try to read this team as quick as they can.
I like this initial defense. Zachris putting shots down with IFP. Zach does get taken out. Jess with a nice nade. Europe, first kill for Aspect. 3 members down. Bomb pretty much guaranteed on this B site, and I really like this initial B push, Kirk. I think it kind of catches some teams off guard. It seemed like AP was ready, but just a great attack so far. Jess laying down shots with Europe, but bomb does get planted. Now time is ticking.
Ed Eye's coming with the kill from back towards the spawn, and as he slowly starts to gain distance, he will join up with his teammate Europe, who they are aware that they have site control, but they're also aware that there's still 3 members left of MX. Forcing to have a push right now is Shoreline, as he does stop the bomb diffuser Europe, and Jess comes around from the back to put down Head Eyes as he's trying to protect his teammate, but it all falls, and MX grabs the first round on Bull.
And that was so close, Kirk. I think I saw a 0.1 or a 0.2. I mean, if he killed Shoreline or put any pressure so his buddy could defuse, I mean, they actually almost won that round somehow.
Yeah.
Which is a little crazy to think about. But MX pick up the first round on their map pick. Good choice of going B initially. Now let's see how they play it out.
I do respect a lot of the choices of eyewear from a lot of these teams, not even just the ones shown on stream, but even beforehand, where some people realize that, you know, on my head, I just put a helmet and I get armor on and everything else basically weighs me down. But, you know, if you realize that these sunglasses, in particular the welding goggles, give you a 40%, you know, what is it, 40% flashbang.
Flash resistance.
Yeah, flash resistance. So, you know, using those little bit of extra points for something that weighs so little can sometimes be a huge, you know, winner of a round when it comes down to those little tiny things sometimes where, you know, you might be flashed and those goggles could just save the round for you.
Yeah, I mean, when you're full flashed and don't have any kind of reduction, it's absolutely brutal. No players falling yet. Smokes, I believe defensive smokes pluming. Looks like Tom going to be taking space onto that site.
This is a rough smoke. This is a really tough smoke for the attacking side. I think they might have, you know, thrown it a little bit too short. 2 up top as Deceased is grabbing the third one for his name, and Judicious is so close, but Head Eyes from all the way back is going to grab him instead. Exquisite, the last one remaining, is Deceased is very aware of his positioning from the footsteps being made from the metal plat. Apollo comes from around back at the same position to take down Exquisite as a second win, or sorry, the first win for Aspect in the second round.
And a great use of defensive utility there and positioning. Deceased saw that there was an opening on site, pushes through. I think 3 smokes had plumed at that point. Pushes through on the site and catches them all on a cheeky angle. 3 flop and not refragged. So great job from Deceased. Puts pressure on Exquisite, gets him to shoot all his bullets, and then Apollo just kills him for free during the reload. Great round from Aspect.
Yeah, excellent for them to not push a little bit too far and waste some of the lives.
Ooh.
Really aggressive as Deceased in a spot that you would normally never see a defender push up to. But I think with the audio awareness that most of the teams on the other side of the map, that he took that space, but there was one waiting for him. There always is one getting information on the other side of the map.
Yeah, CK read that very good.
An aggressive player is the one, of course, Deceased, who's always trying to get aggressive and take space. They're aware of it. Lay down from IFP,
Ooh.
who's a strategy that he's not usually doing. IFP, I fast peek is what we usually see from him. One member up currently for the side of Aspect as they start mowing down members. Bomb is down, though, with 35 seconds left on the clock, and Judicious is so patient.
Yeah, and this AK-12, unfortunately, the crosshair placement not ideal, but still managed to kill him. Apollo does kill both, actually, back to back.
What?
Wow, they were so close. I guess we didn't even see Apollo flick to him and just slams both. Judicious, though, great flick, great micro adjustment, but then a little bit of panic in the movement. And unfortunately, we saw that shoulder swap animation come into play, and it just really kind of cooked him for a second. I think he would have gotten both kills on Apollo there because his positioning, Apollo didn't kill him right away, but that's where that left hand, that left shoulder swap, Kirk, can really, really break you in the middle of a play if you accidentally hit that sprint button. I mean, we saw the shift, and it's so hard to refrag, or so hard to hit back-to-back shots when your gun's moving and, the parallax is changing on the weapon, your optics changing, like everything's shifting. It's so hard to win that. And big round from Aspect, no, 2-1.
Both teams looking pretty even in the kill department, apart from IFP and Zachrix, who I'm sure are soon to grab a couple for themselves. Apollo grabbing a little bit of an off angle here to surprise the members. He is very aware of the audio calls. Zachrix is ready to support. There's that flashbang, but we saw Zachrix doesn't have any amount of flashbang resistance. I don't think he doesn't actually get hit with it, though, so luckily it's going to allow him to back off safely.
Yeah, and we see 4 members on the attacking side real close. Oh, man! Unfortunately, Zach loses that fight. Shoreline, such a good kill, and Judicious with the with the refrag onto Apollo. Back to back to back. Nice kills. Europe, though, with a nice kill on the chest. Managed to take that snake position.
The shots were properly placed for AP, but they didn't connect. Bomb's going to go down, and a really quick peek up on top is going to be Deceased grabbing one. That's what he's known for. He's going to grab one and back right off to hopefully check the person behind him because Shoreline is headhunting right now. IFP, though, is going to use that time to grab Deceased, and with 1 member head eyes coming all the way back from back of the spawn, he has no time at all to work with. Because it's just look how much time he's going to have to waste to even just look for these people. There's 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, once the bomb's planted on B, if the post-planners play it well, it's almost impossible to lose. It's just such a brutal site to retake, especially when you're solo with 30 seconds, like you said. It's just such a tough ask. But we're 2-2, very even scoreline, probably the most even scoreline of the day in terms of the start of the map. So it's not really favoring either team. We saw some retakes, we saw some good attacks. Anyone's game right now here, Kirk. And Zachrix, shockingly, with 0 kills right now. So once Zachrix gets into the game, could really push Aspect into the next level to take a few more defensive rounds.
MX not getting super aggressive off the start. Had a lot of time to grab space, but they do get it now. 1 member up close. That is Deceased. He's been here multiple times before. They should expect him. That's why they're being a little bit slow right now. They're aware of it now. The rest of his team is in the back, waiting for a push to hold long angles. This top
Shoreline
of the portable is really, it was a really important position that a lot of teams have opted to take from. As we can see, one of the members of MX is up there currently.
Wow, he
just can't seem to wait.
Just tanks so much there, that Enforcer kit. CK picks up the first kill on Zachrix. Zachrix having a pretty quiet game. By the way, chat, look over at your chat. Exclamation HPL to enter the raffle going on right now.
Oh, and there's Deceased finally falls to the hands of IFP with a beautiful nade in a spot that you can only fully expect him to be. That should give full force to push onto site, but actually they're going to opt in for a rotate, which is perfect, right? And we can see that Apollo is waiting for it. He's not going to shoot right away. Maybe a little bit of trigger discipline to grab more than one, does a little bit of damage and backs off.
Yeah, and I think him surviving right here with only 3 members is way more important than that initial kill. He can stop the plant just by himself as long as he plays it well. Apollo needs to live here, needs to get this kill. Apollo not taking anyone out, though. Europe, Apollo on his lonesome, getting swung, only 8 seconds, needs to kill that guy, and he can win the round if he's not swung. Apollo takes him out and clutches it out. What a crazy round from Apollo. 3 kills, stops the plan, and wins the clutch, and out positions the last player rotating in. Huge, huge dub from Apollo. Wow. Great round for Aspect.
Always having a look up at that time near the scoreboard is so crucial, because those few seconds could result in a round win, just based off of unable to plant the bomb, which is what we saw there. And I think he did do a great job, but of course Europe in the back crate there that was able to support him and stop IFP from getting the kill. So it was really good for him to stay back there and support his teammate. Apollo was left alive and able to clutch up the rest of the round. Amazing work.
I mean, that was such a massive round for Aspect. Really, MX had all the momentum, but that's where Apollo's positioning. Hats off to Apollo for not taking that initial fight, Kirk. Like you said, the trigger discipline, the rotation in, and he played for the win, and he got it. Really, really sick stuff.
Europe just firing off a couple shots.
Yeah, only 87 bullets left. He better watch his ammo.
He has the idea rig, so right, there's no other 100-round mag that he has. Unable to fit in that rig, so probably some 30-rounders coming out. But from the long-range angle, up on top of Plat is IFP, taking out Europe. That 100-round mag is off the map now. Smokes in a beautiful position for an attack on A site, and is still off to wait a little bit longer. Judicious is cleaning up in this back tower. Head Eyes, though, ready to trade out his teammate, and Jess grab another one on Apollo. Last member remaining, that is the one that was back there holding that sniper tower down. Head Eyes in a bad position. Smokes plumed, and it's in a good spot. They don't know.
Oh, Head Eyes, little cheeky play. Did he see IFP? I don't know if he saw him.
He heard him run away, though.
Yeah, good decision by IFP. Time is ticking. Oh, man, Shoreline takes him out. By the way, chat, make sure you were typing exclamation HPL. The man himself, Philbo, said we're giving away 2 full arena codes. Make sure you say exclamation HPL and blame Philbo down in the chat.
Hey, I'll get that all. Let me get in there. Hey. Free stuff,
Trevi just got confirmation from Moss themselves. You're actually not allowed to have anything. Sorry, bud. Get him out of here.
Get out.
Get him out of here.
No splits this time. B site is going to be completely clear from the attackers. So they're going to force all their attention onto A. If they go right now with the proper smokes, they can easily take over site. Everyone is so far back for an Aspect. IFP still waiting with the nade. Opts to save it for later, which is fine. Another smoke. This should be the second smoke. Yeah, there's the second one. This is really good. This is perfect for them to take it. They need to go right now, but I don't think they realize that nobody's on anchor. Okay, those corners. There you go. Perfect. This is a perfect time to get that bomb down. Really, really tough spot for Aspect. The smokes, however, will start to disperse. Exquisite. Through the smoke. Grabs Europe. 4 members still up currently for MX, and it's all up to Head Eyes and Zachrix, who are still back and have opted to take 0 space. It is difficult to do, though, and now is going to be a sandwich position for Zach, who's forced to run towards bomb with left, right, center, up and down. Too many places to look. IFP gets a second kill of the round for a 4-3 up currently for MX on Bull.
Such a close game. Great job by MX of using the smoke to their advantage, though. Lots of clean kills, lots of pressure, but still anyone's game here, Kirk. I'm really... I fail to see a team that's either defensive or attack sided right now. Like, both these teams are playing each round equally well. I think I'm excited to see what aspects got cooked up for the attacking side here.
So it seems the question has been answered that it will be not a map stomp for one team. It will be very even. I think they're just taking time to just read each other, right? They need to learn how each other play on a map like Bowl, which is the least popular map so far.
Good kill from Head Eyes. So they'll know Bomb. I'm pretty sure Bomb Planter was the one that fell there. So they'll know that Bomb was A side for sure.
Yeah. Check out this positioning of Zachrix here. He's getting a little bit close. A little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah,
he's going to give his teammates.
I think they know.
Yeah, he's going to give his teammates like instant information as soon as they decide to rotate, and that'll force everyone on the A site to back up or flank. As we can see right now, there is a flank coming out from A site, and they're going to send all 3 members to deal with them, and now that should be more than enough to take the site because everybody is already head on the rotate. And there it is. Disney swings that corner a little bit too quick for Traditious as too many angles are to be cleared, and Jess from up top grabs that position as quick as he can. No kills coming out though, and Zachrix on that flank so fast. These players are moving too quick. Aspect, 3 members still alive in a position that we didn't expect them to win at all.
Yeah, that was a crazy retake. And such a close game. I mean, I literally think this is the closest game of the day. 4-4 going into the half. Now Aspect swapping over to that attacking side. Should put a lot of pressure on Aspect now. Let's see what you got cooked up, boys.
Picking some new kits, maybe some new weapons. CBJ on the scout for Exquisite. No, opting in for no helmet though, so possibly using those points towards more ammunition.
Yeah, the CBJ full max definitely going to help save him some ammo.
Yeah, maybe he's interested in just spraying through smoke or something.
Yeah, I mean, that 300 blackout ammo takes so many points per shot, so totally understand. I mean, you do lose 5 pen, but you gain 7 flesh. And I haven't seen anyone with that MCX really struggle to kill anybody, so.
Sometimes you don't even got to aim for the head with that thing. You can just rip someone's thorax up so quick.
Yeah, seems to have really heavy armor damage. First member dropping is going to be Head Eyes for that Aspect team. Looks like they're calling for a pivot towards that B side. Maybe they're reading that only 1 player is here. I mean, it is CK, and CK is totally capable, probably giving the comms now that they're coming. 3 members here, 4 members here. Are they going to check their ramp counters? They're going to know. I mean, this is definitely one of the most consistent spots used. They're baiting out some shots. He's got someone above him. They do have him somewhat trapped. They need to go. Oh, the great pacing. And unfortunately, Apollo with the TK after they secure the kill. He does manage to pick up the bomb, though. Shoreline going to be laying down in that tunnel position. I wonder if they heard him there. Not sure if anyone's going to be able to save Apollo if he's swing. Oh, he's not swinging too much time. And there's still a player on the A side. I believe Judicious is still on A. Not sure where the communication is right there. Shoot, not sure why. And just like that, Europe takes him out. Really, really late rotation, though. And Paulo wins that nasty hipfire battle there, picking up the 5th round and putting 8B in the lead on this attacking side. Great pivot, great rotation coming out of them.
Yeah, really good rotation, I think. And you know what? They didn't really waste too much time on actually attacking the site. They made the rotate. They stayed for a little bit before they got on the site. But of course, you can never really know where if the defenders have rotated or not because they're so far away. You have no audio, but they did take that time to push forward before everyone got fully in position on the defensive side. So good job for Aspect to recognize that they needed to move now and they couldn't waste any more precious time. Clips Esports and Vanguard Gaming going on in the background, ladies and gentlemen. Bay 5 currently is the map they are on at a 4-4 score line for that game. Shots start ringing out as the defensive side opts to get super aggressive and hold these angles. So now that Aspect is going to be kind of pinched in this position because they probably don't realize that, you know, there's not really anybody looking down on A right now. See if Jess can land this nade. Good underhand, doesn't connect. Bomb didn't even go down. Now they know it's coming. Deceased laying down, and Judicious actually doesn't even fall to the hands of him, but instead gets him. Head Eyes ready to replace Deceased in that same position, and Exquisite behind Judicious will protect his teammate. And yeah, that's 4 members still up. That's actually insane that you can keep all those members up after all those bullets were fired.
Yeah, and a good retake and evening the scoreline out once again, blow for blow, round for round. Both teams definitely just evenly matched. I mean, not much else to say. Both sides, both teams taking rounds back and forth. So, we've got a game on our hands, folks.
Yeah. That came in on Judicious right now with the Hpl, I believe it's called. I don't know how it's exactly pronounced, but I think it's Hpl. The slot plate that goes on the front of it just saved his life there for sure. We saw his head was extremely red. Helmets have attachments, ladies and gentlemen. You are not aware, if you are new, there is lots of helmets that can grab a little bit of extra armor if you choose to opt into them. They do add, you know, of course, ergonomic penalties and stuff like that, and weight. But they can definitely be a lifesaver in certain situations.
No one falling yet. You see one member Shoreline go with that long flank. CK picks up 2, 3 members down now, and the defense flanking all the way behind that ambulance. Bomb may go down, but the positioning is really not favoring. Yeah, Deceased, now Deceased. Zachrix dives mid-run, and no members falling on this flawless round from MX. Really, really good stuff coming out from MX. Back-to-back clean rounds, good retakes, no one really falling. Shoreline taking a lot of space, going through that spawn.
Yep, everyone putting in equal amount of work too. You can see the kill board is very equal on both sides. It's not just one person getting all the kills, relying on the teammates. Gates open into the 12th round. See if MX can continue their stomp as they have in the last couple rounds, where didn't lose very many members at all. Exquisite getting a little bit of aggressive here, and Hpl seems to be ready for it this time. But Exquisite, but the MCX is going to connect first. Zachrix ready to trade him out, though. That should be a huge push towards B if they want to take it now.
Yeah, I want to see some smokes coming out. They do have control of sight, but I think Deceased knows that it's not quite safe just yet. Now there's a player that pushed out a tunnel into that S-bend. Lots of pressure. Maybe calling for rotation. Not too sure exactly what they're going to do yet. Smoke is coming out. I think they know that they may rotate, but maybe the bomb stays behind. No, bomb is moving very, very quickly out to A. One member's already on that A site holding. Shoreline reading the play very well. Going to have that side. Saw his head. Shoreline picks up 1, but gets immediately traded out by Head Eyes. Bomb should get planted for free here by Zachrix.
Jess has that nade ready.
Yep. Oh, does he?
Oh, it didn't connect. Yeah, Jess underhanded it from the same position we saw beforehand, and it still didn't connect this time.
Great kill from Head Eyes. Unfortunately, the bomb doesn't... Oh, man. So that nade actually forced him off the plant. Really, really great nade from Jess, and then Judicious with that nice flick.
There's no more utility. We could see if Head Eyes had any smokes or anything at his disposal.
Oh!
How do you just do that? Jess gets the audio call and grabs the angle to hold. Head Eyes has no reason to peek it, though.
Yeah, Oh, and Head Eyes with the massive clutch for Aspect. Evens out the scoreline. Steals that round with not 1, but 2 drive-by, back and forth Ferrari peeks onto guys, and then just outplays in the 1v1 with Jess. A huge, huge round for Aspect. And Head Eyes doing his damnedest to keep his team in this game.
It's even, ladies and gentlemen. This is what everyone expected, and this is what we get. It is going to be a great rest of the game, and still another map yet to come. 10, 10, 10. It's 3 members of MX. Very evenly matched.
Yeah, both the teams pretty evenly score lines across the board. Everyone contributing.
That angle's actually crazy. Does that work? He's very aware of it. 2 members. Look at this. 2 members laying down for MX. IFP and Exquisite. What is this strat?
Yeah, Judicious taking space. Judicious might just kill Deceased for free.
Oh, he's such a hard spot.
Yeah, you heard the util. Great push by Judicious. Deceased actually put a lot of damage down on him, too.
The 13th round should commence any moment as a 50-second timer is remaining. So you can tell at any point now a final decision will be made because there cannot be any more hesitation. And there's no reason not to go for a rotate at this point. They're going to opt into Slay, though. Jess from downtown all the way back with the sniper tower goes head eyes, and Europe falls shortly after. Zachrix, though, is ready to push onto site as he needs to reclaim it.
Yeah, shots back and forth, but we know Aspect need more than just some miracle rounds. They are playing well, rotating well, but whoo, the nade. 3 members already here. Zach falls, bomb strapped under that platform. Apollo not taking anybody out. 9 seconds, goes to the grave. Shoreline says, see you later, alligator. 7-6, and such a back and forth game here, Kirk. It's crazy.
Oh, I thought, okay, I didn't know Zach had the bomb. I thought it was somebody else. And then I realized, I'm like, wait, so the bomb's pushing in first into a place that you know where there's like 3 people. And then there's 25 seconds left, and now you decide to rotate. I think time management was just not on Aspect's side at that point, but mistakes were made, and they'll learn from it.
CK with a nice chill spot from S-Ben. 3 members looks like charging at him right now. 4 members together. Definitely common, all the noise he hears. We see those rotations. 2 members from MX already going through spawn right now. CK could take out Apollo. Apollo didn't see him, I don't think. I'm pretty sure he didn't see him. Now they know for sure, though. S-Ben laying down shots. CK looking to skewer maybe a 1v1. Apollo going to go for some cheeky peek.
The sight!
Oh, and Apollo with the cheeky peeky! Head eyes with another big kill into Shoreline. Apollo literally reversing the positioning of CK right now with that pixel peek. And Zach comes from the side, lays down shots. IFP already pushed out of the tunnel. Deceased takes out Jess. IFP manages to take out both. That was a big, big whiff situation for them, but that's okay. 3 members still alive here.
20% of health remaining. Somehow he's going to defuse this bomb, but I don't think it's going to happen. Do you, Blue?
No, I just don't see how he could win that. No HP, no time, and no one kills. No one makes IFP bleed his own blood. 7-7, and a big round again for Aspect. I mean, one team takes a round, then another takes 2, then 1. So right now, Kirk, I think we're at the critical situation. There's a good chance. I'm going to call a prediction. Whoever takes this next round is going to take the game.
Think
and
so?
I think we've been going with this momentum pacing. If Aspect pick up another round, I think it's lights out for MX.
All right. Well, let's have a look as we head in to the 15th round. How can these teams differentiate themselves? How can they prove to be better than the other? Exquisite probably giving calls. Yeah, they're going to be giving us calls to the rest of the team that, hey, we just heard like 3 guys on medals, so maybe we need a little extra support around here. But as that call goes out to the rest of his team, the rotate also goes in for Aspect. 2 members forced to back up. A-site is going to be contested any moment. There is a huge push onto tower, that far right lane as we see. Members just barreling in right now and not checking their corners. Jess grabs 2 for free.
Really, really tough stuff. CK lays down a ton of fire, but 2 players are on this B side. If they kill him, Head Eyes, that's such a critical kill. They can grab the bomb. Both players, Apollo might have the information that both are here. They should get the bomb down. Apollo just needs to live.
Oh, the timing for Shoreline. He flicks right back around, though. He's not out of the fight just yet. Apollo forced a reload.
Head Eyes with the big kill, though. And
Yeah.
Shoreline's in a terrible position. He's got to
Yeah.
rotate through that Y bend. Apollo
Keeps this peak on. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so if Apollo just held that the whole time, it would have put Shoreline in an even worse position.
Yeah, but you know what? The fact that he didn't die there when he was already lit up, Apollo definitely did his job there, Kirk. And
For
with
sure.
that,
You're right.
back-to-back rounds from Aspect and match point here, Kirk. Can they close it out on MX's map?
I don't think MX want to give it up, right? I think that they're so confident in each other. As we can check the scoreboard yet again, 11, 11, 11, 12. They're relying on each other as a team, and, teamwork is really, a lot more important than just having a single person do all the work. But the Seas tries to get a little jumpy with it, but Shoreline makes him pay the price.
Yeah, and Shoreline with that aggressive positioning pays off, gets the kill, and rotates out. Now, CK takes the spot, but with a much more dangerous weapon. Europe tanks a lot of those blows.
Great bait. Europe going for the heal. That's going to give some audio calls that he is able to be pushed, but Zachrix is in the back with Apollo, holding his teammate to make sure he does not get pushed. Exquisite falls. The MCX is out the board for him. Shoreline with bad timing yet again, and forced to hit a stim the second he peeks. Rotates coming out, but Head Eyes. It's going to fall. Zachrix, the bomb carrier, yet again, seems to be going in first. And now the bomb's down.
Nice.
Apollo is able to grab it, though. 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to get this down now. Smoke's in a really good spot, and MX is not in the position at all to defend this. What is this? What is going on? You need to get that bomb down right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Apollo heard some kind of gunfire. I'm not sure. Jess might actually be able to kill him now.
That might give them the extra little bit of time that they need to clear everything.
The double peek. If Apollo peeks, he's probably insta-dead. He knows the 2 are there.
He's got to kill time. That's really he's forced to do, but he actually has to reload.
Oh, man,
wow.
an unfortunate round. We're going to OT, and Kirk, I think that was a big, big blunder there. If they got bombed down, Apollo gets off site for free. I'm not sure. Whoever jumped over, whoever put that pressure, won that round. It scared him. It spooked him off the bomb.
That
was crazy.
Single-handedly changed the outcome of that round, I think. There really is nothing else that you could have did differently other than getting the bomb down earlier.
Yeah, because the plumes were still there. When he planted that time, IFP was in the plume as it faded, and there was just nowhere for him to go. He got trapped in that corner.
Really unfortunate aspect. We're trying their hardest, but sometimes, when you're in those tough situations, you get a little bit into your head too much, and you will end up making the wrong decision just based off of, pressure.
Whew.
Downtown angle from Shoreline. First overtime round coming out. Aspect is no stranger to overtime rounds, though. That first game we saw going into triple. They did end up losing, though. So let's see if they can bring it back this time. Aggressive push on to A. This is actually pretty early time for them to push on.
Yeah, and they got
have full
total
site
control. Yeah.
There's the nade. Is it going to connect? It does not get anybody. There were still 5 members alive and didn't connect with anyone at all. Head Eyes falls first. MX looking really, really strong right now. Europe forced to push through the smoke, and Judicious.
Europe doesn't see Judicious.
That's not your teammate. That's not your teammate. He doesn't see the armband.
Deceased putting in good work from behind, I think. Nice. Zachrix, another kill. They're going to force them to peek out. One's going to have to swing towards Generator. And he protects him. Deceased protects him from CK. What a sick retake. Wow. That was sick.
That was unbelievable. The MX had every reason to win that round. They were in the positions. They had the smokes up. They had, they had more intel. They even had one man up at one point, and they still ended up losing to Aspect's retake somehow. I don't even know how that's possible. Do you think they had? They didn't really have any more utility to. I don't know how they did it. It was just pure skill.
Yeah, that was sick. Both teams having great retakes this game.
MX not too happy about that one. They're going to be sending all 5 members towards B. They can't let that anger get to their heads, though. They got to think smart here. Otherwise, Aspect will be in a huge lead 2 rounds up in the first overtime round, which will force them, MX, to play strats they might not be used to, because, Aspect will have so much more breathing room. They go back and forth, and wow, MX with 2 quick ones. Jess has held that grenade a few times this game and didn't connect with anyone, but finally does grab one. Head Eyes and Apollo in that back area, and Exquisite does not connect as Apollo does a nice jump. Head Eyes falls. Now all of a sudden, just when AP were looking so good, it's a 5v1 for Zachrix.
Unfortunately, only 1 drops. And we go once again, Kirk. 9-9. And definitely the closest match of the day so far, folks. Both these teams so evenly matched. Good retakes on both sides. Good utility. But someone's got to come out a victor here.
For any of these teams, for either of these teams to take the game home, they need to win the next 2 in a row. However, we see how evenly matched they have been throughout the regular time and overtime, and we can only expect a 1-1 and then force an overtime too.
It's crazy how it still is really anyone's game. Like, neither team has been the dominant team. So it's just about be consistent. 2 rounds here, boys. Just 2 rounds. Head Eyes with that nade. Smoke from the defense. Going to be pluming. They're going to take that site. Let's see if he can kill this player. Ooh. He shoots. He scores! Oh, but a rebound from IFB. Takes out 2 for you and me. The irony that Head Eyes nades one and immediately dives while rotating into a nade.
Everything gets quiet and everything slows down based off of that. Head Eyes, the kill leader for the side of Aspect, is down. That should give MX the confidence they need to push forward. There is a big flank going on right now through the
Unfortunately,
spawn.
he missed that smoke, though, because he was getting shot. His teammate, he really had to miss that smoke, and their control is really gone. Still have that player behind Shark as well.
45 seconds. Either a rotate or an execute will come out at any moment, and Jess, a huge one to pick up to alleviate pressure. Cease falls in the hands of Exquisite, and Zachrix, it's all up to him. He had a large amount of kills in previous games, but AS Val is not a weapon that you can just shoot willy-nilly. That barrel gets red hot, and it will jam. So you got to tap these shots. Do not be too generous with them. IFP instantly ready. Oh, and Zachrix hit from... How did he do that? 1-2 quick ones. gets into a much better position than he was before. Not into the corner. Zakrix, that's the 3rd headshot so far. It's all up to him. He's done it before, and he might do it again. 15 kills, though, for Exquisite. He is a headhunter himself. 28 seconds left, so still plenty of time to work with. Exquisite is forced to make a move. Zakrix might just play the time, though. He's going to stay, though, and that's the 4th one for him, and a huge win for Aspect. Zakrix putting the team on his back in the 3rd round of overtime, with one more away from winning and taking this map home.
Zakrix robs that round with 4 disgusting kills, plants the bomb, and single-handedly, as Kirk says, puts the team on his back, putting them to match point. And you know, Kirk, that's the kind of round that could really fumble a team's mental for a round or two. They need to capitalize on this if Aspect want to close this game out. That is absolutely crazy. They have to win for the boy for that.
The boy, the kid, the legend. The genius.
The boy genius himself.
And I's throwing a grenade in the exact same spot as he did before. He was very close the first time, but the second one also does not connect. Entire team rotation coming out. Only one on B to defend it. As we saw before, and many times, just because we see one rotate doesn't mean that they're going to end up forcing it.
Okay,
Up
though,
top.
look at the,
In
yeah,
office,
look at it
this
put a
is just
damper.
a funnel. A funnel of death, and MX are somehow still getting the kills that they need, even though that it was a 5 versus 1 basically on the B side if they were to push it.
Shoreline in a great spot. His teammate needs to hold him. Shoreline does die, but Judicious there as the buddy system pays off dividends. Bomb is down, 40 seconds remain, and the defense are very, very, very well in control of this round. Yeah, there's the 3rd player by tunnel. This is really, Europe needs to get this bomb down and survive the assault from behind.
Yeah, he needs his teammate to back him up like instantly, like right now.
Well, and the problem now is that Apollo's giving up position, so he's just going to get swung on the bomb. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. The bomb does get planted at Apollo.
And now all of a sudden the roles have swapped, and Apollo's going to be the one attacking to defend the bomb. And Jess, it's really easy pre-fires for Jess. His headshot does connect. Apollo had 0 chance. The second a Pixel even showed up around that corner, he fell.
Wow. That's
Double
so
overtime,
tough.
baby.
I mean, yeah, and the plants were a little confusing there from Aspect. The buddy system, Apollo was on his own island, and unfortunately right there, it didn't pay off. Because as soon as they knew he took that shot there, Kirk, 3 players collapsed on the bomb planter and took control of the site. And it was planted on that back S-bend plant where it's almost impossible to see the player without pushing a little bit onto site and swinging a little bit left. So just so close, but unfortunately MX keep themselves alive. 10-10 going into double OT.
This attack strat's a little bit different than what we saw before. They're kind of split up right now. They are on all the same side of the map, but wow, Deceased all the way back from back offices takes the super long angle with the 1x spear and somehow still takes the dome off of Exquisite. And look, he's in their spawn. Judicious is about to meet him, but somehow he knows.
knows.
Got the audio.
Good play from Tom to back off and hold more of a tight angle. Takes out 2 already. They have control, and they have so much space here, Kirk. They have control from generator to T-spawn. There's literally 10-15% of the map in control, and the bomb is down on the plat. They're going to know it's getting picked up. No secrets here. IFP trying to put some pressure down with this utility.
Oh,
Great
pre-fire from
pixel.
Head Eyes.
Yeah, great pre-fire. Said Pixel, great pre-fire coming out of Head Eyes. Does fall to Judicious, though. The IFP with a disgusting kill on the head eyes, and this is where the over-aggression is really not paying dividends here, Kirk. They had control, and IFP! Oh my, with the hip fire, point fire, Slam Marino says nerf to Europe and sends him to the grave. And just like that, a round totally in control of AP is pretty much an even battle.
I think that was Judicious up top that actually ended up killing him. It was like a scene out of a movie. I fast peek. That's what his name is. IFP, ladies and gentlemen. 2 fast peeks for that name. That's just what he's known for. That's what that acronym stands for. And wow, what a crazy win for MX.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Kirk, he did kill the player when he turned off the plant. So he just like 3-tapped.
Okay.
Yeah, he 1-tapped 3 people basically that round. That was IFP going absolutely ballistic in this round. And you know, the game is so close that rounds like that, Kirk, when they're up, that's where Aspect could have found their bones. And now on the flip side, if MX closes this round out, there's a pretty good shot they close this game out.
He's excited. Look at him. He's looking at the sun. He's staring up. He knows that he has high hopes for him and the rest of his team to take this one home. Second overtime. They grab this second win here. It could be huge because there's so much more breathing room, so much more, you know, mental fortitude. And Jess, yet again, holding this grenade. We're going to see if one finally connects. Nobody's on Gen. We know how important that is, and I think that the threat from grenades has been a huge one on this map, to the point where whenever we see Bull now, it's, you know, Gen isn't something that's held every single round like it used to.
Slow and steady here, folks. Both teams, you could feel the pressure in the air. Everyone just looking to get a pick. MX trying to put pressure with the footsteps. Looks like they did force a rotation or two. Great bait coming out of them.
Good smoke. However, that one onto headshot box there, it isn't quite up to par. There is a little bit side on that left to be able to peek through. But with the cover, of course, that site provides, it should be an easy bomb plant. IFP getting aggressive, putting shots through that smoke to allow his team to get the bomb down, and Deceased does not check his right. Judicious waiting for someone to come through that smoke as he backs up, takes Generator. It's going to put a lot of pressure onto Jess right now as the rest of his team has to support. And they got to do it right now. IFP in such a bad spot. He has nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Head gets taken off. 1 for 1, though, and Jess still alive. Grabbing a headshot onto Zachrix. 3 members up for MX, and it's all up to Deceased, the one who was so aggressive before, but that aggression will not compute onto 3 members of MX holding that bomb.
Yeah, and it's weird. Aspect just have these explosive moments, and then right there, it's just like there was no control of the site. I understand that there's 2 smokes coming out, but the control, you know, some rounds are in total control. Other rounds, it's just like 5 players kind of disconnected. And I think that's where MX really capitalized. I mean, such a powerful clutch by IFP with Judicious to win that 2v4. And then this last round was just so convincingly MX's. Aspect really have the, you know, unfortunately, the proverbial foot on their neck. They need to do something or this game is just lights out. I think MX closes this out 13-11. And for those folks just tuning in, this is MX map pick, by the way. Oh, man, Shoreline gets caught, though. The over-aggression, a little bit too much, and Apollo sends 2 to the grave. Feeling themselves a little bit too much. Europe does drop to Exquisite.
That a Pleek on the Cayman saving his life again.
Judicious does fall to Apollo. Apollo feeling himself with this gun. Can he back up, though? He's got that bomb so deep onto B. Can they rotate out? Is Apollo C going to be able to protect his homie on B?
Oh, no.
Exquisite CK says no more. Nope.
Oh, he got the bomb. So we're good to back out. This is going to be a super long rotate, though, if they opt to do it. This is so tough. He has the teammate, though.
Head Eyes does a good job of using the sound bait, but he should have just stuck the plant. Now his teammate's there. Now they can't hold this, and they know he's doing it, so.
Beautiful double
and
peek.
Eyes, and
Oh!
Zacharic's there to oh my. What a day, Kirk.
All right. Yeah. So that just happened. A crazy double peek that was really well coordinated still doesn't end up resulting in any kills at all. It was easy to predict where they were coming from, but when you're laying down like that, you know, you can't aim up very high sometimes, and you're still able to, you know, get away with killing them. As soon as that bomb went down, he jumped right up and grabbed the other one.
FP throwing that initial defensive smoke towards that curtains. CK, very effective from this ramp so far in this game. Oh, man. CK, go. I was going to say, CK loves those jump shots. I'm surprised he didn't shoot. Apollo feeling himself. Apollo needs to take out CK here. Shoreline with a great kill on the Tom. Unfortunately, Tom not having any friends nearby. Zacharix does take out one. They know Shoreline's there, though. It's Judicious there to cover his buddy, and they're going for the rotation. 2 members, maybe 3 members of MX here.
Oh, no.
They should be able to secure the site here, Kirk.
It should be possible. IFP, though, you know how quick he can do it. He's already on site, ready to contest, and Head Eyes just puts him down, punishes him for it. Nobody else is there to help him.
Yeah, and the buddy system playing so crucial right now. In 3v3, can MX win the game with the retake? Or is Aspect pushing up to triple OT and Head Eyes? Head Eyes, Judicious sends Justice back home. Europe says Europe to Jess. And the 1v3 is pretty much lights out for Shoreline unless a miracle happens. The timing is not on his side.
He's a skilled player. Can he do it?
The ego, though, if they ego him, he could win this for sure.
He's got to reload. He's only got 8 rounds. And when going up against the Vulcan, he doesn't realize he has no ammo left, but Zacharic's swing is way too fast.
Oh, man.
You
Just
have
kidding,
that 100 round
folks.
mag. You don't think that you're ever going to run out, but it does happen.
I mean, he shot so many shots at so many different people. Man. Gonna need some Zen mode after this one. The blood pressure rising as we go into the 3rd OT, the 2nd triple OT of the day, by the way, folks. Aspect and Aguila were in an overtime battle earlier, and now MX versus AP so close in this game here, Kirk.
At this point, I think they've used probably all the strategies that they have, right? Like, you can only remember so many. Your brain can only take so much information. Now they realize how each other plays, and they can, you know, utilize, you know, free fires a lot easier now, realizing where people are going to be at. You know, unless there's some crazy Hail Mary back pocket sort of strategy that can come out and confuse somebody, I think this is going to be a while.
Seems like both teams just waiting to hear any info, playing for a mistake.
Triple OT in the first game, triple OT in the last game. Not even the last game. We still have another map after this. Everyone's so scared. And Jess makes that grenade connect. Might be huge. Deceased is a monster to deal with. And now that he's off the board, maybe a little extra confidence for MX. Full opportunity to rotate right now.
Yeah, Head Eyes picks up one, but does get traded by Shoreline right away. That's a big kill for MX. Judicious, really desperate to secure this kill on Europe, and he does send him back home. No postcard for Mama. 2v4 situation for AP, and once again, we're back where MX is in total control of the round. Defense side looking super sketchy for this Aspect lineup right now.
He got hit with that flashbang. You can see the glasses icon next to his body. Judicious, the one who's not flashbanged, will use his eyesight to his full control. Apollo with nothing left to do except get fancy with it. Shoreline will end the round with 13 up for MX right now in the 3rd overtime. The 2nd round will come out. We still need 2 more wins from MX if they want to close it out.
Man, Aspect just need to get a defensive round. As Banshee pointed out in chat, the defense is where AP is really struggling. And we saw the same issue a little bit in the OTs on Bay 5 earlier today, where they take the aggressive rounds, they do fine, but when it comes to the slow, methodical play, they're just very sporadic, not too much buddy system, lots of solo duels, which works, but not against the better player at the day. And it's always a question, you know, all these players are on an equal footing, equal skill level. So can you win every duel? You know, it's not always the play against someone who can shoot just as well as you.
This spot looks almost identical to what they did before. They really got nothing left in terms of strategies. They just got to keep reusing the ones that they already know. That's multiple times that Apollo has been down there ready to get a super long range angle. I know that Deceased was also down there at one point, but you know, so much reading is going on that they're expecting somebody to be there now. So it's really just every single step matters. It could completely turn the tides of the match once somebody missteps once.
Yeah, and these teams are definitely pushing back and forth. And MX, I like the patient play. They're just waiting for a mistake. Is someone going to over-aggress from behind? Can they get a pick on site? Maybe a nade kill. Maybe wait for the smokes of the defenders to fade. I think they are going to be rotating. Apollo catches Jess, though. They know where he is.
Oh, no. They're getting... That was so close to a TK. Zachric's on site, though. Close one following up soon behind. The bomb is down, though, and they're going to rush to it to take it. Europe from that back crate is going to continue pushing forward to put pressure on IFP, who fast peaks thrice and still falls to Europe.
Wow. Such a back and forth game. And Kirk, something you keep pointing out, this solo first person buddy system not working with the bomb. They keep sending the bombardier by himself, and he dies in a horrible position by himself, and then everyone else dies in a bad way because the bomb's in a horrible position. You know, like it's such a quick cascade of negative dominoes when that bomb drops like that. I mean, and it's so many teams doing it today. It's kind of crazy. Protect the bomber, you know, get space, get him in there. Don't just send him forward and then leave him on an island. We keep seeing it over and over and over.
This is what we came to watch, ladies and gentlemen. We may be going to a quad OT. That would be an Hpl Na record.
Please no.
Oh, there's still another game after this. There's so much action. Everyone at home, I hope you're grateful because we have so much more time than normal to watch these amazing players duke it out. They're putting on a good show today.
But...
Oh,
man, Judicious, 2 big kills from that 90 position. And out moves the Europe.
he's too quick. He's too fast. Judicious, the too fast, too furious. The massive amounts of rounds from the HK416 will not connect at all. Judicious just backs up for a clean headshot.
Yeah, Judicious just doing his damnedest to keep his game, keep his team in this game, and big moments coming out of Judicious. You know, a player that's really been working on his growth since the beginning of Blast Gang, put in the time, put in the effort, started on MX Red, and now he's on MX Black as one of the starters. And it shows that he's really put in the time and effort. I mean, popping off this game, lots of clean kills, good positioning, a few deaths while running, but we're not going to talk about those. But, you know, but very good performance coming out of this player, stepping up big today.
This is the time where you would expect someone to break the kill record, but the fact that each team is, you know, is so even in terms of, you know, each player putting in their own equal amount of work that they're really not anywhere even close to breaking that record.
And the cheeky pre-fire, each team just looking to get an advantage. CK, I mean, Apollo's laying down shots, but if he keeps this up, CK is going to catch him, I think, at a weird cheeky angle.
This is the 28th round, ladies and gentlemen, if you are curious. MX looking strong in the 28th. 2 big kills coming out. Kill leader is down. Shots through smoke as Zachrix is forced to back up. He's only got 1 teammate to help him. He has the bomb carrier, though. This is it yet again. They're sending the bomb carrier first. You gotta watch out for this. Now he's all left alone. Jess cleans it up from the generator, and Zachrix is forced to retreat.
Does manage to get out of there, but CK takes out Apollo. And I think that's it. And unless Zachrix has a miracle, MX closing out the game 15-3. Judicious gonna be coming in with 24 kills and 5 MVPs, but the entire team 24, 22, 22, 19, and 18. An absolute stellar performance across the board by MX. So many close rounds. Such a great game, but MX take home the dub here, Kirk. A big dub at that.
And all that work they put in was only for 1 map. There is still another one coming up really soon. It is crazy that a map like that we haven't seen in such a long time, and a one with the lowest pick rate, still, you know, both teams know how to play it, even though it's not really that much favored. So strats coming in all the time, but once you get to a point where, you know, you're in the 26th round, you don't have much to pull from your back pocket. So reuse strats came out yet again and again and again until somebody misstepped, and that's ended up resulting around the game win there for MX. Aspect in a tough position now, forced to play their hearts out to maintain one of them top spots in the overall standings.
Yeah, an absolute banger of a game. Great job for both teams. But those close rounds that MX just managed to edge out, particularly as, you know, the OT fatigue kicks in and we push deeper and deeper into this rounds. I mean, you know, the little bit of sloppiness that comes out, it's just enough to lose the game against a team like MX. But really, I mean, it was such a close game, and there's so much for both of these teams to learn from. Even though both of them very, very good, very high in the standings, there's so much to be learned because there were so many cohesive rounds, Kirk, and then just so many sloppy rounds from both teams where they just, you know, you're looking Aspects winning, then MX is tied, then MX takes a round, then Aspect takes it, and they both were playing well, but a lot of the rounds were not like these swift things. They were kind of all over the place, you know, fumbly bumbly. But that being said, folks, because the game went so long, we're going to go into a quick 3-minute break. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Go use the restroom, go grab a drink, and we're going to have another banger between Aspect and MX real quick soon.
Hello, everybody. I hope you did whatever you had to do with that break because I know that I had to. That was a long game on Bull. What a crazy game to come out on top for Master X going up against Aspect, who fought their hearts out. Even on the very first game of the day, they fought their hearts out in a triple overtime, and they lost both times. It's
Oof.
unbelievable. It's such a heartbreaking defeat. But with this second game coming up, right now, they will have an opportunity to, save a little bit of points there. If they don't win this game, they don't get any points at all on the board. It's going to be a really tough spot for them to maintain going into the 5th day.
Yeah, and Aquila, I know, has been playing well. I believe Aquila won both their games earlier, so tied it up with Aspect. And funny enough, folks, we're actually going to be heading to the map that we were last on Triple OT in Bay 5. So we'll see if we end up in another Triple OT. But Aspect, unfortunately, losing the first time around. So very interesting pick against MX to take them onto Bay 5 because traditionally, if I remember correctly, MX is a very, very dominant team on Bay 5 because they love the controlled chaos. You know, there's so many angles, so many cheeky peeks. We saw CK and Shoreline and Judicious just all kind of running around and taking these wild angles. And then IFP, running around on for peaks, taking fights left, right, and center, and just that consistent rock. So very scary choice for me, Kirk.
Yeah.
Against MX, who's always been a good team on this. I know they changed the lineup a little bit, but very, very scary pick for me.
Yeah, with that game coming up very soon, we do have the 2 winners of the EFT Arena Standard Key giveaway. Of course, 2 members very well known in this community, both professional players from different regions. We have Rapid winning the first one from Team EPA, and then we have Shelby coming in on that second win on Team Aquila. So congratulations to you two, but I have a feeling that they both already own a copy of the game. So maybe they might give it away as a prize to their fans, perhaps.
Yeah, no, maybe they want a second account. I'm not going to assume, but as we get into that, once again, folks, going to be Rapid and Shelby picking up those 2 copies. Now, if you're just tuning in, folks, today is the 4th day of the NA Round Robin Tournament Series. Not quite the full name, but it is kind of a round robin where everyone plays each other once. And today is the 4th day, and we're going into our last game of the 3rd series of the day. Now, we're going to have one more day next week, Kirk. I believe it's Saturday, right? Going to have our finals popping off next Saturday.
Yeah, so
And
it is going to be Saturday, the 22nd of February at 11 a.m. EST, just like every other game. And wow, that grenade almost hit his teammate and flew right back in his face.
I thought that was going to happen. CK with the opening nade, though. Judicious, great defense already coming out. Jumps on the box, slams Europe Shoreline, takes out Zach, and an absolutely brutal first round already coming out from MX.
Thought that aggression would help them there, but it ended up being too much for them to bite off as MX punishes them for their aggression. Bay 5, a map that historically benefits from a very strong defensive side. We're going to see exactly how that plays out in the future as MX is already proving it already with the first round win.
Yeah, and the nade from Exquisite, 2 clean kills from CK, another kill from Shoreline, and it was pretty much lights out. Great job from the whole team. And like last map rather, that was the most even scoreline of a team that far into a game that I probably have ever seen, with 22, 20, 18, 19, something like that, where everybody on MX is just doing their job. So very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, it was wild.
Deceased taking some space up in mid. Apollo looks like he's pushed up through that green. Shots ringing out. Nice kill from Head Eyes. CK pushing through that sandwich. Deceased knows, doesn't actually see him. He's going to get into that green position. Head Eyes going to challenge him. Unfortunately, Head Eyes runs into the shots meant for Zachrix. A little bit too aggressive running into the fire there. Doesn't even try and jump past. Just hears him shooting and runs into it. Very questionable play, but a Shoreline evening out now, actually taking a numbers advantage now. And Judicious takes out Apollo. I'm scratching my head here, Kirk. They had total control, and then they just kind of pumped the brakes. Deceased picks up Jess. You know, they were all the way up on site. They had control of green. They had control of parkour, and then no one took the site or pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens sometimes when your team starts to dwindle, and Europe's going to be in a really hard position right here. He's going to actually re-swing it. He's the one that has the bomb. If you die here, this round's over.
Yeah,
You
he's
need to
got to
link up
get
with
out
your
of there.
teammate.
Yeah, Tom's rotating back to try and help him. Good pressure from Tom. Doesn't actually take the fight. Doesn't lose anybody. One member in spawn, two in mid. Bomb should get planted for free here based on the timing. The sandwich player could push up, but I think they're waiting for everyone to collapse collectively. Good cheeky peek here from Deceased, and they both go to alley. Really strong position. Probably playing in the middle of the site here, Kirk. So this alley position is definitely the best spot. You don't have to risk anything. They can play off each other. You can hold pretty much every angle on site.
Yeah, I think it benefits both teams, to be honest. Just how much more of one will it benefit? Members fall in. One trades out the other. Europe. Oh, sorry. Judicious finishes off Europe. As Exquisite just holds that bomb and sticks it. Pros don't fake, and that's what we see here today. So that back alley, though, like, I think you're absolutely right. Like, there's less angles to have to watch, but it gives MX, 100 different angles to hold onto, the only two places that they can be peeking from out into alley. So I think it's the right play to do if you're down players, but if you're up players on, the attacking side, I don't know if it's exactly optimal.
Well, they didn't. The challenge is they didn't use aggressive peaks, so they were both playing passive. So neither really had control of anything. And like you said, then they're just swinging out into danger. I think a little bit more of aggression to take space. Europe kills one with a nade. CK does manage to take out Deceased. Even scoreline, 3 members on this attacking side already on that alley. They had control. Bomb is here. One player in mid, more than likely going to be that Apollo C over there on an island doing his Trebby things. Still plenty of control here from MX though.
Exquisite going to be challenging head eyes in a second. Teammate runs by to make a little bit of noise. Exquisite still holding it, and head eyes is very aware that they're not going to give up this position, but as Exquisite slowly inches forward, head eyes will fall at the hands of him. 2 members down for AP. MX has the main advantage as they decide to go for a rotate through this super long way.
Yeah, they're going for the long rotate, and unfortunately, head eyes, 2 of the 3 rounds has fallen the same way. Too aggressive in a situation where he had the space and didn't need it. Judicious, though, definitely being the rock for MX right now. I mean, 6 kills, 2 kills on that post plant. The first round, he got 2 opening frags. I mean, he's just so consistent right now for this team. Zachrix has to kill IFP here, but unfortunately,
no.
Europe does trade him there, Kirk, but the damage has been done. He's going to rotate, probably get contested rotating here, and if he can kill him, then he... Nope.
Yeah, it was tough. It was really tough. It was difficult for Zachrix to maintain pace with his teammate. He was the one that had the bomb, and he went really far ahead, and he didn't have any support at all. The one with the bomb, again, should not be peeking these dangerous angles first. He still went for it and lost the bomb as a result of it.
Yeah, and they had a lot of control of A here. They had utility. They could have smoked Silver or Hallway, however people call it. You could have smoked A main, and they had control of Alley. They could have gotten the bomb down. I don't, the over-aggression, they're trying to take too much space when they already have the space they need. And I think that's the big challenge they need to fix, and very quickly. Head Eyes not going to make it into the middle of the round because he's in the grave from a nade from CK. CK going for the cheeky peek. Tom does read it, managed to go into the corner here. Yes, going for the pre-fire, doesn't hit anybody. Apollo picks up IFP, that's a big kill. Both top fraggers for this team on MX still here. CK and Judicious alive. CK finally takes a nap. Finally, Shoreline taken out as well to see his back-to-back kills, but they might actually rotate out and play for the win. Judicious manages to run past. They do know his position, but they're going to actually have Judicious trapped. They know one's on A. This is a great, great play coming out of here from AP, but they need to get that bomb down.
They know he's there. He didn't hide his back. Yeah, that's going to be
seems
easy
like
kill for Apollo.
Kirk, it seemed like Judicious wasn't aware that the players were in mid when I'm pretty sure he heard him. Like, he reacted and then just kept moving. Not too sure there, but
Yeah, we never really know what's going on their end. They could be just calm really loud to the point where it could have drowned out the sound of the footsteps.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how these things play out. Jess in the 1v3, very very clutch player, but this bomb with how they're peaking and the individual
Oh, no,
positionings.
that is so dirty.
Ooh, yeah, he's just taking so much damage. Zacharix closes out the round, and a first round on the board for AP. A tough start, but a good round. Apollo and Tom both picking up 2 kills there, and this is the kind of controlled chaos we need to see. Good rotation, good picks, good reads, and they isolated Judicious and managed to pick up CK. So those were 2 critical frags right there that, both these players having 6 kills each for MX on the back of, 2, 2, and 1 for the rest of the team. Shutting them down is going to be key right now for AP.
If anyone's been keeping up in the chat, Eclipse has 2-0'd Vanguard Gaming. A huge surprise coming out for a team that was having a little bit of struggles at the start. Vanguard Gaming doing really well at the start, and all of a sudden the tides have turned for them. So huge ups to ECL for taking them down.
Oof. Looks like everyone on AP is getting head eyes, whether it's teammates killing them or MX killing them, and brutal round. The defense, the push on B, AP, do not go back B. It hasn't worked. Judicious has set the scales of justice in his favor. Do not go back to that site. It is brutal right now for them, Kirk.
Well, this is, I mean, you want to do a prediction. This is exactly what we saw in the first game. It was just whoever was defense on this map just won.
Yeah, but the level of swift brutality coming out of MX, both rounds on B, they've won within, 15 seconds of the first engagement. Like, just slammed them home.
This is Aspect map pick, ladies and gentlemen, so getting put in their place, you could say. However,
and MX is
definitely
so
more
good on
comfortable
this
on
map.
defense. Yeah.
Finally, an opening pick here, Kirk. Okay, the momentum is swinging for AP. Bomb's getting planted. Bomb planter gets slammed, and then he picks up a second and doesn't get killed. CK steals the farm for free. Oh, my. Apollo with a big kill on the shoreline, but MX Judicious and MX Exquisite still alive with Mr. On for peaks. Bomb does get planted, but I have a feeling CK is creeping up on that alley.
Oh, that spot is too dirty. Head eyes with that little bit of lean on the laydown makes him look like a dead body.
Yeah, and head eyes once again swinging to his death. A little bit too much aggression coming out of this player. Just gotta, hold your horses a little bit. CK's there. I believe he had contact and information. And Kirk, that's why it's so scary ego swinging some of these players. I mean, they'll just cut your head off.
This is insane if Exquisite can do this, and he doesn't end up doing that. 2 double peaks coming in. Sorry, 1 double peak coming in. Europe finishes them off for the second round win for AP, who are still not out of the fight yet.
Man, oh man, back-to-back rounds. They gotta be feeling good, but I'm still concerned here. Even though they took back-to-back rounds, Judicious and CK are just playing so damn well. I mean, CK, the fact that he stopped that plant there, he stole. I can't believe he even got away with that. They did manage to close it out, though.
Yesterday, MX played Zenith, who they 2-0'd, so trying to look to do the same today. They're on a roll. They don't intend on stopping anytime soon. That also proves true for Exquisite, who has gotten multiple double kills, not just this round, but many times beforehand. Holding down Alley like a monster.
And that's what really sucks for AP right now. Judicious is on B, CK is on A, and both players are slamming away, but Deceased is Judicious, and the 3 players are nowhere near the site. Deceased can really shut out the round. If he catches him running right here, great positioning from him, and he knows another player's there, gonna get out, rotate out, play his life. Really exceptional play coming out of Deceased. Doesn't take the 50-50 here, Kirk. He knows his team needs this round. Really great read.
Now I'm a little bit confused on how Exquisite has, his head health almost down. He doesn't even have a helmet on. What kind of bullet hit his head there? Trying to fix.
Oh,
Oh,
no!
They don't calm that. They should know that that's his teammate. I think a little bit of a miscalm came out. It had to have been. Shoreline was holding that for so long, and Exquisite was still paranoid about Connector.
And the crazy thing, Kirk, is he actually, if he stuck that, he wins the round. They didn't hear the defuse. No one on that post plan attacker side even moved.
No.
Yeah, you could see. I paused for a second, and wow, you're spot on, Kirk. It had to be a miscomm there and a really brutal one, man.
Hope Master X are one of those teams that learn from their mistakes and don't let anger get to them. They can, give constructive criticism to each other and not take it the wrong way. They can still keep their heads in the game here and continue pushing forward, and they should, right? They are up around.
Apollo, don't.
Oh.
Don't do it.
Red light.
Oh, Deceased almost caught that player down the lane.
Oh,
Judicious with
no.
a disgusting peek there, and bomb by itself again. Kirk, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna freaking scream.
Like, this is just aspect. Like, this is what they've just been doing. They haven't really learned from it at all. I don't know what's going on.
And Judicious has been capitalizing. I mean, they're taking fights, and Judicious is clearly slamming them home, and they have not once done the buddy system against Judicious. He got two 50-50s and got a third one before he finally lost the fight. Oh,
Is it ready to back up his teammate? Amazing job. And Shoreline's still alive in the middle of the site. Last one left is Europe. He just grabbed two, and he grabbed another one. That's the third. One more is Exquisite. 25 seconds left to play with. He has to make the time count. Exquisite falls. Europe is the... I gotta think of something.
Clutch master of the day, baby. 5 kills on that, Kirk. 5 kills. That was disgusting.
Unbelievable.
Holy cow. The 3 back-to-back kills, and Kirk, he killed him with the last few bullets in his gun. He didn't have time to pick up that weapon.
Oh my word. This is what we came to watch, ladies and gentlemen. The top tier gameplay coming up from the North American League.
And
This
that
is
pushes
the place
us
where you will see the best.
And that pushes us, Kirk, from 4-0 to 4-4. And
Yep.
now they're on defense.
Yep. I think Aspect has a little bit of an advantage here. And, they won't have that bomb to worry about. So, if they send somebody in first, there's 0% chance that he'll have the bomb and lose it. Because they don't have one. One of the only things that I believe Aspect is having a little bit of trouble with. Extremely passive on the defense. Harbor rotate is coming through the flank for AP. Side control is up right now. Europe grabbed one backing off, but decides to go for a second one. And that's a big mistake because Judicious makes him pay the price for that. Very sneaky flank, though. Doesn't seem to need it at all because Apollo's cleaning it up on site. 1, 2, 3. Trying to get some information. Head eyes. It's the one to finish off the round as AP looking so much stronger on defense than they were on attack. What a crazy play from Apollo to grab 3 in that short amount of time.
Yeah, Apollo slams him home. Great positioning. And the momentum has really, really shifted, Kirk. You could feel it. You could feel it in the air. AP want to win this game. And on the back of Europe's ace clutch Areno, how do you not feel good? I mean, it's got to be so good going into the half. And Apollo popping off there, being very consistent. Now let's see them shut it out. Can they take home the draw against MX?
Shots ring out, nobody falls. A site will be the choice of today. This round. Lay down instantly for IFP. Trying to grab a little off angle. Head eyes, though, is going to force himself to be pushed in. Do a little bit of shots to put a little bit of pressure in the back right out. IFP holding for his teammate.
Wait, is that a nade? Oh, it's not. I thought there was a nade under him.
Flank coming in from a back alley and mid at the same time. Huge pressure being put on the attacking side. One falls. Second one does die, though. Now it's all up to Apollo on that flank, who's going to opt to go back safely and support his teammate, who doesn't even seem to get the support in time. It's judicious. Grabs a quick one and then backs off, and it's all up to Apollo. He grabbed 3 quick last time. Can he grab 3 when it's all by himself, though? That's one. Let's count him up. He's not checking to his left. That's where the other one is, but that's the third. How does Judicious miss that? The last one is Shoreline. Apollo realizes he needs to go. He saw him. That could be a pre-fire. Shoreline, though, with the helmet, could have possibly just saved his life. Doesn't look like it, though. His head was full green. Just a little bit up on that crosshair for Apollo. Could have easily shifted that round into a huge win for Aspect.
I can't believe he got Judicious, and then I can't believe he didn't get Shoreline. Like, the reversal of kills he should have and shouldn't gotten is crazy. Oh, man. 5-5, even once again, an Aspect after taking 5 rounds in a row here, folks. Finally, have the brakes pumped a little by MX, and that was still so close. Apollo was so close to winning that. Deceased here, looking to get aggressive. I'm not sure if he's really peeked out of this A main so far. Might be a good decision, might be a bad one. Smoke pluming. He knows IFP's in that Joe position, getting close to the doors. The silence is deafening.
Yeah, once the sides swap, it's a whole different game. IFP trying to get any amount of information, and with all this jumping and stamina usage, he still doesn't get anything. Should be an easy pickup for Deceased as IFP's looking the wrong way. Swings right out for a second one. And the Shoreline with the 100-round mag makes Deceased pay as he is not backed up in time.
Thankfully, there's 3 members on A, but 1 still anchoring on that B site. Going to be calling the rotation more than likely. You see 2 members already rotating towards that maze position. 1's going through green for the attackers. 2 in sandwich. Bomb's actually going to be cutting towards A, but someone's already there, lit him up, and he's going to know the bombs. They're all 3 members actually in this sandwich cut position right now. Very risky. Just going to ego swing.
No!
Europe takes out one, head eyes takes out another, and slicing them up like hot warm butter over here, Kirk. No chance with the triple threat. Quad threat now. The 4th person shows up. They just got butchered. That was psycho, and I love watching it, but holy cow, if I was there on that team, I'd be... Oh, man, that was brutal. Whew. That was...
They were in the perfect spot.
Well, and it was so disrespectful to just run out there, and they all just kind of ego swung, and everyone on Aspect also ego swung. But they had 3 people crossfiring versus 1 angle they all rotated out of, and we see what happens.
Got to play with your buddies. Can't be just jumping willy-nilly. Make sure you are right behind to instantly trade. Perfect smoke, actually, for the defensive side. Set up. Extremely good smoke. Europe all left alone in the connector. Shoreline's going to do another hop quick and a jump to take him down. 2 quick on the feet. Apollo punishes Jess for forcing a reload, and Exquisite is going to grab Zacharys to even it out. Judicious, unfortunately, after all that Exquisite has done for you, has just got TK'd.
And a big TK. Judicious, though, does kill one, but gets traded out. Oh, the prone from IFP. Great read.
We know Deceased. We know how fast he can be. He's a monster with the hip fire, too. Doesn't even need a laser sight. But, okay, okay. Like what?
What a read.
No. We were to check the files.
Check the files. Tom knows he's on the left, though. I think force it. Pros don't fake.
You heard it. He's pushing right now.
No.
Really good read from Shoreline. Unreal.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably the round right there.
Yeah, he's still not. Yeah, really good Shoreline. He's just keeping those ears open, especially with that Vulcan, where you can't just. It blocks so much you're hearing, and he's still making sure to keep his ears open as wide as possible to hear that bomb tick.
And it's a rough round to lose there for the boys. But IFP with that crazy kill and to then decease crazy wall shots. But Shoreline, 30 seconds, 35 seconds on the clock, just wasted every second. Even score line once again.
Slow and steady. This is the, I saw this before actually on day one. This is the fractured leg, no splint strat.
The Congo line of destiny.
Aggressive push-up on through Alley. One of the members of AP. He gets audio that one is on site. However, if he is not careful, he's going to be peeking into 3 members at any second. IFP was not ready. Head Eyes was in way too much of an off angle to predict.
Judicious, though. Great kill. That's a big, big kill. And Zacharix, though, nice shot across the site. Deceased and Europe not hearing these 2 players running up. Jess takes out 1. If Tom kills the bomb here, could end the round or put a big damper into it. Unfortunately,
they're just running. What is going on?
Judicious! Oh, no! The shots ring out, Kirk, but it's for the wrong player.
Oh, my.
Oh, man.
I bet
Tom just thrived in that chaos.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I bet he didn't get the call. That was, yeah, you're last alive. As soon as he came out of the smoke and saw somebody, he didn't shoot.
Man. The fact that Head Eyes was in such a good position and only got 1, Judicious insta trades him out. It was such a good job from MX. Then they took over Alley. But unfortunately, Tom snuck away from that Alley position and just... God, the controlled chaos kills 2, gets the 3rd kill. I mean, what better way to win a round?
Aggressive B-side space taking. Exquisite just barrels right in without anybody to support him, and Apollo is ready to punish him for it. And there's the second one. They don't swing at the same time, and they get punished yet again. Apollo's still alive. Outside took forklift. Now they're going to be sandwiched here any moment.
I really like this positioning from Apollo. He's just waiting for his team. I think he's been heard, though. Judicious reads the play all that time for not.
Yeah. Yeah. He was putting on so much pressure. Even if he didn't kill anybody there, it would have been more beneficial to just stay outside.
I don't think Head Eyes just saw the barrel of his opponent. I mean, Judicious just slamming this team right now with the AK-12. And this is the problem. Judicious thrives in this aim duel environment, and they're just giving so many 50-50s, and you see what happens. He's just feeling himself, and he's slamming them home. 18 kills, followed by 15, 8, 4, and 3. Judicious and his CK literally killing pretty much everybody right now for this team. Shoreline not too far away with 9 kills, but you look at the dominant performance from these 2 players, Kirk, versus last game where everybody across the board was going crazy. So they can't get A, they can't get B on defense for an aspect, but man, on attack, these boys are just unleashed. Yet we're even. We're somehow even.
MX, and I feel like it's whoever masters the strat of, you know, not swinging by yourself and having a teammate close by is probably what's going to make the difference here. Both of them seem to struggle in that respect of an AP having problems with, you know, losing the bomb by a single person that just happens to, you know, go off by himself sometimes. MX, we saw an execution on that B site, just one after the other, just funneling. Nobody is in there to trade out.
Big nade from CK, from Jess and IFP and CK.
Oh, wow.
3 players fall like dominoes. Europe does manage to kill Judicious. Still got to kill CK and Shoreline.
bomb goes down, surprisingly, after almost no punishment at all. Two members aren't going to have too much of an easy time, though, to get this one back. They have a decent amount of kills on the board, though, so they're hungry and they're looking for heads.
Yeah, and if MX win this round, it's going to put so much pressure on the defense. I mean, Europe doing everything in his power, but CK just kills him from a cheeky angle. And I think right now, MX just as a team, Kirk, they're just a little bit tighter than AP. Going to match point now for MX versus AP. And man,
You said it. It's just a little bit. That's all that changes, you know, between these two teams. It's just that little extra thing that one of them will do in a round to take it. And you can see that MX has, you know, done that little extra thing just a few more times. But I don't know. This is how it goes, right? MX wins this next round, the game's over. And they grab 3 points. AP wins this next round, we get pushed to another overtime in the game 2.
CK going for that harbor nade. No one's going to be there. Knows the space is clear at least. And that defensive smoke coming out from Apollo. They know someone's here. They know where. The nade doesn't actually connect.
How does he get away with that? He just ran in by himself. And there it is. Europe puts him down with nobody else to trade him. Just trying to do it, though, but still cannot connect. And Europe is just swinging that yet again. And falls. Deceased grabs one. Apollo grabs one. It's all up to IFP, or else we're going to overtime yet again, baby. Let's see if he can do it. Only 5 kills through the crate is Apollo, and AP forces to OT.
Oh, shoot. Here we go again. OT number 1. And, you know, Kirk, what just kind of went through my head is some of these rounds, I feel like I'm watching pro-level teams, and other rounds, I feel like I'm in an unranked game, like playing checkpoint or something. Like, what the hell was that round? There were people jumping through the site, people pushing connector from behind, Apollo's on site, fighting back and forth. I mean, there were 8 people fighting and shooting at some point within like 20 meters of each other. Like, what the hell is going on?
Let's assume that maybe the first game lasted so long that these teams have gotten, they're hungry, right? And when you're hungry, sometimes you can't focus. They need to get a little bit of food in their stomach, and now they're doing these crazy strats that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, as Rapid says in chat, tilted gameplay is probably what's going on. Both teams just vying for the win and just doing some crazy stuff.
Close to connection of that jump peak. Here comes the execute. Europe being slow while Deceased is making a little bit of noise to get the pressure off of Europe.
He hears him too, bro.
Yeah. Zach isn't going in first, which is nice, the bomb carrier. You better keep that head down, though. And Jess is just so aware of the strat. Deceased makes him pay the price. Flooding onto site is about to come out. All members push on now. IFP
Congo line move, head eyes, takes out CK, big kill. They know IFP's in silver. I'm not sure if they know about the shoreline on that alley, though. Oh, no, and he goes to peek the other angle, and Shoreline manages to stop the plan, and IFP picks up another, and just like that, we went from 5-2, or 5-3 to 2-2.
Oh my goodness. You better watch that because you need that teammate right now.
Yeah, and Shoreline did a look at this rotation by Shoreline. He's in the A main of the attackers.
He's not planning. Shoreline ready to swing in a moment's notice, and I think Deceased will be in the crossfire. There it goes. That's one. A couple shots from Shoreline. Deceased goes down, and Judicious makes an easy play to run in. Stop that bomb planter. He does get the bomb down, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, they get the bomb down, but this is the kind of disconnects that I think have been the tale of Aspect today. They get opening frags, they get good positioning, but there's a miscommunication. They take control of site, and then Deceased is holding alley and has to hold hallway too, makes a wrong timing play, and then the bomb's dropped and the round's lost. That should have been a free plant there, Kirk. Maybe one dies, but at least he gets traded out. You had 4 players alive. They easily could have protected the bomb carrier there. And, you know, against a team like MX, you see what happens. They're just abusing them for it.
A site's getting loud. Should be an easy rotate for MX.
The Congo line once again making its appearance.
Shots connect, but don't kill.
Oh!
For the second time, they do. Europe falls. That is a Vulcan off the board. That's a big one. Now they're going to back up and rotate.
Kirk, they have done pretty much the same initial peak pretty much every time. Like, it's actually, it's wild to watch, but it's also very confusing because they know what to do. They know how to rotate, and yet, like, as someone in chat said, the tilted gameplay, it just, there's no adaptation going on right now.
Oh. Apollo C was the monster of the mid lane before, and now Shoreline seems to want to take his spot. MX looking good. They need this round, and then another one shortly after, as Exquisite is hungry for it. 2 members left for AP. Head Eyes cannot make the shots connect, as about 20 rounds left in the 100-round mag is when it finally does. And Zachrix has no idea that there's somebody right behind him.
Man. Judicious plays it so well. And 3 people just wait to butcher poor Head Eyes on that peak. MX take a 2-round lead here, folks, and I think it's lights out for Aspect. And the reason I say that is because MX is just, they're calm, cool, collected. There's a little chaos going on. Sure, there are mistakes, miscommunications, but even under all the pressure, I mean, it just seems so easy. You know what I'm saying? Shoreline's walk down mid. He hears the player running back and forth. He doesn't change his game. He just takes the kill. And they're just a little bit more controlled right now, I think, Kirk. And Zachrix also one of the top fraggers in most of the games today. Only 4 kills right now. Going to be a big damper in the team's performance.
Yeah, also Zachrix doing a lot of nice plays where they matter the most in clutch situations. But now the rest of his team will take the spot. 17 up for Apollo. 14 each for Europe and Deceased. MX is on attack, though, and this is where we saw them struggle before. But all they need is 1 in the next 2 rounds. Oh, that's
Apollo.
so good. That's so perfect. Apollo is such a monster in holding down the site. Now that he's off the board, MX can just converge and make that play possible now that Apollo is no longer there to contest. Look at them. They all converge. They all have site control right now. If they don't get overconfident, but shot out of the air is IFP. Europe, what was that?
Yeah, Europe is definitely the aim lad lord himself, and he shows why you cannot disrespect a player who could shoot as well as him. Europe says, see you later, CK. And now, from a crazy round, 2-2. Judicious with the flank!
Oh, that's so perfect. That is exactly what you need in this situation. Shoreline needs to stay alive for his teammate. Do not let this kill go to your head. You need to stay alive. That is what's going to do it. Master X are the masters of overtime. Not once today, not twice, but the 3rd overtime victory for Master X. Unbelievable. Monsters of overtime is Master X. Shoreline coming out for the MVP there in a crucial game to propel them with 3 points on the leaderboards.
3 points on the leaderboard and taking the team that started today in first place way, way down in the standings, folks. I'm not going to pretend to know them off the top of my head, but all I know is Unknown is looking at this game right now, Kirk, and they are in Discord popping champagne bottles, having a great day because only 1 point for the day, I should say. Unknown's got to be feeling great, and MX has to be feeling awesome too, and Aguila. Unfortunately for Aspect, just a lot of disconnects today, Kirk. So many crazy frags and individual plays, but as a team, MX were just dialed in, locked in. And, you know, going into that final OT half there, Kirk, I just felt the smoothness in the play. I mean, they were in the controlled chaos, and they were thriving. Unfortunately for Aspect, you know, lots to learn from today, lots to review. Both teams, congratulations, though. Really awesome plays. And what a banger series of games, Kirk, that we got today.
Yep.
Like, I can't believe how lucky we are that we got so many close, awesome games today.
I think you said it perfectly, right? Like, you can have teams like Aspect that are just dominators, right? They can come in and they can smoke everybody that they go up against, but the second that they're forced into a really high stakes situation in overtime, it seems like the team that will have the tightest mental fortitude and able to lock in and not get overconfident or nervous is really what separates these two teams. You know, if Aspect were able to close it out in regular time, I don't think it would surprise me at all. But when they get forced into overtime, it sometimes, you know, things change, right? And that is ultimately why Master X has come out with 3 overtime wins today. Unbelievable for them. So that is a huge achievement, and they ought to be proud of themselves for that. And we are grateful to have them display that skill for us on the very first NA HPL Season 1. So with that being said, there is a scoreboard being made up right now, the final scoreboard for today, as we go and talk about the final day, which will be commencing on Saturday, this coming Saturday on the weekend at, of course, 11 a.m. EST, which will, was the time for every single other tournament that started. So make sure you mark your calendars because you don't want to miss this. The scoreboard is looking juicy.
Scoreboard from yesterday, folks, is coming up right now. Just to be very clear, folks, this is yesterday's scoreboard. We are actively updating it. And as you can see, coming in today, Unknown only at a 1-point advantage here, Kirk. Aspect looking super strong with 3 wins, 1 draw going in today. Now, unfortunately, Aspect, no wins on the day and only 1 draw, where MX might be boosting themselves up. Aquila picking up a draw, and then I believe a win on the day too. So, folks, these leaderboards are about to shift a lot in the top 4, I would say. As for the second half of the leaderboard, I believe Eclipse, with so many good games today, could be moving up the standings as well here, Kirk. So there could be so much movement any second, folks, as we're updating the scoreboard.
Aspect did win the first game, if I'm pretty sure, against Aquila. They won one of them. Aquila came out on the second one, so Aspect should only be getting 1 point here, putting them up to 11th. But we did see Unknown, of course, stomp out Zenith in a 2-0 map win. So that's going to be a 3 points up for Unknown for that one. And then if we continue on to the Aquila game. So Aquila did win their first game. That'll be 1 point for them. And then the second game that they played right after, we'll get a confirmation on exactly how that played out. I believe it was a 1-1. So that would be a second point for them there. So they'd only be getting 2.
Yeah, and it's just so crazy to see. It's just so crazy to see. I think, folks, we're just about done with the new leaderboard. That being said, though, Kirk, oh man, look at this. What a shift today, Kirk. Aquila in second place. Master X pulls up to third. Aspect going down to 4th. And Unknown right now, your most dominant team by far, folks. Every single team on this board has 6 games played here, Kirk. But man, Unknown, 2 points over their enemies, over their opponents, and a 23 round differential over the next place team, on top of having more wins.
Yeah, so it was actually my mistake. Aquila did win both of their games in the second round that we didn't see off stream. And then the first game that they played, they did get 1, so that propelled them up to all the way up to the second place position right now, where actually they're holding it against Master X by 1 round differential. So check that out. That's going to be a fight to watch tomorrow as we see how these teams are going to play and move on that leaderboard. But Unknown playing exceptionally well. However, only 2 points away from the next 2 ones, ready to take their spot. So if Unknown have an unlucky day on next Saturday for day 5, then it could propel Aquila or Master X up to take their spot.
Yeah, there's so much movement capable. I mean, 12 points, 11 points. But look at the rounds, Kirk. 32, 31, 31. So Aquila has a lot of fighting to do next week, as does Master X. And Eclipse definitely doing such a great job. Eclipse having a rough series in the first few days of this HPL Na season 1, but doing such a fantastic job to pull all the way up to 8 points. Only one round differential, but we're not going to look at that. But the 8 points, I mean, to come back from how challenging their start was, really, really should be very, very proud. And the rest of the teams, too. I mean, look, some of these teams are new to the league. They're newer teams. And a lot of these other teams at the top of leaderboard are at the top from not just being quote unquote better on the day, but they're seasoned players with a lot of time, Kirk. You know, these other teams, Vanguard, Zenith, and New Dawn, there's so much to learn and so much work to be put in from the top to the bottom for all these teams. So everyone should be really, really excited for not only this season, but how things are going to finish up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Vanguard and Eclipse are sort of the polar opposites on this board, where Eclipse was struggling on the first day, but Vanguard, or sorry, not on the first day, but the first couple days they were struggling a little bit. Vanguard proving to be a very formidable opponent in those first few days. And now the sides have swapped where Vanguard's struggling a little bit, and now Eclipse is starting to pop off a little more. But on those top 3 spots, we talked about, we need to talk about the 4th spot, which is Aspect. And I think if they want to continue to get a little bit higher on that board, they need to work on finishing the game before it goes to overtime.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they look so clean in some of the rounds. And then in other rounds, it's just a whole different, it's 2 different aspects of the same aspect. So, but you know what, Kirk? I think on the day, there was so many good games. And folks, I'm proud of the teams, but I hope y'all out in chat had as much fun as me and Kirk did, because today was an awesome, awesome day. Just want to say thank you from me, from Kirk, from all the Hunt staff in the background, Mr. Philbo, Connor, all the different spectators who put in their time and effort, and of course, our wonderful game host, BSG. Thank y'all for being here. Hope y'all had a banger. Make sure you are here next weekend, next Saturday at 11 a.m. EST. That's going to be your final day of the Hunt Premier League Season 1 in NA. From me, from Kirk, hope y'all have a great evening, and we will catch you all next week. Peace.